Leveled Up Love, a gamelit romantic comedy. Written by Tao Wong and A.G. Marshall. Narrated by Natalie Naudis. Chapter 1. Zack silenced the incessant ringing of the doorbell with a quick eye-tracked command on his opti-glasses. Blessed silence arrived as the smart house system muted the noisy interruption, allowing Zack to return to Star Fury. He could not afford the distraction when he was in the midst of an intense dogfight. Virtual stars flashed past as he kicked in the afterburners, and his integrated, state-of-the-art leather gaming chair tilted him in place, adding to the immersion of the game. Speakers whined, providing the surround sound effect of his straining engines and the audible ping of lasers striking energy shields. Zack turned up the volume with another swipe of his opti-glasses as repeated thumps and muffled shouts originating from the heavy front door provided the insistent intrusion of unwanted reality. His new speakers drowned out the thumps with ease. The upgraded system was the best on the market right now. He'd even had to get techs in to install them weeks ago. Nothing but the best for Star Fury. The muffled shouts rivaled the speakers, though, and Zack missed a key input. His ship spiraled into darkness and flames as his shields failed and lasers tore his ship apart. Swearing, the generously padded young man pulled himself out of his chair and stalked to the door. He adjusted his stained shirt and sweatpants, which had stuck to his pasty skin as he walked, and smacked his lips. Days' old flat pop had left an overly sweet, furry sensation lingering in his mouth. "What?" Zack snarled as he yanked open the door, bypassing the automatic commands just to vent his fury. On the other side of the door stood Zack's ex-guardian and present trustee, Philip Macamac. Zack hadn't needed a guardian since he turned 18 over 6 years ago, but that didn't stop Phil from interfering. Phil's forehead was shiny from sweat, and he was panting. His skin was too dark to turn bright red the way Zack's did when he overexerted himself, but Phil was still flushed from the effort he had put into assaulting Zack's door. The graying older gentleman's tie was askew, his coat unbuttoned, and his foot half raised as he readied another kick at the door. Phil placed his shiny leather foot down before Zack could shut the door, pushed the younger man aside, and stalked in. Moving Zack was absurdly easy, considering Phil was at least 3 decades older and smaller than Zack, but athletics had never been Zack's strength. "Damn it, Zack, why did you stop returning my calls?" Phil demanded. "I was busy. And running your trust isn't a full-time job? I had to fly in from New York for this, and you know how much I hate the heat of Oklahoma City." Phil stormed past Zack and slapped his briefcase down on a nearby table. The briefcase landed with a squelch that turned Phil's expression from anger to disgust. He wrinkled his nose as he finally noticed the mess he had walked into. A wall of smudged windows showed a stunning view of Oklahoma City. Sleek silver buildings, crowded multi-level highways, and a meandering river with an expanse of parks and shops dotted along the bank. But the panoramic scenery was overshadowed by the layers of grime and clutter in the open-plan black and white marble condo. To the right of the entrance hall, the luxurious gray and white kitchen with a granite-top island was cluttered with empty pizza boxes, discarded plates, and abandoned coffee mugs. Directly in front, past the dining room table that Phil now regretted using, sat the pride of Zack's existence, his state-of-the-art, multi-monitor gaming rig. The only decoration in the apartment hung beside the monitors, a promotional poster for the Star Fury tournament, featuring supermodel host Zoe Cross wearing a skimpy version of the Armada dress uniform. Zoe's thick black hair hung loose around her shoulders, and her exposed skin glowed golden on the glossy poster. The redesigned uniform showed a lot of skin. Zack had yet to put up the other posters he had of her, collected from the very start of her modeling contracts with Star Fury years ago. Of course, she'd branched into acting and hosting video game shows since her debut over a decade ago. Ever since then, she'd captured the hearts and loins of gamers everywhere. Zack and his teammates were corsairs, basically space pirates who played by their own rules. but he could appreciate a woman in uniform. Besides, Starfury hadn't released a promotional poster for the Corsairs since the last model retired. Rather than be upset about the clear favoritism being shown to our modest scum, Zack had decided to appreciate what was available. Not a hardship when it was Zoe. The poster and gaming console were the only clean items in the room. His gaming chair was surrounded by discarded clothing, pizza boxes, and empty pop bottles. A pathway through the mess led to the bathroom to the left and his bedroom beyond that.
"What is this?" Phil asked. "And what happened to the cleaning service?"
"Pizza. I told them to take a break till the tournament is over." Zack turned to look back at his massive computer setup, eyes hungry as his ship's escape pod floated in space, waiting for him to return and respawn. "The tournament which I'm currently training for. The first round is this afternoon, and—"
"Your damn games again,"
Phil said as he wiped the bottom of his briefcase with a discarded napkin. "You know, they're not just damn games." When Phil opened his mouth to argue, Zack sighed and shook his head. "Forget it. I don't have time to argue about this right now. Why are you here?"
"The year-end audit and next year's proposed budget. We've put off submitting the documents as much as we can, but if we don't get it signed in the next week, we'll be fined."
"Okay, so do it."
"Oh, for the love of Moses."
Phil took a deep breath to regain his composure.
"We do this every year, Zacharias. You're the named beneficiary. Accordingly, we need you to sign off on the audited statements. Where are you going?"
"Gotta respawn," Zack said as he walked back to his seat and began the process of getting his pod to respawn at the nearest station. "I thought we changed that bylaw." Phil drew a deep, long-suffering breath as he popped open his briefcase and retrieved a tablet and stylus.
"You wanted to, I refused."
"All right. Why did we do that again?"
"Do you care? Are you even going to pay attention to the explanation?"
Zack shrugged, not taking his eyes off the screen. Phil huffed, and in the reflection from his monitors, Zack caught the old man's eyes narrowing. He almost felt a little guilty. Almost, until Phil thrust the electronic tablet at him.
"Sign."
"Why can't we do this remotely?" Zack muttered. He grabbed the tablet and tossed it onto a nearby couch. A precariously perched, half-filled coffee mug nearly tipped over. Phil caught the mug and looked around vainly for a safe place to discard it. He settled for a relatively clear place on the floor.
"We tried."
Phil drew a deep breath as he struggled to stay calm.
"Someone sent us to spam."
Oh, right. Zack vaguely remembered that. The Trust had sent some bothersome email in the midst of a fleet battle for Viobos 4, and Zack had nearly been ganked because of it. Somehow they'd used an override to ping his optiglasses, forcing him to deal with it to stop the notifications. That was when they got added to the spam folder. They just didn't know when to quit.
"So you'll go away once I sign this?" "Review what you sign first," Phil said.
It's fine. Zack turned on autopilot as his ship launched from the station. Then he took the stylus. He held it toward the tablet Phil offered, then pulled back his hand. "What about the Foundation?"
"Zack, that's the least of—"
"Did the board cut the budget? Is that why you're telling me to review this?"
"Zack."
Zack pulled the tablet from Phil's grip and scrolled through until he found the paragraph outlining the budget for his charitable foundation. Sure enough, his bilge-sucking board had proposed a 15% cut to the funding. Zack gritted his teeth. "Double it."
"Zack, is that—"
"Double the Foundation budget, or I don't sign." Phil sighed.
"The proposed budget is more than enough to support the current hospitals and doctors. The board—"
"Then find another hospital to support and put another doctor on the committee."
"You know I appreciate your dedication to the charity your parents started. They would appreciate it as well, but you should also take an interest in the business they founded. They wouldn't want you left destitute."
Zack laughed. "Destitute? I'm about as far from destitute as you can get." He gestured to the luxurious apartment. Phil looked around, once again grimacing as he took in the mess. His face said that Zack was a lot closer to destitute than he realized. Zack's ship blared a warning, and he turned his attention to the screen. Blast. An Armada patrol was moving in fast. They must have been hanging out just outside the station's sensor range to catch respawns. Look, make the change so I can sign.
Zack, it will annoy the board and help sick kids. I call that a win. You really should review.
Just make it work. Zack turned off autopilot and executed a quick succession of offensive maneuvers, putting his newest laser cannon through its paces while Phil edited the document on his tablet. Zack no longer had time to pay attention to Phil. 3 against 1 was no laughing matter, even if the ships were a class below his. Anyway, Zack wanted to get a little more practice with the weapon before he decided on his final setup for the tournament round that afternoon. Using something so new in competition was risky, but it also would keep his opponents on their toes. Phil punctuated his tapping on the tablet with long-suffering sighs that Zack ignored. He had 10 years of practice learning to ignore Phil. The trustee was always complaining about something or other, but in the end, he managed to give Zack what he wanted with minimal effort on Zack's part. It was why Zack kept him around, in spite of Phil's occasional meddling. Zack had destroyed the entire patrol by the time Phil shoved the tablet at him again. That laser cannon had been worth every coin. He took his eyes off the screen long enough to glance at Phil's face and confirm that the trustee had done as Zack had asked. Phil looked grim and resolved. That was about right.
One more thing. Somebody on my gaming forum just lost his job. Send him something to help ends meet, all right?
Zack used his eyes to make a few swipes on his optiglasses and send the user's contact information to Phil. The trustee sighed but didn't protest.
Anonymous as usual.
Zack shrugged.
Say he won a raffle or something. You know, it isn't easy to… Hey, it's what I pay you for. About that, you really should review the rest of this document before signing.
Nah, I'm good. Zack pulled the tablet and stylus from Phil's hands and began to sign the marked sections. His speakers blared again as Armada drones spawned and blasted him with laser fire. Zack swore and dropped the tablet to maneuver away. His ship had taken minimal damage, but he couldn't let something like that slide. Getting caught by patrol drones was a noob move. Their programming was so basic that any decent player paying attention could defeat them without any effort. Getting hit at all was insulting. Zack set the autopilot to begin a counter-maneuver and resumed his signing with renewed energy. Why was the document so long? He was sure there weren't normally this many boxes to sign. His speakers chimed, letting Zack know that the drones had caused more damage. Zack's signature turned into a squiggled line as he blazed through the rest of the forms until he reached the end. The tablet sent a prompt to his optiglasses requesting biometric confirmation, and Zack looked straight ahead while the app scanned his retinas to make sure it was really him. It was a security measure Phil had insisted on implementing last year, after Zack had tried to avoid the hassle of paperwork by hiring a body double to go to the office and sign for him. That had been fun while it lasted. The biometric scanning app chimed to confirm his identity and prompted him for one more signature on the tablet. Zack signed the final box with a flourish and tossed the tablet onto a nearby pile of dirty laundry. Paperwork dealt with, Zack dropped a bomb big enough to obliterate the drones and hyper-jumped away from the quadrant before the weapon detonated. That would take care of the drones, but he needed to find the outpost that had sent them and get revenge for the damage they had caused. Should he get his revenge alone or wait for his team to come online and back him up? Either he was slipping, or the Armada had finally figured out a way to make their drones more effective. In either case, he needed to figure it out before the qualifying round of the tournament in a few hours. Some backup and input from his teammates might be… What the hell? One after the other, his screens turned off. The incessant hum of the CPU fan died. It looked as if the power had been cut, but none of the other electronics in the room had been affected. What had happened? Zack tossed his game controller onto the couch and knelt, with some effort, to stare at the external power supply beneath the table. It flickered at him, the green lights glowing as cheerfully as always. So the power was still on. What was the problem then? This setup was new and state-of-the-art. It shouldn't die like that. Zack pressed the power button on his computer a few times, but nothing happened. He wheezed with the effort of bending over as he checked everything a second time, hoping he had missed something obvious.
"I'll be taking that."
Phil extracted the tablet from the laundry and walked over to his briefcase. He slipped the tablet inside with a satisfied smile. The smile slipped when Phil picked up the leather case and noticed the slice of pizza stuck to it. Face twisting in disgust, he peeled off the dried pizza and cleaned the leather with a handkerchief. Then he stood and watched Zack poke and prod at computer wires under his desk. A second later, Zack jerked upward, banging his head on the table and clutching the injury. As he rubbed the sore spot, pink hearts flooded his vision on the optiglasses. Before Zack could react, text scrolled across the lenses. DaEvo installing. DaEvo installed. DaEvo initiating connections with smart household. Authorization confirmed. Assessing DaEvo user. Initiating user protocols. The text faded away, and Zack blinked.
"What the hell is DaEvo?" "Dating evolution, alpha version 1.1. It's what you agreed to alpha test for us," Philip said, his smile growing truly wolfish. "I told you to review what you signed. Now I've got to get going." "What? No, I didn't agree to anything."
Zack scrolled through the menu of his optiglasses to delete whatever weird app Phil had installed, but all of his icons were covered with pink heart-shaped locks and wouldn't open.
"Phil, what is happening?"
But Phil was already halfway out the door. The older man had a bounce to his steps that he had not had before, while Zack leaned against the wall and tried to regain his equilibrium.
"Phil, why is my computer dead? What did you do?"
Zack Moore user protocols initiated. Electronic use limited until minimum attributes and quest reached. The computerized voice came through the bone conduction headphones built into Zack's optiglasses, so only he heard them. It was velvety soft, a voice that caressed and calmed. Not that Zack was feeling particularly calm at the moment.
"What is happening?"
Zack whirled toward Phil. The older man held the door open just a bit and peeked through.
"Right, have fun. Let us know how it works out." "How what works out? What does it mean that my electronics use is limited?"
Zack dove for the door, but Phil was too fast. The trustee slammed it shut, and the automatic locks for the smart house system clicked into place. Zack pulled on the door, but it wouldn't budge. He cursed out his trustee as he pressed the code into the keypad. The numbers flashed as he entered the door code, but the bolts remained firmly in place.
"Phil? Phil, what are you doing? Why won't this open? Phil!"
DaEvo initiating. Please wait. Thank you for helping to make DaEvo a success. Zack ignored the scrolling text and used his iPath to select the menu on his optiglasses. The video calling apps were blocked out with pink hearts and wouldn't open, but the basic calling app was still available. He opened it and groaned. All his contacts were blocked except for Phil. He dialed the number and tried to force the door open while the phone rang.
"Hello, Phil speaking. Phil, I'm locked in. Thanks for calling, but I'm not available right now. Leave a message and I'll get back to you when I can."
Zack gritted his teeth and kicked the door.
"What the hell, Phil? You work for me. Did you forget that? My trust pays your salary. Pick up this phone right now or you're fired."
An email notification flashed on the optiglasses screen. From Phil. Zack opened it with a quick flick of his eyes. It was a section of the documents he had signed, a few lines highlighted. "I, Zack Moore, do hereby agree not to hold Philip Macamac liable for any consequences of the alpha test of the Dating Evolution app, and hereby relinquish control over my electronic key to the app." The line below the highlighted text contained Zack's signature and his biometric print. Zack swore and kicked the door again. Pain shot up his leg, and another line of text scrolled across his glasses. In addition to agreeing to alpha test Dating Evolution, Zack had signed documents to extend Phil's contract and give him a raise. A substantial raise.
"You've got to be kidding me."
It wasn't as if Zack couldn't afford to pay Phil's raise, or that the man didn't deserve it. Phil had stood between Zack and his odious board for years and made sure Zack had a comfortable life. Unfortunately, Zack and Phil sometimes disagreed about what that comfortable life should look like. So Zack liked yanking Phil's chain, making the trustee's life as miserable as Phil made his, with his endless prattling about responsibility and making Zack sign things. It looked as though Phil had finally had enough. Zack tried the door one more time, then turned his attention to his gaming setup. Being locked in was annoying, but it wasn't as if he really needed to go outside. Food could be delivered through the mail slot if necessary. He probably had enough leftover pizza scattered around the apartment to last through a few tournament rounds. But none of that would do him any good if he couldn't access Star Fury, and the first round of the tournament was a few hours away. Zack checked all his messaging apps again, just in case, but they were still blocked out. He could call or email Phil, but the app had hijacked every other form of communication with the outside world. Zack narrowed his eyes and glared at the cheerful pink heart icon that now filled the corner of his opti-glasses. He gritted his teeth and opened the app. Time to see exactly what he was dealing with. Cheesy music and a stream of pink hearts accompanied the opening of the app. The words, "Dating Evolution," scrolled across his vision in an ornate form. Then the fancy graphics gave way to basic text, and the hearts and music disappeared. Apparently, the alpha version was still pretty rough. Maybe that was for the best. Zack would rather snap his opti-glasses in half than see everything through pink heart filters. User protocols initiated. Sending first quest. Please accept and complete. Minimum hygiene levels not met. Please take a shower and change into a clean pair of clothes. Reward, access to external environment. As the words scrolled past his glasses, Zack groaned.
What did you do to me, Phil?
Chapter 2. Water everywhere, and most of it on the bathroom floor. Getting the faucet fixed was on Zack's long list of things to do, but there was always something more important on that list, like the next Star Fury raid, a new book or Marvel movie, or the latest forum discussion on ship builds. Pretty much anything was more appealing than dealing with reality, and the virtual world had plenty to keep him busy. Since Star Fury released new weapon, armor, engine, and shield modules every month, the metagame constantly evolved, sometimes drastically. Zack shook his head, wincing at his hazy silhouette in the bathroom mirror as he dried off. He had never been particularly athletic, but at least in college he had been forced to walk to and from classes. Even if he did skip a good quarter of his classes, barely passing the attendance requirements for many, he had still left the dorm room, burned some calories, and gotten some sun. Now that he was out of his teenage years, the calories he consumed on a daily basis had nowhere to go but to round out his soft stomach, and his skin was pasty from constantly being indoors. He put a hand on his stomach, jiggled it a bit, and winced. Not a pretty sight. Nothing. Ever since Zack had taken off his opti-glasses, those annoying notifications had disappeared. No matter what he did, DaEvo had refused to let him out of the house or turn on his computer, tablet, smartphone, or e-reader. So Zack had finally relented and taken a shower, which was how he found himself jiggling his paunch. Well, let's see if this worked. Zack put on his opti-glasses and waited. And waited.
Damn it, I knew it was a scam.
How a program was scamming him by making him shower, Zack wasn't sure. Rather than follow that particular line of thought, Zack stalked out of his bathroom to the front door, turned the handle, and yanked on it. This time he did receive a notification. Warning! Minimum public decency requirements not met. Please dress yourself appropriately according to local public decency laws. Enacting blackout protocols.
Blackout?
As Zack wondered what the words meant, the windows darkened, making the midday sun disappear behind the now darkened windows. In response to the lowered lighting threshold, his smart lights turned on, bathing him in a pleasant yellow glow.
A little buggy, aren't you?
Zack snarled, not expecting a reply. The app chimed cheerfully through his glasses. Your alpha test bug report has been logged. Thank you for your help in making DaEvo a success. When the app offered no further explanation, Zack stomped back to his room in search of clothes. He snatched up the first t-shirt he saw, only to pause with his hands above his head as another notification floated across the lenses. Warning! Current chosen wear does not meet minimum hygiene standards. Please select an article of clothing that has been freshly laundered or has an olfactory factor of less than 0.8.
It's fine. It doesn't smell that bad.
Zack huffed and continued pulling on his shirt. Another message appeared. Continuing your current actions will result in the failure of your current quest. Meet minimum hygiene standards. Quest failure penalty. Restricted access to external environment. For a second, Zack's stubbornness at being told what to do warred with the reality of the situation. In the end, he pulled off the shirt, almost knocking off the glasses in his haste. Tossing the clothing to the corner, Zack spent the next 20 minutes searching for something that met DaEvo's standards, all the while cursing his need to get the best gadgets, including the luxury limited edition OptiGlass suite that included an olfactory sensor. What the hell did he need an olfactory sensor on his AR glasses for? Zack cursed out past Zack as he searched. This was ridiculous. He needed to get through this and pretend to learn whatever lesson Phil was trying to teach him so he could get back to Starfury. The first tournament round was fast approaching, and he was supposed to be warming up with his team. Finally, he found some long-forgotten clothes under his bed that didn't offend DaEvo's olfactory standards, and put them on. When nothing happened, he moved to study himself in the full-length mirror that had come with his condo to see what the app could possibly object to now. He wore a geeky gamer t-shirt that said, "My brain has too many tabs open," that he'd picked up at some vintage store, and a pair of entirely too tight jeans that he had bought while in college. The ill-fitting clothes made him look even more out of shape than he actually was, pushing his stomach up into a sort of mushroom shape. At least, Zack mused as he stroked his chin, he still had his boyish good looks. Even if he did need a shave and a haircut. He may not look great, but it was the most presentable he had looked since he began training for the tournament. DaEvo seemed to agree. The app flashed a new notification on his OptiGlasses. Success! Minimum hygiene requirements met. Reward provided. User now has access to external environment via front door. Starting dataset for user has been fully loaded. Would you like to see your starting attributes? Yes or no? A small, blinking cursor followed his gaze. Having played a few rather poorly programmed games for his augmented reality glasses, Zack knew exactly what to do. He turned his gaze to the yes button, letting his eyes rest on it until the cursor depressed. In return, a new screen formed on the glasses. Zack Moore current attributes. Social level 8. Physique 31. Style 19. Reputation -18. Occupation 0. Stats, Zack muttered, a side of his mouth turning up in spite of everything. He liked stats. He loved stats. They were one of the few things in life that made sense, and one of the reasons Zack loved Starfury. It was a game filled with numbers, from fire rate to turret momentum, relative velocities, and turning angles. Unlike the real world, numbers never lied. They never broke your heart by dying in a car crash in the middle of the night. Those numbers seem low. Is this out of 100, 1,000, arithmetic, geometric, or logarithmic progressions? DaEvo chimed. Attributes are calculated based on current shown variables and arithmetically allocated on a scale of 100. Oh, good. Someone did program a basic help file. Zack paused, then repeated. Help, index, settings. Getting no answer, Zack huffed and tried the last, dreaded word for any real gamer. Tutorial. Tutorial files are still under development and will be added as soon as they are completed. DaEvo thanks you for your patience. Unsure if he should feel relieved or disappointed, Zack shrugged. Right. Based off a scale of 100, we'll assume 50 is the average.
Who's average, we won't ask, because I'm certainly not a level 8 compared to the average American.
Talking to himself was a habit he had grown into over the last few years. It helped him think and filled his apartment with noise.
Either way, 50 is probably the passing mark in this stupid software. That means I'm failing in all aspects, especially reputation.
The app gave no answer, so Zack spoke again to prompt it.
Display reputation calculation.
Due to proprietary algorithms, calculations on all attributes are not provided.
That's because you're a half-finished pile of drone waste.
Your alpha test bug report has been logged. Thank you for your help in making DaEvo a success.
Fine, whatever. I can get out the door now, but how do I gain access to my computer?
DaEvo life and dating protocols initiated. Quests initiated. Abort. Zack Moore protocols in use. Searching. Quest found. Hold a conversation with a woman face-to-face. Restrictions. In person. Non-VR generated. Unpaid interaction. Difficulty. Variable. Reward. Access to electronics and internet. Accept quest?
Zack stared at the words. Talk to a woman? What kind of a quest is that? Why does that matter?
In response to his question, a flood of pink hearts and script text covered his OptiGlass screen. The cheesy music blasted through his headset as an enthusiastic voice read the text out loud. Dating evolution is the next generation of relationship gaming with a real-world twist. Did you ever wish your online skills translated into the real world? Now they can. Follow our quests to level up your love life and earn real-life rewards. The music cut off abruptly, as if the composer hadn't had time to write an ending, and the pink hearts disappeared. Zack blinked. A dating sim. Phil had trapped him in an augmented reality dating sim. Zack swore and stomped around the room, kicking discarded clothing and garbage as he vented his fury. Of all the games he could be caught in, why did it have to be a dating sim? What real gamer would ever play a dating sim? Certainly not Zack. Those were for teenage girls and hopeless romantics. Damn, this was bad. So if I talk to a woman for a minute, you'll give me access to my computers again? Instead of responding, DaEvo flashed the quest prompt again. Quest found. Hold a conversation with a woman face-to-face. Restrictions. In person. Non-VR generated. Unpaid interaction. Difficulty. Variable. Reward. Access to electronics and internet. Accept quest. Zack glanced at the clock in the corner of his OptiGlass display. He was scheduled to meet his team for warm-ups in 20 minutes and had no way to contact them since DaEvo had restricted his electronics use. No way to ask for help out of the situation or explain why he was late. And if he didn't fix this fast, he would miss the first round of the tournament completely. Phil had left him no choice. He had to fulfill the quest to get his electronics back. Zack gritted his teeth and swore to fire the trustee as soon as he was able to communicate with the outside world again. Accept quest. DaEvo chimed, and a heart icon labeled Active Quests appeared in the corner of Zack's screen. 20 minutes until warm-ups, and he needed to complete a 1-minute conversation to earn the privilege of using his electronics. In theory, he had time for 20 conversations, but first he had to find a woman. That was a pain, but not too difficult, all things considered. Find a woman, talk to her, then he would have his electronic access back, and this nightmare would end. Phil would have had his little joke and could go back to managing the trust from afar and letting Zack do whatever he wanted. Right now, he wanted to play Star Fury and find a good lawyer to see about firing Phil. But Star Fury had priority. Resolved, Zack pulled on a pair of sneakers and walked to the door. He typed in the code, then hesitated before resolutely pushing down on the handle. It turned. Letting out a surreptitious breath of relief, Zack walked out of his apartment for the first time in months. The smart locks clicked the bolt back into place as the door closed behind him. Maybe he shouldn't have gotten everything wired up, but it had seemed like a good idea at the time. Chapter 3. Quest. Hold a conversation with a woman face-to-face. Restrictions. In person. Non-VR generated. Unpaid interaction. Difficulty. Variable. Reward. Access to electronics and internet. Zack studied the notification as he rode down the elevator. After a few moments' thought, he had decided to find a woman at the building's fitness center. That should be easy enough. Find someone, talk about the weather or something, get back to his life. He pushed the door open and scanned the fitness room. Men and women of all ages were scattered around the gym, using the various types of fitness equipment. Most of them wore sleek workout outfits, along with customized armbands to measure their performance and offer suggestions for improvements. For a moment, nothing happened. Then DaEvo flashed a few pink hearts across his opti glasses, and numbers appeared above the women's heads. Data populated, first for those he could see fully or glimpse via the mirrors around the room, then for those hidden from view who had open social connections via their wearable tech. Zack grinned. More stats. Maybe this app would be useful after all. Please choose difficulty. Easy, medium, hard. Zack considered this. The app didn't go into details on what rewards he would earn for each level, but he assumed he would get something better for completing more difficult quests. He selected hard from the menu and watched the quest parameters expand. Quest. Hold a significant conversation with a woman face-to-face. Restrictions. In person. Non-VR generated. Unpaid interaction. Difficulty. Hard. Requirements. Select a female with an overall level of 75 or higher. Bonus points. Use a sexy growl. Bonus points. Make her laugh. Bonus points. Make physical contact. Zack winced, recalling his own level of 8. But he knew the app was buggy. There was no way he was a noob, so obviously level 75 would be wrong too. Anyway, he just needed to have a minute of conversation with one of these women. He looked around the room for the best option. His opti glasses highlighted all the level 75 and above women by superimposing a pink heart above their heads. Augmented reality at its finest. Unfortunately, everyone was focused on their workouts and didn't look to be in a chatty mood. Maybe he should have started off with easy mode to get an understanding of the baseline difficulty levels. Jumping into a game without understanding the basics was such a noob move. But he wasn't willing to admit defeat now, and he didn't have time to waste figuring out how to change the difficulty level. Hey, Zack whispered, trying to figure out how to produce a sexy growl so he could get the bonus points. His opti-glass screen remained blank, but Zack couldn't shake the feeling that the app was laughing at him. A pink heart flashed on his screen. Quest tip. Try Hey Babe. Hey babe. A man built like a bodybuilder walked past and gave Zack a questioning look. Zack grimaced and tapped his opti glasses. Sorry, talking to my girlfriend. The bodybuilder rolled his eyes and kept walking. Zack looked at the clock. 10 minutes had passed already. He needed to pick a woman and make this happen. Zack looked around to make sure no one was within earshot and tried again, looking in a mirror this time to test out facial expressions. His crumpled, overweight reflection stared back at him. Hey, babe. He couldn't remember ever saying that to a woman, but then again, he had never been particularly successful in relationships. Maybe this app would actually prove useful. A sort of tutorial for life. Did it have save points? Save points would be great. It had been a while since Zack had dated. He'd had several girlfriends in college, even if none of the relationships had lasted more than a few months. They were always looking for couple time, and never agreed that gaming together counted. The growl wasn't quite right. Zack searched his memory for some sort of reference point and settled on those old Batman movies. Who didn't like Batman? He smoothed his tangled mop of brown hair to the side and once again faced the mirror.
Hey, babe, I'm Batman.
His growl was more of a rasp and tickled the back of his throat. He coughed to clear it. Would you like to complete a tutorial level to prepare for this quest? Zack glared at the screen and dismissed the prompt. Now it offered help? No. He didn't want to complete a damn tutorial level. He had 8 minutes to find a woman, speak to her with his best sexy growl, and spend the rest of the day competing with his team and pretending this had never happened. He scanned the gym and settled on the highest-level woman there. Might as well get as many points as possible, whatever that meant in this context. He selected the heart above her head by staring at it for a few seconds, and DaEvo popped up a notification with the woman's stats. Kayla Taylor, social level 86, physique 89, style 82, reputation 89, occupation 85. A flood of social media posts followed the stats, mostly pictures from Kayla's career as a model. Advertisement spreads, red carpet events, and selfies with an endless stream of celebrities, including a few with Zoe Cross. All of them showed Tay, as her fans called her, in gorgeous gowns on the runway or swimsuits on exotic beaches. She was always perfectly styled, with just the right amount of makeup to highlight her blue eyes and strawberry blonde hair. She looked significantly less polished now, with a dusting of freckles not visible in her modeling portfolio, and her hair pulled back into a messy bun. But she was still hot, her tight workout gear showing off her body just as much as the formal gowns did. Zack pushed aside his nerves and forced himself to smile as he walked over to Kayla's elliptical. Maybe DaEvo wouldn't be so bad. Kayla was no Zoe, but she was still a hot model. And thanks to the game, he was going to talk to her.
Hey, babe.
This sexy growl was more of a wheeze, and Kayla didn't seem to hear him over the whir of the machine and whatever she was listening to with her earbuds. She stared straight ahead, running on her elliptical with an intensity that Zack found a little intimidating. Apparently, that body required some maintenance to stay swimsuit ready.
Kayla?
Zack tried again. Kayla looked down at him, frowned a little, and redoubled her efforts on the elliptical, as if she were actually moving and could run away from him. If she did decide to run, Zack would have no chance of catching her. DaEvo now displayed a 60-second timer in the corner of his opti-glasses, but it hadn't started yet.
Hey, Kayla.
Can't stop now, she said the words on an exhale, breathing deeply between them. Sweat poured down her face as she ran even faster. DaEvo chimed and started the timer. Success. Apparently, he just had to get her to respond. Now he could stand there for a minute and let the timer run down. But when Kayla said nothing else for 10 seconds, the timer flashed red and reset. Crap.
Hey.
Zack whirled around and found himself face to face with the bodybuilder from earlier. He swallowed.
Yeah? You're interrupting our workouts.
The muscled man gestured to the gym, and Zack realized that everyone but Kayla had stopped what they were doing to stare at him. Reputation, minus 0.1.
What the hell?
Had DaEvo really docked his reputation just because some muscled jocks were annoyed? DaEvo calculates user reputation using an in-person real-time algorithm, as well as other proprietary calculations for baseline information.
What did you say to me?
The bodybuilder leaned closer, looming over Zack. Behind them, Kayla Taylor was still sprinting on the elliptical, seemingly oblivious to it all.
Oh, I wasn't talking to you, Zack said. Maybe you should leave, the bodybuilder said. You don't look like you belong here anyway.
He laughed, looking at Zack from head to toe and apparently finding his flab amusing. Zack felt his cheeks burning red. Who cared about muscles? It wasn't as if they helped you win game tournaments or get a job. Not that he had a job himself, but most manual jobs these days were done by machines. What was the point of putting so much effort into physical activity?
Look, I'm not causing any trouble. I just need to talk to, and I think you're done here. She doesn't want to talk to you.
Zack and the bodybuilder looked back at Kayla, who was still ignoring their conversation.
Is there a problem over here?
Another muscled gym user came over. This one was even bigger than the first, which Zack would not have thought possible. DaEvo flashed again. Reputation, minus 0.1.
Fine, whatever,
Zack said, raising his hands in surrender as he backed away and made a hurried exit from the gym, checking the clock as he did so. Damn. He was 2 minutes late for the rendezvous with his team, and no closer to getting back his electronics privileges. If this kept up, he would miss warm-ups entirely, and that was unacceptable. Zack gritted his teeth as he steeled his resolve. Find a woman. Have a conversation. He had to do this for Starfury and his team. Maybe he should have made an effort to get to know his neighbors when he moved in. He didn't know a single person in the building, male or female. He had toured the facilities when purchasing the condo, then promptly forgotten about them. Knowing his neighbors wasn't exactly a priority, not like the new triple redundancy fiber optic cable they had laid during the condo's development. It was one of the fastest networks in the nation, perfect for gaming. But not even lightning-fast internet would save him now. He needed a woman. Zack took the elevator to the ground floor. Maybe he could catch someone in the lobby. No luck. The lobby was empty. He would have to take this outside if he wanted to get his gaming system back. That was just unfair. Firing Phil moved up Zack's list of priorities as he took a deep breath and walked out of the apartment building for the first time in weeks. Heat wafted up from the sidewalk and washed over him in waves. Apparently, his decision to stay inside had been a good one. Walking into the Oklahoma summer was like walking into an oven. But weather had been low on his priorities when he moved from New York. He had been far more interested in fiber optic lines, the innovative green tech in the apartment building, and the new Starfury main servers located downtown. The building stretched above him, tall, sleek, and blinding in the afternoon sun. Solar energy panels covered every bit of the surface that wasn't a window, and small wind turbines sat on the roof. Supposedly, there was even a rooftop garden up there. Wind gusted past, nearly knocking Zack over, and he gritted his teeth. No wonder they had decided to put a green building here. The sun and wind were strong enough to power a Tier 2 server center, so providing light to the apartment should be a piece of cake. Zack ducked into a small patch of shade under a nearby tree and dismissed the idle thought. Renewable energy was the least of his concerns right now. He opened the calling app. It showed 3 missed calls from his teammates as well as a number of texts, but DaEvo had blocked his ability to do anything other than see that the calls had come in. He couldn't even read the messages. Zack dialed Phil again. The call went to voicemail.
Look, you've had your laugh. I'm outside in literal hell trying to find a woman, while my team probably thinks I'm dead or ditching them. The tournament starts today. You're ruining my life, man.
As Zack hung up, a text message from Phil appeared.
A little sunshine never hurt anyone.
A little sunshine? That was the understatement of the century. The afternoon sun was blinding and giving him a headache. Zack opened the settings for his opti-glasses and tinted the lenses to reduce the glare. Normally, that would happen automatically, but apparently that feature required an internet connection or had been blocked by DaEvo as non-essential. Zack took a deep breath and stomped away from the building. He was officially late for warm-ups. If he hurried, maybe he could still make it in time to discuss the armada drones he had encountered before they began the tournament. He just had to play along until he satisfied DaEvo, or until the freaking heat killed him. He was already sweating and undoing all the good from his shower. He scrolled through DaEvo's menu as he paced the sidewalk, which was annoyingly empty of people and offering no options for a conversation. The app cared about his hygiene and public decency. Maybe there were other ways to get points that didn't require interacting with another human. Some quick poking around showed that there were other rewards available, but they were all locked out at this time. He had one quest available: talk to a woman. Damn dating sim. Zack swore and walked, staying in the shade whenever possible to minimize exposure to the heat. There was a park nearby. Maybe he would have better luck there. When he finally reached the park, he winced. Whoever thought a park should be made up of flat ground, sparse trees, an unmanned basketball court, and a jogging track really needed to be forced to stand outside in the Oklahoma sun as punishment. At least the lack of trees let the breeze through, though the hot air did little to cool his sweating body. On the other hand, sure enough, a woman was jogging along the track. She looked a little older than him, but based on what he had seen in the gym, she should still be fairly high level. Zack waited for DaEvo to populate her stats, but instead received a different notification. Social network scan unable to complete. Please provide a complete facial view to activate facial recognition. She must have her social network privacy features turned to maximum. Damn Luddites and privacy enthusiasts. Zack watched her jog and tried to get his overheated brain to form a plan. Providing a complete facial view was easier said than done. The only way to get a good view of her face was to get on the track and jog in the opposite direction. Jogging was the last thing he wanted to do, but she was the only woman around. Zack had no choice. Stupid buggy app. Your alpha test bug report has been logged. Thank you for your help in making DaEvo a success. Zack swore softly and stepped onto the track. He jogged, his feet pounding against the pavement. The wind grew stronger and rushed through his still damp hair. 10 steps in, the light sweat he'd worked up became a flood. Zack felt sweat beads popping out of his face as he panted for breath. Detected increased heart rate and low oxygen level. Fitness quests not yet available. Scanning status. Attempted exercise. Please reduce physical exertion levels to achieve optimal results. Complete current quest before attempting others. Current quest. Hold a conversation with a woman face-to-face. Restrictions. In person. Non-VR generated. Unpaid interaction. Difficulty. Variable. Reward. Access to electronics and internet. Zack swiped away the notifications as fast as they came. He could barely read them anyway, since sweat was pouring into his eyes. Maybe he should walk instead. Walking would give the app a better view of the woman's face. That was why he was slowing down. He just needed the program to work if he was going to complete this quest and get back to his team. Zack walked at a brisk pace so he could pass the woman on the track sooner and get this whole nonsense quest over with. He was hyper-aware of every second that passed. How long would his team wait for him before they decided he had bailed? The track seemed a lot longer once you were actually on it. Heat radiated off the concrete and burned his feet. He might as well exercise in an oven. Halfway around the track, Zack stopped and leaned against a lamppost to catch his breath. He looked at the woman who had rounded the corner and was jogging toward him. How did she keep moving so quickly? A light sheen of sweat covered her tanned skin, but she didn't seem to be putting out much effort. Her long black hair was pulled into a ponytail that swished behind her as she ran, and her dark eyes showed no signs of exhaustion or even heavy exertion. She noticed Zack and nodded a greeting as she passed him. DaEvo chimed. Facial view acquired. Beginning facial recognition and importing stats. Target does not meet current difficulty requirements. Hard, over level 75. Would you like to downgrade difficulty to medium? Zack selected yes, and a stream of data filled his vision as DaEvo calculated the woman's level. In short order, Zack had a glimpse of her life as she had shown it to the world. Admittedly, that wasn't much. Her social media profiles showed her job as a pediatrician, links to her blog, and a blog in which she posted about her latest meal recipe for a chicken salad. DaEvo seemed to be pulling more information, maybe bypassing her privacy settings, but most of it flashed by too quickly for Zack to read. A moment later, the data consolidated. Cassie Jones, Social level 65. Physique 81. Style 59. Reputation 34. Occupation 87. Zack glanced through the stats. She wasn't anywhere near Kayla's level, but maybe it would work better to start off easier. He just had to talk to her. Bonus points for the sexy growl, laughter, and physical contact. By the time Zack had read the stats, Cassie was nearly around the track again. Honestly, how did she move so quickly? He pushed away from the lamppost and continued walking along the track. Target acquired, moving in for the kill. This was easy. Just a milk run like the first missions in Star Fury, where you had to do a delivery quest to prove you had what it took to be a Corsair. Talk to Cassie for 1 minute and get his life back. Simple. Zack cleared his throat and wondered if he should have brushed his teeth, just in case this went well and he moved in for the physical contact bonus. Maybe he should have picked up after himself in his apartment, too. He shook his head. He couldn't let this stupid app distract him. He just needed to complete the quest and get back to his real mission, playing Star Fury. Every second he spent out here was a second away from preparing for the tournament. The first round would be easy, a simple outpost destruction-timed event to weed out noobs before the real fun began. But if he didn't compete, the team would be down 1 ship with the corresponding lower damage per second. How was Cassie still jogging? She was coming in fast. He would only get 1 shot at this. Zack leaned against another lamppost. Partly for support, and partly because he had once read that leaning against things made you look like a bad boy. It definitely had nothing to do with the fact that walking halfway around the track had left him winded and shaking. Definitely not.
Hey, babe.
It came out more as a gasp than a growl. Cassie looked at him, as if unsure that he was speaking to her. Zack nodded to show that he was. Hi? The heart-shaped timer flashed and counted down. Zack watched the seconds tick by. Only 60 of them. He just needed to keep Cassie talking for 60 seconds. Do you need help? Cassie said. I'm a doctor. I can check your vitals if you think you're having a heart attack. As if a pediatrician could do anything for a heart attack. Zack smiled. Cassie was already making excuses to move closer. He definitely should have brushed his teeth.
No, I'm fine,
Zack wheezed.
How are you doing?
He punctuated this with a nod and single eyebrow raise. Classic move. It had worked like a charm in college. Cassie's eyebrows knit together in confusion. I'm sorry, do I know you?
I'm Zack.
Zack extended a very sweaty hand. Cassie eyed it, but didn't take it. So much for physical contact. If you don't need help, I need to go. I'll be late for work. She turned to jog away. No, she couldn't leave yet. They had only been talking for 30 seconds, and he hadn't earned bonus points for the sexy growl, laugh, or physical contact.
Do you want to hear a joke?
It was far from his best line, but Cassie turned back around. What?
A joke. I heard a good one the other day.
Only 20 seconds left. He could do this. Cassie rolled her eyes, but gestured for him to continue. Zack opened his mouth to tell the joke, but his mind had gone completely blank. A joke. What was a good joke?
Knock knock?
I don't have time for this. She turned to jog away. Zack gritted his teeth. 15 seconds remaining. He was so close.
Cassie, wait!
She turned around, her posture defensive. How do you know my name? Zack's mind raced for an explanation.
It showed up through my social app. You know how these wearables like to share information.
He tapped his opti glasses. Cassie's eyes narrowed. I'm not wearing any tech.
And we went to school together. You really don't remember?
Zack expected this to make her relax, but her scowl only deepened. What was the name of the school?
Oh, it was... You know what? I must be thinking of someone else.
Because I seriously doubt you went to the Chickasaw Nation School for Girls.
Nope. Definitely thinking of someone else.
Zack hoped that would be the end of it, but Cassie stayed put. "So how do you know my name? Are you stalking me?"
What? No, definitely not. I saw you last time I was at the hospital.
Leave me alone, you creep. If I see you again, I'm calling the cops." Cassie sprinted away. She really did have some kind of superhuman strength, sprinting after all that jogging. Zack was still huffing from his brisk walk. DaEvo definitely should have given her stronger physique stats. DaEvo's cheerful theme music sounded through the conduction headphones, and a notification flashed across his screen. "Quest complete. You spoke with a woman for 1 minute 15 seconds. Rewards, electronics and internet privileges. Bonus, none." Score. Zack pumped a fist in the air and opened his settings menu. Most of the pink hearts blocking out the apps had disappeared. Hopefully that meant the ban on his gaming system had been lifted as well. The app said it had restored his electronics privileges. Surely that included Starfury. It was over. He had won. Reputation update. Minus 0.5. What? How had he lost reputation points even though he completed the quest? His conversation with Cassie hadn't gone that badly. Whatever. He didn't care about this stupid app and its stupid stats. His team was waiting. If he hurried, he would make it back just in time for the start of the qualifier round. He sent a quick text saying he was on his way and sprinted toward his building as fast as he could, ignoring the app's warnings that he should slow down and rest. Sweat poured down his body, and the increased pace left him wheezing. DaEvo played somber music and flashed another stat. Physique update. Minus 0.1. Chapter 4. DaEvo flashed constant warnings to slow down and rest as Zack jogged home. Apparently, the app had access to the fitness tracking devices built into his wearable tech. Zack ignored the notifications until he was back in his building and riding the elevator up to his condo. He ignored the stream of messages incoming from his teammates and leaned against the elevator wall, leaving streaks of sweat on the mirrors as he struggled to catch his breath and shivered in the air conditioning. The clothes that had been fairly clean when he put them on were now drenched with sweat and sticking to his skin. He looked at himself in the mirror and winced. His face was tomato red, and the pools of sweat on the t-shirt outlined his gut. It wasn't pretty. Maybe those bodybuilders had a point about exercise. Not a big point, but as Zack stared at his reflection, he almost wished he had taken advantage of the gym when he first moved in. Style update. Minus 0.1. Yeah. Zack pulled off his opti glasses and crammed them into his jeans pocket. DaEvo couldn't judge him if it couldn't see him. Once he reached his apartment, he punched in the code and pushed open the door. He gagged as the overwhelming smell of dirty clothes and rotting food washed over him. It hadn't smelled that bad in here this morning. He pulled off the sweat-drenched shirt, grabbed an energy drink from the fridge, and sank into his gaming chair. The leather stuck to his wet skin, but he didn't care. He didn't plan to move from that spot for the rest of the day anyway. Zack picked up the controller for his gaming system and pressed the power button. He breathed a sigh of relief as the screens flickered to life. Then he unbuttoned his jeans so he could slouch comfortably. This was more like it. The Starfury theme music blared through his surround sound speakers, and Zack took a long swig of his energy drink. He had missed the strategy session with the team, but thankfully he would be in time for the tournament. He even had a little bit of extra time. This was a big tournament, and Zack planned to finish on top. Teams of 4 from all over the world would compete in several rounds over the next few months, and the teams that made the finals would travel to an in-person televised event at the Starfury convention in Las Vegas to show off their skills. The winning team would receive global recognition and join the pro circuit. This was Zack's chance to prove once and for all that he was the best. The ultimate quest. The fact that Zoe Cross was hosting the event and interviewing winners didn't hurt anything. Zack glanced at the poster of Zoe in the Armada uniform and grinned. No, that didn't hurt at all. He wouldn't let Phil and a stupid dating sim take that away from him. Zack launched out of the station, growled as he realized he was in the wrong star system, and hit the hyperspace thrusters. Good thing he'd waypointed their training map. "You're here!"
Where have you been? What the hell is going on, Zack?
His teammates' chatter boomed through the apartment as they talked over each other in a clamor of accusations and relief. Judging from the background noise, they were under heavy fire. Zack checked the timing and groaned internally.
Long story, but I'm on my way. Yeah, just hurry up, would ya? We were supposed to be testing out the new formation, and it doesn't work without you.
𝙤𝙑𝙀𝙀, known to most as Foz, sounded truly peeved. His irritation made his Wisconsin accent stronger, which Zack found hilarious in spite of everything that had happened so far. When he first met Foz in college, he had found his classmates' nasal accent combined with the Sikh's traditional wear a little jarring. Now he didn't think twice about the combination of traditional turban and cheesehead slang. Foz kept ranting, but Zack turned his attention to piloting his spacecraft. His team was on the other side of an asteroid belt, so he needed to get through there quickly to reach them. Maybe he could break his record while he was at it. He pushed his thrusters into overdrive and zipped around the asteroids. The ship maneuvered easily through the field, twisting and turning with the touch of a key and the yank of the joystick. Zack sank further into his chair. His sweaty back sticking to the leather was the only reminder of the unpleasant morning. A notification on the screen confirmed he had beaten his previous record for navigating the asteroid belt. Nice. It looked as though things were finally going his way. The actual base location and flight was in a well-known asteroid belt, and the team had run the entire thing multiple times. It was the closest approximation they had to what they expected the first round would be like. As he neared the battle, bright flashes of light indicating unrealistic laser fire, streaks of moving light that were homing missiles, and tiny dots for drones came into view. The speakers rumbled and buzzed, adding to the atmosphere, while in the corner, chat from the viewing Star Fury community flashed past. Just because they couldn't take part didn't mean they couldn't watch. The team was in the middle of the fight, trying to blast through the defenses, but the outpost had a layered defense system. Mines on the outside, drones farther in, then automated NPC armada ships on the inside. Zack opened up his thrusters to maximum and sped toward the battle. His team was in the thick of it. They had formed up in close formation, driving straight through, which would work beautifully once he was there to complete the formation. Without him, they didn't have the DPS to cut through the respawning drones. "Better late than never," Jenny Romero said as Zack entered hailing distance. The only female in the group was used to giving as good as she got. Zack called it the short woman ego issue when she wasn't around. He had no desire to get his head taken off. Jenny was in the back as usual, playing the long game by having her drones drop auto-targeting laser mines in enemy space, ensuring the backup drones that were populating behind them couldn't reach the team. The mine and drone strategy was a bit old-fashioned, considered spammy by some and dishonorable by the most stalwart Armada members, but Jenny refused to upgrade and said Corsairs didn't care about honorable strategies as long as they worked. The bulky, multi-spherical drone deployer she maneuvered took hits from the Armada and shrugged them off, the thick hull plating more than adequate for the current rate of fire. Greg Miller, their heavy-hitting missile and artillery boat, ran a much sleeker vessel than Jenny. He relied more on speed and force shields, allowing the sleek, bullet-nosed craft to provide cover for Jenny and watch Foz's back. Greg was what others might consider a typical gamer. Overweight, working a dead-end job in a grocery store with an irascible personality. 𝙤𝙑𝙀𝙀, Foz, was in front with his ship acting as scout and interceptor, the smallest ship of the group. Probably the smartest member of the team, discounting Zack himself, of course, Foz was taking a year-long break, playing Star Fury in an attempt to sow his wild oats before his parents made him go to medical school. Where Greg was fast for a medium-weight ship, Foz was just fast, and rather than use multiple weapon systems, he'd thrown nearly everything into concentrating his weapon system on his forward laser turret. All around the team, the Armada ships swirled and spun, hammering at the close-held formation. Foz and Greg focused on picking off the drones in front of them, not yet daring to break out into a dogfight. The deeper they got, the more Jenny's mines played their part, the automatic targeting on the mine lasers expanding their zone of control. Zack cut his thrusters as he entered the back of the zone, cruising in on built-in velocity, and fired a blast from his new laser cannon to clear a path through a new set of populating drones. His ship was the linchpin of the operation, nearly as fast and maneuverable as Foz's, but more heavily armed. Also, less armored and a hell of a lot more expensive to replace when it was inevitably blown up from time to time. Unlike real-world money, Star Fury credits had to be earned. Good thing Zack spent so much time running missions. Zack barked orders to the team, his voice cutting off complaints as he controlled the team's maneuvers. Since he'd just joined, he had a full bank of energy and he let loose, damaging Armada ships and tearing through force shields with impunity before he slid into position.
"You're loose, Foz."
Now that Zack was here, Foz peeled off to harry the ships the team had damaged but not taken down.
"For cripe's sake, it's about time." "Chill, we got this. Marauder on your right, Foz. Greg, that Z3 is trying to get onto your 6. Jenny, switch over to the mine spread formation 7.
Rattling off orders, Zack maneuvered his ship, blasting away at enemy ships. Long minutes drew on as they took down ship after ship, and even the automated drone deployers on the base. With the entire area around them littered with half-disabled ships, they were finally getting back on track. "Finish them," Jenny said. "I'm swamped over here." Zack blasted all the disabled ships within range with the laser cannon, then flushed his entire rack of missiles again. His monitors went white from the force of the explosions, the rumble from the ship making him grin. Everyone knew it was unrealistic, but it sure was fun. Jenny squeaked an alarm, and Foz swore. "Dude, a little warning next time? You almost hit me."
"You said to finish them," Zack said defensively. "Let's pull back and regroup. The tournament starts soon."
"And we still haven't tested our new formations," Jenny said. "You were supposed to be here an hour ago."
"Yeah, what happened?" Greg asked.
Greg covered Jenny as she recalled her drones and backed away from the battle. Foz flew circles around them, both showing off and scouting for anyone who might try to hinder their retreat.
"Long story," Zack said. "I'll tell you after the tournament round."
They settled in a safe distance away from the battle, having given up on finishing off the base. A countdown to the tournament appeared in the corner of Zack's gaming monitor, and he guided his ship into its place in their formation. They would be automatically teleported to the tournament once the countdown reached 0, and they needed to be prepared. Luckily, all their expendable munitions would be refilled automatically, so that wasn't a concern. "Any last-minute words of wisdom, Captain?" Jenny said with more than a hint of sarcasm. Zack sat up straighter, remembering his encounter that morning before Phil had interrupted him.
"Yeah, I ran into some weird automated Armada drones earlier. They were stronger than they should have been, and landed a few hits on me. It might be something from the latest update, so watch out for those."
"That would have been nice to know about in time to actually do something about it," Jenny said.
"Focus," Greg said. "It's time."
The battle in front of them faded to black as they were teleported to the tournament dungeon. They respawned in a different quadrant of space, empty except for the 4 of them and a nearby star with jets of plasma shooting from its surface. Before Zack could comment, a wave of enemy ships flew out from behind the star and raced toward them.
"Take out the destroyers first," Zack said. "Watch your sensors for plasma bursts. Alpha formation, go."
His teammates seamlessly fell into place as they blazed toward the ships. This was a timed mission, so there was no point waiting for the enemy to come to them. They needed to be aggressive and efficient. Zack called out orders, and his teammates obeyed in a flawless display of teamwork that they had honed through years of playing together. Jenny stayed back and deployed her drones. They weren't quite as effective against AI players as they were against humans, but even computers couldn't avoid her traps forever. Soon, a large pile of disabled ships floated around the battlefield.
"Pull around," Zack said. "I'll take them out."
Greg and Jenny pulled back to harass the large ships at the outer edge of the fleet. 𝙤𝙎 darted forward, picking off smaller ships at the inside, one by one. Zack armed his new cannon and destroyed the mass of disabled ships with a single blast.
"Nice cannon,"
Greg said with grudging admiration.
"Worth every credit."
When the explosions died away enough for Zack to see the screen again, his teammates had regrouped on the other side of the enemy fleet. He squinted with concentration, studying the pattern of the enemy's laser fire. If he timed this just right, he could slip through the center of the fleet without taking damage and assume his place in the formation rather than wasting time by flying around. Taking out every ship in his path would just be a bonus. He took a deep breath and rested his thumb against the trigger that would engage his thruster. This move would require precision. Wait. Wait. Now. Zack pressed the trigger. His screen went black.
"What the hell?"
Zack let out a frustrated scream and followed it with a string of profanity. Pressing the power button on his gaming controller had no effect. He tried to leap to his feet, but his back stuck to the leather and held him in place. He leaned forward, peeling out of the chair, and stood. His pants fell down around his ankles, and the lock on his door clicked shut. Warning! Minimum public decency requirements not met. Please dress yourself appropriately according to local public decency laws. Enacting blackout protocols. The words echoed through his surround sound system, and DaEvo's cheerful theme music accompanied them. The windows darkened, and the overhead lights brightened. Zack tried to sprint for the door, tripped on the jeans around his ankles, and fell face first into a pile of dirty laundry. The good news was that it broke his fall. The bad news was that it smelled awful. Zack rolled over, pulled the opti glasses out of the pocket, and shoved them onto his face. The public decency warning flashed across the screen. Zack cursed the dating sim as he flicked his eyes to the calling app and dialed Phil. The phone rang once, then went to voicemail. Zack ended the call without leaving a message, untangled himself from his clothes, and stood. DaEvo flashed notifications across his screen. Minimum hygiene levels not met. Please take a shower and change into a clean pair of clothes. Reward, access to door.
"I already did that."
Your alpha test bug report has been logged. Thank you for your help in making DaEvo a success. A ringing in his conduction headphones interrupted Zack before he could do anything further. He answered.
"Phil? Dude, where are you?" 𝙤𝙎 said. "I got kicked out." "Connection issues?" Greg asked.
Apparently 𝙤𝙎 had made a group call. The sound of laser fire and whine of engines sounded in the background. We're in the middle of the qualifying round, Jenny said. Get your butt back here.
"How long till you're back?" 𝙤𝙎 asked. "We can cover you until you reboot, but make it quick."
DaEvo flashed a notification across the screen. Zack glared at it.
"Just a second."
What do you mean, just a second? Jenny shrieked. We don't have a second. Greg, to your right. Greg released a series of muffled grunts, punctuated by 𝙤𝙎's swearing, while Zack flipped through DaEvo's menu of rewards, upgrades, and achievements that he had unlocked. Rewards, upgrades, and achievements. Access to front door. Locked. Please meet minimum hygiene and public decency standards. Electronics privileges. Unlocked. Essential internet privileges. Unlocked. Non-essential internet privileges. Locked. Time expired.
"What do you mean my time expired?"
DaEvo flashed another screen. Non-essential internet privileges earned. 30 minutes. Non-essential internet privileges spent. 30 minutes. Non-essential internet privileges remaining. 0 minutes. Please complete more quests to unlock more rewards, upgrades, and achievements.
"Star Fury is essential,"
Zack yelled. Your alpha test bug report has been logged. Thank you for your help in making DaEvo a success. 𝙤𝙎 stopped swearing.
"Essential? What are you talking about? When are you coming back?"
Zack swallowed and stared longingly at the sleek surfaces of his screens. They remained dark mirrors, reflecting his sweaty, half-dressed image.
"I don't think I am." You're ditching us? Greg said. In the middle of the tournament? You're just leaving?
Of all the bilge-sucking, horn-swaggling muckspouts! Jenny continued a tirade of the pirate-based insults favored by the Corsairs. Zack turned down the volume of the call with a quick swipe of his eyes as he tried to gather his wits enough to explain. Phil pulled a fast one this morning, and I'm locked out of my account. My console won't even turn on. So go to a cafe and reset your password, Jenny said, abandoning the stream of insult in favor of solving the problem. If you hurry, you can respawn and join us. The tournament officials lied. This isn't a 3-tier base. This looks more to be 7. Foz, on your left. Zack waited for the laser fire to die down before he answered. Yeah, I don't think it'll be that easy. I'm also locked in my apartment. You're what? Foz's voice rose, half in incredulity, half in surprise, and maybe another quarter in pure mirth. Forget him and focus, Jenny said. This is a timed round, and we're down a player. Zack, do what you need to do and get back here if you can. I'm trying, Zack said. Phil hooked me up to some kind of app that's restricting all my stuff. Apparently I have to earn screen time to access my account. Earn screen time? You're legally an adult. He can't do that to you, Greg said. Just call tech support and report that your account was hacked and you need back in, Jenny said. And do it real quick, Foz said. The sound of laser fire in the background intensified, and Zack winced as Jenny and Greg yelled for Foz to focus. Just get back online, Foz said. Whatever it takes, get back here. Foz hung up, and the room went silent. Zack stared at his screen for a moment, then shook himself out of his shock and looked up the number for Star Fury support. He'd never had to deal with them before. The game had always been perfect. He dialed the number and paced as the optiglasses rang. The qualifying round should last at least 30 minutes if it was 7 tiers. Hopefully longer, so he would be able to fix this and get back in time to help his team. DaEvo flashed the public decency warning again, and Zack considered stripping completely nude in protest. It seemed like the only act of defiance he had left. Detected increased heart rate to a dangerous level. Scanning status. Accelerated stress. Please assume a reclined position and breathe deeply to ease stress levels.
You're the one stressing me out,
Zack shouted, but of course DaEvo had nothing useful to say to that. The app just kept flashing the warning. Zack gritted his teeth. He would recline when this was fixed and he was safely back in his ship. What did a stupid app know about his health? Welcome to the Star Fury support line. Please enable retina scan with your optiglasses to confirm your account identity. The computerized voice was the same one as his AI co-pilot in the game. Zack sighed and stared straight ahead as his optiglasses scanned his eyes. Thank you. Please log into your Star Fury account to allow diagnostic scanning. I'm locked out of my account. Please complete password reset protocol to regain access to your account. Zack sighed. He really hated dealing with tech support. I can't access password reset. Have you tried turning your device off and back on again? Zack ground his teeth. Yes. Hesitation detected. Are you sure you tried turning your device off and back on again? Stupid, uppity AI with its stupid, condescending suggestions. Of course I did. Have you checked to make sure your device is plugged in? I checked everything, okay? It won't work no matter what I do. Please transfer me to a real person. He could practically hear the automated voice sigh. Malfunction reported. Please hold for a human representative. The Star Fury theme played. And played. Zack paced around the piles of dirty clothes. His stomach growled, reminding him that he hadn't eaten anything yet. He pulled a piece of pizza from one of the boxes on the floor and gnawed on it while he walked. It was a little stale. Probably time to order a fresh one. He looked at the door. Was there anything in the apartment solid enough to break it down? At this point, he would rather do that than fulfill any of DaEvo's stupid hygiene quests to unlock it. Star Fury support, Gary speaking. How may I help you? Gary sounded almost as robotic as the AI. Zack took a deep breath. Just stay calm and explain the situation. That was all he needed to do.
Yeah, I'm having trouble accessing my account. This is urgent. I was competing in the tournament when I got kicked off. No need to worry, sir. Just start the program on your game console, and I can't. One moment, please.
Gary hummed to himself as he searched for whatever he was looking for. The out-of-tune music did nothing to ease Zack's frustration. Detected increased heart rate to a dangerous level and low oxygen level. Scanning status. Accelerated stress. Please assume a reclined position and breathe deeply to ease stress levels. Zack paced faster just to spite the app, but the combination of adrenaline, exercise, and energy drink was catching up with him.
Okay, here we go. Can you give me your login handle? Omniscious23x. Right, can you spell that for me?
Zack spelled it.
Thank you. Now please confirm your home address.
Zack did. Gary hummed again.
My records say you live in New York. I moved. And you didn't update your address? Apparently not.
Zack gave his old New York address to confirm what Gary's information was telling him and agreed to update his account information. He tapped his fingers against his leg, punching in combinations for combat maneuvers that he should be performing with his team right now.
One moment, sir. I'll need a second verification method as well.
Gary hummed again while he checked something. Zack bounced on his toes in frustration.
Look, you confirmed my retinal scan. Isn't that enough? One moment, sir. We thank you for your patience.
Zack rolled his eyes at the sound of pages flipping. Apparently, his request required Gary to look through his employee handbook.
Yes, the retinal scan is enough. I can confirm your account identity and reset your password through your game system, but it doesn't seem to be online right now. We'll just go through a few steps to make sure your system is functioning properly. First, please make sure your unit is plugged in.
What? Zack had started to tune Gary out, but snapped back into focus.
The unit won't function without power. We need to make sure— Of course it's plugged in. I'm not an idiot. Can you transfer me to someone who actually knows what they're talking about? I'm in a hurry.
There was a bit of silence, interrupted by rustling paper. Then Gary continued.
First, please make sure your unit is plugged in. Are you reading from a script?
Zack clenched his fists, trying to keep his temper in check. Another pause. Zack snapped.
Look, you bilge sucker, it's plugged in. Just skip ahead to the part where you check my account. First, please make sure— Fine!
Zack stalked over to the game system. He glared at the plug and blinked. The smart sensors were orange, indicating that they weren't transmitting power. Damn it. They had been green that morning. Zack unplugged the smart surge protector and plugged the gaming console directly into the wall outlet. Not recommended, of course, but it was the only way to bypass the surge protector that was apparently now under DaEvo's control. He could always buy a new console if it fried.
Ah, there we are, Gary said. I'm receiving transmissions from your system now. Give me a moment to upload them.
He sounded smug, self-satisfied idiot. Anybody could read from a script. Zack gritted his teeth and waited. His TV turned on, transforming the screen from glossy black to glowing blue. It was an improvement. The game console turned on as well, but didn't transmit anything to the screen. Zack described what he was seeing to Gary, who continued humming.
I'm telling you, I just need to reset my password.
Gary sounded even smugger than before.
Zack swallowed. Yeah? What did you find? Your account has not been compromised. You've activated intervention mode. What? No, I didn't.
A smirk crept into Gary's voice.
The paperwork was submitted this morning, and you signed it.
Phil. Damn it. He hadn't wasted any time.
So what exactly is intervention mode? Zack asked. Intervention mode limits your access to video games based on the parameters you agreed to ahead of time. We introduced the feature after people complained that Starfury was interfering with their life. Starfury is my life. How do I remove the restrictions? It depends on the contract you signed. Most people restrict hours so they can't play during work or specify that they must complete tasks like exercise before they log in. I don't have a job, and I don't exercise. I want my account back. Sounds like you made the right choice accepting the intervention. I didn't agree to this. I'm in the middle of a tournament. A lot of addicts regret signing the contract, especially at first, but we have a legal responsibility to uphold the terms of your agreement. I'm not addicted. Of course not, sir. You signed over control of your account to Philip McCormack. You'll have to talk to him about lifting the ban. He tricked me! I didn't mean to sign it! The tournament is happening now and my team is stranded without me! Gary chuckled. I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do. Have a good day, Mr. Moore. The call ended. Zack growled in frustration.
Detected increased heart rate to a dangerous level and low oxygen level. Scanning status. Accelerated stress. Please assume a reclined position and breathe deeply to ease stress levels.
I'll show you stress! Zack pulled off the opti glasses and threw them across the room. They landed in a pile of dirty underwear. Great. Just great. He would have to put those glasses back on his face at some point. Zack finally took DaEvo's advice and sank into a chair. His sweaty skin stuck to the leather as he reclined. Around him, yellow sunlight bulbs illuminated the room, the skyline of the city hidden behind the darkened windows. He closed his eyes as reality settled in around him. He was going to miss the first round of the tournament. He was trapped in his apartment without access to the internet, leaving his team a player short and at a huge disadvantage. Even if they did make it through the round without him, they would be behind in the leaderboards and have to fight to make it back to the top, all because he was trapped in a damn dating sim. Zack took a deep breath, trying to clear his head and form some kind of plan. DaEvo chimed, its soft, velvety tones coming across his expensive surround sound speakers. Reminder, minimum public decency requirements not met. Please dress yourself appropriately according to local public decency laws to lift blackout protocols. Chapter 5. Zack stared at the pools of water on his bathroom floor. If showering was going to become a regular thing, he really should move the faucet repair up on his list of priorities. Or at least invest in a shower curtain. He ran a towel over his hair to stop it from dripping and began the search for clothes that would meet DaEvo's minimum hygiene levels. He pulled a t-shirt from the top of the nearest pile of clothes and held it up to his nose. Not the worst, but not exactly fresh. He doused it with a lemon-scented cleaning spray left behind by the last housekeeper and put it on. The pants were more difficult. Why did none of them fit? It was weird that all of them had shrunk when they hadn't been washed recently. Finally, Zack found a pair of stretchy sweats shoved under a chair. He gave them the same deodorizing treatment and pulled them on. Then he put on his opti glasses and looked in the mirror.
Success! Minimum hygiene requirements met. Reward provided. User now has access to front door.
He could tell the software was in the alpha version. They didn't even code the quest information to be similar. Or was it running a test? Checking which set of notifications elicited a better reaction? In fact, Zack would not put it past DaEvo to do that.
Success! Minimum public decency requirements met. Blackout protocols removed.
The front door unlocked and the windows brightened. Before Zack could feel too satisfied about that, another notification flashed across his screen.
Style update, -0.1.
Oh, come on. I look fine.
Your alpha test bug report has been logged. Thank you for your help in making DaEvo a success.
Damn it. He really hated this app. Zack cast a longing glance at his gaming setup. The screen was on now that it was plugged into the wall, but Star Fury still refused to start. His teammates hadn't made contact yet. Either they weren't speaking to him or they were still fighting in the tournament round. Neither scenario was good. It had been almost an hour. All the competent teams would be finished already. If Zack's team was still fighting, they might not make it to the next round. Zack sighed. It looked as though it was time to leave the house again. Phil may have disabled Zack's gaming system and account, but he couldn't disable access to the game everywhere. Maybe Zack could get around the restrictions if he logged in from a gaming cafe instead of his personal devices. Even if he was locked out of his main account, he did have an alt.
Not that it would help the tournament, but he was grasping at straws. The secondary account would at least give him a way to check the leaderboards and communicate with his team. A notification flashed across his optiglasses as soon as his hand touched the doorknob. Quest. Hold a 2-minute conversation with a woman face-to-face. Restrictions. In person. Non-VR generated. Unpaid interaction. Difficulty. Variable. Reward. Online access time for non-essential electronics. Easy level. Rank 0 through 50. 3 minutes of game time. Medium level. Rank 51 through 74. 6 minutes of game time. Hard level. Rank 75 to 100. 9 minutes of game time.
9 minutes? Why is it so low? Why'd it drop?
Zack scrolled through the rest of the quest parameters. Even if he was able to complete the quest with a high-level target, 9 minutes wasn't enough game time to do anything meaningful. It would barely be enough time to check the leaderboards and see which teams had advanced to the next round. DaEvo chimed a belated response to his question. Quest rewards are determined by calculating a combination of your level and your date's level. Level up your personal stats to gain more points and unlock more valuable quests. This was followed by a stream of his stats. Zack glanced through it and groaned. Zack Moore, current attributes. Social level 7. Physique, 30.9. Style, 18.8. Reputation, minus 20.5. Occupation, 0. The style and reputation points he had lost were putting a serious strain on his rewards and available quests. He'd even dropped an entire social level. Not to mention the conversation with Cassie had almost given him a heart attack, and that had been a medium level. So he could kill himself to earn 6 minutes of Star Fury access, or he could game the system.
How do I level up my stats?
DaEvo flashed a wave of pink hearts across his optiglasses. Quest. It's hard to attract the ladies when you look like a slob. Lucky for you, style is one of the easiest stats to level up. Complete this makeover tutorial to level up your style. Restrictions, none. Difficulty, low. Reward, increased style points. Zack ground his teeth and stalked to the elevator. Hell would freeze before he let some stupid dating sim give him a makeover. He looked fine. His optiglasses tinted automatically as he stepped into the bright Oklahoma sun. Thank goodness they were back online. With a few eye swipes, Zack called a car with his ride app and directed the driver to take him to Gord's Gaming Center. He could buy a car, but it never made sense. Not as a New Yorker with cabs on every street and ride shares everywhere, and certainly not for the environment. Now, technically it was close enough to walk, but he was still winded from chasing Cassie. Besides, it was hot as hell, and he didn't want to sweat and trigger DaEvo's hygiene requirements again. 2 showers in a day was already one too many. No need to add a third. Zack took a deep breath as he stepped into the gaming cafe, appreciating the scent of coffee, pizza, and electronics. He hadn't visited Gord since he'd gotten his own place fully set up, but the gaming center had a good reputation with 2 levels of space for the average user, a half-dozen private rooms for super users, the latest gaming technology, and even an in-house cafe with instant noodles, pizza, and coffee on hand. Small, discreet tabs let the servers come to you directly at each station, and you could also make orders from the cafe for food to be delivered. The entire place was lit with low-intensity lights to reduce glare, and it had marble flooring and black metal railings that gave the place a modern, sleek vibe. The minimalist style was interrupted only by the numerous gaming posters hung around the gaming cafe, many of them featuring Gord's logo. It was busy today, and the room was filled with the sounds of soft conversations and pressing buttons. If his condo wasn't so nice, Zack would have made Gord's his home too. Hi, how can I help you? Zack nodded to acknowledge the server at the counter and stared at the menu, the cafe menu, and the hourly rates showing on either side above her. Even more personalized advertisements floated in his optiglasses as the cafe's system pulled his order history and offered him special deals. Zack dismissed the deals, although a few of them were tempting. He was on a mission. No distractions.
Yeah, I'll take a latte, 2 slices of pepperoni pizza, and 3 hours of access in one of your private rooms.
Sure thing, just give me a minute. Zack surveyed the main lobby as the cashier pressed buttons on her display screen. The room was full of gamers. Most of them were playing Star Fury, though there were a scattering of the usual casual browsers, job seekers, and first-player shooter games. The upcoming Star Fury tournament had given the game a boost in popularity, and it dominated the attention of real gamers. A large monitor in the corner flashed the preliminary results of the tournament as they came in. As Zack had suspected, lots of teams had completed the dungeon already. 65 of them, to be precise. There were only 100 slots up for grabs.
Come on, guys. You can do it.
Zack studied the screen of the nearest Star Fury player. He was at a massive scrimmage at a 2-star battlefield, but was fighting on the Armada side. Zack couldn't see much of the player, just a ball cap featuring the Armada's military logo. No matter, Zack was much more interested in what was happening on the screen. From the looks of things, the Armada vastly outnumbered the raiding Corsairs and were close to wiping them out. Judging by the intensity of the battle, it looked like the players were getting bored just watching. Zack gritted his teeth. He should be there. He squinted at the screen, hoping to catch a glimpse of his teammates and confirm that they had also completed the round and joined this battle. Maybe they just hadn't been added to the leaderboard yet. Not as if there weren't a million battlefields, but he was getting desperate. DaEvo flashed a notification, but Zack flicked it away with a swipe of his eyes. Hopefully, logging in at Gord's would fool the system, and he would never have to hear from DaEvo again. If his team managed to qualify without him, he could join them in future battles. They would work up the ranks and… Paying by OptiGlass? Zack nodded and the price flashed across his screen. He approved the purchase and gave Gord's permission to run a tab and make further charges without his approving them. No need for distractions. As you can see, we're pretty full today. Well, every day with the tournament coming up. Normally, you'd have to reserve a private room ahead of time, but one will be open in about 5 minutes thanks to a cancellation. If you don't mind waiting here, I'll get your food ready while they clean the station for you.
Yeah, sure. Whatever.
Zack muttered, his attention still focused on the Armada player's screen. Worst things worse, he'd log into his alt account and join the battle. It wasn't as tricked out as his main, but it would at least give him a chance to help the Corsairs and vent his frustration at the situation. Maybe the tournament organizers would let his team make a substitution to the alt account if he explained that the other had been put into intervention mode. There was no need for them to know that the same person would be playing. "You're interested in the Star Fury tournament?" the cashier asked.
Yeah.
More interested than she could know. Zack studied the other gamers with narrowed eyes. Were any of them serious competition? If he wasn't able to log in with his alt, a fellow Star Fury player might have some ideas about how to get past the restrictions of intervention mode. But Zack would rather start over with a completely new account and make milk runs than let his competition know that his life had been taken over by a dating sim. Especially Armada scum like the player in the baseball cap, who had just blown up 3 Corsairs in battle. Zack really hoped those explosions weren't all that was left of his teammates. "What kind of milk do you want in your latte?"
You got any 𝙬𝙧𝙀 raptor cow left?
"What?" She sounded so alarmed that Zack looked over. The cashier's brown eyes were wide with confusion.
You know, like in Star Fury? It was a joke.
"Sorry, never played it." Her voice was relaxed now, as the misfired joke flopped around in the past.
You've never played Star Fury?
Zack looked at the cashier, actually seeing her for the first time. What kind of person worked at Gord's, but had never played Star Fury? She was shorter than him, although the auburn hair that stuck out in unsuccessfully restrained curls added a little height, mandated hat failing to achieve the desired effect. Her brown eyes sparkled with mischief that her smirk accentuated. The khaki pants and black polo shirt that all Gord's Gaming Center employees wore weren't doing her any favors, but Zack suspected she would look pretty good in something that fit her better. The name tag pinned to her chest informed Zack that the non-gamer's name was Ashley. Ashley laughed and held her hands up in mock surrender. You got me. I'm not a gamer. I only play one on TV. I'll give you 2% milk if that's okay. Zack blinked, still not sure what to make of her. Ashley shrugged and turned around to make the latte. The back of her uniform was much more flattering than the front. Zack shook his head to regain his focus and get back to the matter at hand. You work in Gord's Gaming Center, and you've never played Star Fury? How did you even get this job? Believe it or not, they were more interested in my past job experience as a waitress than my gaming preferences. Really? Yeah, really. A scowl replaced Ashley's smirk, and her eyes glinted with a steely expression. She gripped the latte so tightly that Zack half expected her to crush the mug and send hot liquid all over the counter. He swallowed. Right. I suppose that makes sense. She handed him the latte, and her fingers brushed against his as he took the cup. DaEvo flashed a notification, and Zack pushed it aside. Ashley checked a notification on her computer and cast a sideways glance at Zack. Your room is clean. Upstairs and first door on the right. I'll get the pizza over to you as soon as it's ready. Great. Zack wrapped his hands around the warm mug and hurried upstairs. He paused at the top of the stairs to check a monitor displaying the leaderboard. 85 slots had been filled, and his team still wasn't on the list. He sprinted to his private room, spilling a little of the coffee on his shirt as he did so. If they were still fighting, maybe he could join them after all. He set the cup on a side table and ran his hand over the controller. Please, this had to work. The console started up, Star Fury activated, and Zack held his breath. So far, so good. Now the app would complete a retinal scan to log him into his account, and... Account access denied. Please contact Star Fury support. Damn it! Zack slammed the controller down and glared at the screen, as if he could bully it into submission. When that yielded no results, he drew a deep breath. Time to try the alternate account. A minute later, he swore again. Of course, he'd linked both accounts to the same credit card, and they'd flagged them both. Zack sighed, closing his eyes, then opened them again. There had to be a way around this. Movement on his opti glasses caught his eye. DaEvo was flashing a pink heart in the corner. Zack sighed and flicked open the icon. A flood of pink hearts filled his vision, and cheerful music blared through his headphones. Quest complete. You spoke with a woman for 4 minutes 35 seconds. You have earned non-essential electronics and internet privileges. Reward, easy difficulty, +3. Bonus achieved, make her laugh, +10 minutes use time. Bonus achieved, make physical contact, +20 minutes use time. Reputation increased, +0.1. Wait, what? Zack flipped through DaEvo's menu. He had completed a quest, but how? With whom? He hadn't even realized he'd said the last sentence out loud, but a social media feed filled his screen, followed by a stream of stats. Ashley Barnes, social level 49, physique 71, style 41, reputation 61, occupation 26. Zack looked over the pictures on the feed. He had been right. Ashley looked much better in street clothes than her work uniform. Her profile picture showed her smiling with a young girl who had to be related to her somehow. They had the same auburn hair and mischievous expression. Zack thought back to his interaction with Ashley. Yeah, she had laughed. He hadn't been trying to make her laugh, but apparently DaEvo didn't know that. But what about the physical contact? He had received some serious bonus points for that. Right, their hands had touched when he took his coffee. But hadn't DaEvo said that paid interactions didn't count? If all Zack had to do to earn game time was chat with cashiers, this might be easier than he thought. Zack's lips pulled apart in a vulpine grin as he plotted how to exploit the system. Dating game or not, Zack was still a gamer, and a damn good one. And now he had 33 minutes of game time to make the Armada scum pay. He sipped the coffee and stared straight ahead while the opti glasses completed a retinal scan and logged him into his account. The Star Fury theme music filled the room, and the familiar computerized voice welcomed him back to his ship. Zack hadn't quite forgiven that voice for aiding Gary at customer support, but he pushed the frustration aside and engaged his boosters. He had spawned back where he had been teleported, all alone, not in the tournament. He sank back in the chair as a final wave of reality washed over him. He really had missed it. "What the hell, Zack?" Jenny's voice cut over the sound of laser fire, and Zack sat up straighter.
"You're here? How did it go? What happened?" "What happened?" Greg said. "We're the ones who should be asking that question. Where did you go?"
"Long story." "We have time," Foz said.
"Do we qualify?"
Zack asked, putting off the inevitable explanation for as long as possible. A quick check verified their location, and Zack plugged the information into the hyperspace computer. "We?" Jenny said. "What's this talk about we? You disappeared. We covered for you and barely made it out alive." The Star Fury theme music blasted through the speakers, and a notification appeared in the corner of the gaming monitor. The final results. Zack tensed as he pressed the button to open the notification. He scrolled to the bottom of the list and whooped in triumph when he saw his team listed as the 98th qualifier. His teammates temporarily forgot their anger and joined him in celebrating. When the excited screams gave way to awkward silence, Zack said, "You guys are amazing." "We were lucky," Jenny said. "Seriously, Zack, what happened? We can't have team members disappearing in the middle of competitions."
"You said something about Phil?"
Foz prompted.
Zack sighed. "Phil tricked me and linked my account to an app running intervention mode. I have limited game time. I didn't realize quite how limited, and it ran out."
"Cripes," Foz said.
"And not to avoid the issue, but I only have—"
Zack looked at the pink timer in the corner of his opti glasses. DaEvo was counting down the time he spent playing the game, and 5 minutes had passed already.
"I only have 28 minutes of game time left right now, so maybe we could test out our new formations in that battle and talk about this later?"
His teammates' swearing echoed through the room, but thankfully they weren't far away. The moment his ship appeared, they fell into place for their attack formation. Zack led the course toward the Armada base, the team flying through the swirl of lasers, missiles, and artillery fire.
"That's not nearly enough time," Foz said. "We have a lot of gear to test out." "You think I'm happy about this?"
"What exactly is intervention mode?" Jenny asked. "You said he installed an app. What do you have to do to earn game time?" Zack looked hopefully at the DaEvo icon, but no timer started at the sound of Jenny's voice. Apparently, DaEvo meant it when it said in-person interactions only. So why did it count Ashley when it said no paid interactions?
"Hey, when you have a conversation with the cashier, would you say you're paying to talk to her?"
"What does that have to do with anything?" Greg asked.
"Just trying to settle a bet? About how long you can talk to a girl you're not paying to be there?"
"Is now really the time to settle a bet about girls?" Jenny asked. "Greg, on your left."
"Got it,"
Greg said. Zack swerved as an Armada cruiser tried to ram into him.
"You're right, Jenny. Forget the girl. Let's try gamma formation on that cluster of Armada scum up ahead."
The team switched formations, and Foz led the attack by dodging between the ships. He distracted them with acrobatics while Jenny planted mines and Zack got into position to blast them with the laser cannon. While Zack waited for Greg to lure the enemy ships close enough to each other to destroy in a single blast, his mind went back to Ashley. If DaEvo didn't count the interaction with Ashley as paid, the logistics didn't matter. Zack had paid for coffee, not Ashley's time. That seemed like a technicality, but maybe the app was too buggy to know the difference. Either way, he would exploit that knowledge however he could.
"Get clear on my mark," Zack said. "This laser has a bit of a kick."
"It's the new Mark 8, right?" Greg said.
"Reviews of that are mixed online."
"That thing almost blew me up along with the target earlier," Jenny said. "I say no laser cannon."
"That laser cannon is awesome," Foz said.
"I agree," Zack said. "We could win the whole tournament with it.
Or we could all die in the crossfire, if you bother to show up at all."
Zack sighed. It looked like Jenny was not going to let that go.
Go, he said, forcing himself to push away his frustrations to deal with later. His teammates scattered, and Zack blasted the cluster of ships with the laser cannon. The gaming chair shook with the force of the explosion, and the sound of shrapnel hitting his shields filled the room. Nice, Greg said. We might be able to break through their front line over on the west side. Good idea, Zack said. Let's try jellyfish formation. Greg, you lead this one. I remember. Greg led the charge while Jenny flew behind him, fanning out a swarm of drones like jellyfish tentacles. Zack and Foz hid in the swarm, ready to dart out, and... Someone knocked, and the door to his room opened. Ashley waved and held up his pizza. Sorry to interrupt, but the delivery bay for this room is out of order. I'll set this on the table, okay? DaEvo chimed. Quest, hold a 2-minute conversation with a woman face-to-face. Restrictions, in person, non-VR generated, unpaid interaction. Difficulty, variable. Reward, online access time for unrestricted internet privileges. Easy level, rank 0 through 50, 3 minutes of game time. Medium level, rank 51 through 74, 6 minutes of game time. Hard level, rank 75 through 100, 9 minutes of game time. The pink timer counted down, and Zack grinned. The conversation was a repeatable quest, and DaEvo really didn't count the workers at Gord's as paid interaction. If he could get Ashley talking, he might earn enough game time to test out the rest of the team's formations. Zack waved for Ashley to stay and set his autopilot to keep him hovering under the cover of Jenny's swarm. Hang tight, guys. I'll be right back. Not again, Greg said. Foz let out a stream of profanity. Zack quietly muted the comms and turned back to Ashley. Sorry about that. Did you want something else? The timer was still counting down. Ashley stood in the doorway, watching Zack with her arms crossed. She did not seem pleased that he was keeping her from work. Think. What could he say? Jokes hadn't worked on Cassie, but weren't jokes the best way to get her laughing? This would be a fantastic time for DaEvo to offer help, but the app remained silent. The pink timer flashed red, warning Zack that the conversation was lagging enough to reset it. He said the first thing that came to mind. Do you want to see my ship? Ashley raised an eyebrow. You want me to stand around watching you play your game? Zack's pulse raced at her words, a close echo to Phil's every time he came over. Otherwise, she was just like every other non-gamer, thinking that video games were beneath her. I need to get back to work, Ashley said. Please excuse me. DaEvo chimed. Bonus quest. Your lady seems upset. Find out what's bothering her and make her feel better to earn bonus points. Zack blinked. Why would DaEvo think Ashley was upset? Did the app have some kind of facial expression software built into it? He took a closer look at her face. She did look a little tense. Ashley glared at him and turned to go. Wait. What? I mean, do you need anything else? Are you okay? You seem upset. Not the smoothest move in the book, but Zack had never claimed to be smooth with the ladies. That was what DaEvo was for, and the app said Ashley was upset. At this point, he had no choice but to trust it. If nothing else, it would keep the conversation going. Ashley stared at him for a few moments. Then her shoulders slumped. Sorry, I'm just tired of customers making fun of me because I don't know anything about Star Fury. I get that it's popular, but I'm just here to serve pizza. Why does it matter what I do with my spare time? I have better things to do than research every video game our clients play. Ashley's voice rose and her chest heaved. She took deep breaths to calm herself. Zack blinked. Unbelievable. DaEvo had been right. He struggled to think of a suitable response. Sorry. That sucks. Wow. He was really bad at this. Ashley shrugged. It's fine, you just caught me on a bad day. Please don't tell my boss I was rude to you, okay? It won't happen again. She turned to go, and Zack checked his timer. No, he still had 5 seconds to go, and he hadn't completed any of the bonus quests.
The battle raged behind him on his screen, reminding him what was at stake.
I could teach you.
Ashley turned around and looked at him, some of the humor returning to her eyes. What?
I could teach you about Starfury. You know, so they don't make fun of you.
She laughed, and DaEvo chimed congratulations. Thanks, but I'm not really interested in space battles. The conversation timer flashed to let him know he had reached 2 minutes, but now Zack's mind was racing with ideas.
You don't need to know much, just enough to shut down the jerks who are bothering you.
I'm listening. Zack thought hard. He needed something easy for her to remember, something that would shut down casual gamers and dedicated fans alike.
Tell them you're a Viridian.
A Viridian? What does that mean? If it's something gross— She stepped toward Zack, her eyes sparking. Either she was especially defensive, or the other gamers at Gourds really had been giving her a hard time.
Nothing bad,
Zack said quickly.
It's an order of assassins. The only time they reveal their identity is if someone is annoying them while they're undercover, and they're considering bumping them off to make the mission easier.
Viridian. Thanks. Ashley still looked suspicious, but she smiled at Zack.
No problem.
Ashley looked at his monitor and laughed. You'd better get back to your game. I think your team misses you. Zack turned back to the screen. His teammates had figured out he had muted them and were spewing profanity via the text chat available in the game. The text that scrolled across the bottom of the screen was not exactly complimentary.
Yeah, I'd better get back.
Zack held up his hand for a fist bump. The physical contact bonus had been the best one. He really needed that. Ashley raised an eyebrow and stared at his outstretched arm.
For the Viridians,
he said, trying to sound more confident than he felt. She laughed and bumped her fist against his. For the Viridians. As soon as Ashley left, DaEvo chimed. Quest complete. You spoke with a woman for 3 minutes 12 seconds. You have earned non-essential electronics and internet privileges. Reward, easy difficulty, +3. Bonus achieved, make her laugh, +10 minutes use time. Bonus achieved, make her laugh, +10 minutes use time. Bonus achieved, make her laugh, +10 minutes use time. Bonus achieved, make physical contact, +20 minutes use time. Bonus achieved, cheer her up, +25 minutes use time. Reputation increased, +0.1. Sweet. He had done it. Zack turned the comms back on in order to hear his teammates screaming warnings at him. He blinked at the screen and realized that his ship was on a collision course with an Armada drone. He reclaimed the controls and swerved away just in time.
Sorry, I was talking to someone. Seriously? Greg said. Zack, we're trying to go pro. If you're not going to take this seriously, I am taking it seriously. I was earning more game time.
Zack looked at the countdown timer in the corner of his opti glasses. The conversation with Ashley had cost him 3 minutes, but gained him over an hour. Not a bad return on investment.
I have almost 2 hours of game time now. Let's show these Armada scum what happens when they cross the Corsairs.
Zack let out a war cry and blasted into the battle. Chapter 6. A Corsair battle frigate swooped by, burping a dozen missiles that slammed into the Armada base. Unrealistic explosions blared from the speakers, along with the curses of their enemy. Zack laughed and joined the rest of the Corsairs in using his afterburners to buzz the exploding base and capitalize on the Armada scum's surprise as the energy drain field the base had been putting out stopped working. The battle had finally turned, and it was only a matter of time now. The Armada may outnumber them, but nobody stood a chance against him and his team. And the other Corsairs, of course. Just clean up now, Jenny said. Hopefully we pick up some good gear once this thing finally blows.
And then we need to discuss the new weapons releases, Greg said. We've got to have the latest if we want—
DaEvo chimed and flashed a pink heart timer. 10 minutes game time remaining. Zack swore. How had 2 hours gone by already?
I'm out of time, guys. Gotta run.
He hit the autopilot warp button, sending his ship on a course back to home base. If he logged out in the middle of enemy space, he would likely get blown up and have to replace all his gear. "Later, Zack. Let's meet tonight to discuss—" His game disconnected and cut back to the Starfury logo screen. Zack leaned back in his chair, feeling the familiar rush of a successful raid. The base wasn't quite gone yet, but it would be in a few minutes. It was a shame he couldn't stick around to see the fireworks, but at least he had contributed to the victory. Zack grinned and hurried down to the lobby. Maybe he could watch. It wasn't the same as being there and firing the final shot, but it was better than nothing. He walked to the counter and ordered another coffee. Ashley's shift must be over because a male cashier named Stan had taken her place. DaEvo did not offer points for the interaction, so Zack took his coffee and found an inconspicuous seat where he could watch the Armada player's screen. The gamer looked grim as he furiously pushed buttons on his controller, trying to stop the inevitable Corsair victory. Half of the base was already gone, and Zack saw how Jenny's mines were being deposited by her drones to further expand the damage. Zack couldn't help but grin, because the initial break in the shield's defenses had come from his main laser. The laser was definitely worth all the other weapons he'd ditched for it, though it made his energy levels fluctuate like crazy. He needed more practice with it. Timing on the firing of the main cannon needed to be a major focus. Foz and Greg were leading a group of fellow Corsairs in the charge to finish the mission. Jenny had pulled back to lay minefields on the outer layer, joining a group of her other drone users in preventing defeated Armada ships from escaping. Zack's optiglasses chimed. Not DaEvo this time, thank goodness. It was the group messaging app that he used to communicate with his team when they weren't playing. Jenny. "So how does this app work exactly? We need a plan so you don't keep running out of game time right when we need you." Zack sighed, trying to decide exactly how much to tell his team. Zack, it's called intervention mode. I have to do things in real life to earn game time. Greg, dude, that sucks. Jenny, no way to get around it? Zack, not according to Starfury support, but I'll keep looking. Foz, so what kind of things do you have to do to earn game time? Zack, hey, focus on the mission. You've got some Armada scum sneaking up behind you. Zack watched on the Armada player's screen as Foz turned around to intercept his sneak attack. The player swore and retreated when he lost the element of surprise, and Foz turned back to bombing the base and interrogating Zack. Foz, don't avoid the question. Is it super embarrassing? Zack gritted his teeth. If he admitted he was trapped in a dating sim, he'd never hear the end of it. Better to keep that part secret for now. Zack, basic stuff. Take a shower, clean my apartment. That was less embarrassing, but not by much. He could practically hear their laughter in the silence that followed. Or maybe they were focused on the mission. The Corsairs dealt a final blow with a coordinated strike on the base, and the Armada player's screen erupted with explosions. He swore loudly and engaged hyperdrive to escape the battle. Unfortunately, he warped straight into one of Jenny's mines. His screen turned white as his ship exploded. The player threw down his controller and jumped out of his seat, spewing profanity. The Gourds worker ran over. Steve, we've talked about this. You want to rage, you rent a private room. Zack scoffed into his coffee. Steve was typical Armada scum, dressed head to toe in Armada regalia, and decorated with medals earned from missions, as if he had something to prove. Corsairs preferred to fly under the radar, building a reputation until everyone knew who they were without them having to say a thing. Foz, mission accomplished. Now go take a shower or put on deodorant or whatever else you need to do to be ready to train tomorrow. Greg, don't forget to use soap. Zack, ha ha. If only it was that easy. Zack called a ride and sent a message to Phil during the drive back to his condo. Zack, you win. What do I need to do to uninstall this app? To his surprise, Phil answered almost immediately. Phil, beat the game. Beat the game? How exactly did you beat a dating sim? Zack searched online wikis during the elevator ride up to his condo. Apparently, most dating sims ended when you found love. More specifically, when you started dating someone exclusively or got married. Crap. Zack punched in the door code and slumped into his apartment. He gagged at the smell. How was it getting worse every time he left? Maybe he shouldn't have canceled that cleaning service after all. No matter, he had bigger problems now. How do I win? He wasn't exactly expecting an answer, but DaEvo chimed cheerfully and popped a notification onto his opti-glasses. Dating evolution is the next generation of relationship gaming with a real-world twist. Did you ever wish your online skills translated into the real world? Now they can. Follow our quests to level up your love life and earn real-life rewards.
Yeah, but what does that mean exactly? How do I prove that I've won and don't need DaEvo anymore?
Dating evolution understands that you won't need us forever. When you find love in a committed relationship, your quest is complete. However, given your current stats, you will need to complete quests and level up before you're ready for your final mission.
Okay, he had his answer. The dating sim wanted him to date. Annoying, but not exactly a surprise. In fact, he was pretty certain that Phil had bugged Zack about his increasing reticence and lack of social contact since he left New York. He just needed to get a girlfriend to end this nightmare and get back to gaming. Except getting a girl required him to be able to talk to one, which, thus far, had been less than successful and given pretty pathetic gaming rewards for the work involved. That meant he needed to level up. Each time his social level fell, he'd get even worse rewards, so he'd have to grind and improve his stats. Zack flipped through the app's menu until he found his character sheet.
Zack Moore, social level 8, physique 30.9, style 18.9, reputation -20.3, occupation 0. On the one hand, DaEvo had ridiculously underscored him. On the other, that would make leveling up that much easier. Maybe the app's bugginess could work to his advantage. Zack searched for the quest menu and found it hidden under his attributes. He clicked on the top option, Physique, and scrolled through the available quests. Physique quests. Have a healthy meal, repeatable. Walk 2 kilometers, repeatable. Run 2 kilometers, locked. Lose 5 pounds, repeatable with limits. Take a weightlifting class. Lift weights. Locked. More. Nope. Physique was out. That sounded like way too much work. Repeatable quests were often easily exploitable, but he wanted to get more points fast. Next on the attribute list, style. That should be easier. He had money, and style was all about money, right? Style quests. Shop for new clothes. Wash laundry and remove worn and torn clothing. Get a haircut from the 21st century. Manicure, pedicure, skin treatment, manscaping. Take a deportment class and pass. Locked. Learn to dance. Choose dance type. Locked. More. Zack looked at the time display in the corner of his opti-glasses. Just past 7. Maybe he could squeeze in some grinding before the shops closed. If he got good enough rewards for the quests, he might even be able to squeeze in more Star Fury training tonight. Plus, the higher level would mean more points and time earned the next time he talked to a woman. He focused on the top style quest, shop for new clothes, until it selected. DaEvo chimed the cheerful quest music that Zack was beginning to hate. Quest. Impress the ladies and level up by improving your style from current style, unemployed hobo. Please journey to one of the highlighted stores to begin your makeover quest. Zack ground his teeth at the word makeover, and then again at the unemployed hobo label. He registered a bug report, although that hadn't accomplished anything so far, and went back to glaring at the word makeover. If any of his friends ever found out he had completed a makeover quest for a dating sim, he would just have to be careful that no one ever found out. Luckily, all his friends were either online or lived in New York. If they didn't see him in person, they would never know he had changed his look. A map of Oklahoma City marked with highlighted stores filled the optiglass screen, and Zack turned his attention to it. If he was going to complete a makeover quest, he was going to do it right and get as many points as possible. Please select quest difficulty: easy, medium, hard. Zack selected hard. If he was going to play this game, he was going to play it right and win. DaEvo cut down the number of highlighted stores to only those with the highest value points. They were spread across the metro, but the greatest concentration was to the north, in an area marked Gaillardia. Zack called a ride to take him there. As they drove, he zoomed in on specific stores, searching for his first target. As soon as Zack started zooming in, a belated pop-up arrived. Developer note: style calculations are currently being amalgamated from crowdsourced opinion polls, social media images, influential bloggers, and fashion magazines. We have been able to achieve 85% fidelity to style points, but are having issues with both ends of the spectrum. Hobo chic, high fashion, and other areas may cause algorithm malfunctions. Zack glared at the notification. Then a wide grin spread across his face. Bugs. What gamer didn't like to exploit bugs? And if there was a bug here, he was going to min-max as much as possible. He zoomed in on the stores. Most were centered around the Gaillardia Mall, which was apparently very new and very chic. Not his usual shopping preference, but it would be perfect for this. Zack started with Infinity and Beyond, his usual go-to when he needed new clothes. Granted, he usually bought things online when they were on sale, but it was a start. Infinity and Beyond. Style increase, +13 through +14.5. Comments: clothing purchased here is perfectly adequate for watching Rocky Horror remakes and attending your local comic convention. Paired with clean, fitting wear, this would be adequate for everyday tasks. Okay, maybe that wasn't the best option. He could hit those points by doing laundry and finding jeans that fit. This was a makeover quest, and adequate was not enough. The whole point was to come away looking different and to level up. Zack changed the menu settings, so the highest level stores were displayed first. He selected the option at the top of the list. Maximum points. Western Neon. Fashion-forward apparel for the modern cowman. Designer David Davidson is the hottest new thing on the runway, with work featured in Vogue, Elle, and more. Lauded as the second coming of... There was more info, but Zack skipped ahead to the stats. He raised an eyebrow as DaEvo displayed the numbers for Western Neon. Style increase, +51.2 through +77.5. That was incredible. If he got the highest level, he'd be in the top 90s. If the app was anything like a game, breaking into the top percentile might even get him a title or an exclusive badge. The price range displayed was equally high, but that wasn't a problem. Zack grinned. Maybe this would be easier than he thought. Go to the mall and buy some things, get points for wearing them. Then he could go back to the gaming center, have a few conversations with Ashley, and get enough time to run training sessions with his team. The level up would also open up more quests and maybe increase his chances of succeeding in conversations with higher-level women. The possibilities made his head spin. While Zack was lost in his thoughts, they reached the mall and slid to a stop at the front entrance. Zack tipped his driver with a swipe of his opti-glasses and eyed the entrance of the Gaillardia shopping center. It was as luxe as the internet had promised, built from light stone with elegant arches, and it looked more like a private mansion than a retail location. Zack couldn't remember the last time he had been in a physical store. Online shopping was so much easier. But as fast as drone shipping was, Zack needed clothes and points now. Would DaEvo give him points for buying things online? It was worth checking into later. If spending money could earn him points and game time, Zack was all for it. That was certainly easier than talking to women. A few well-dressed shoppers eyed him suspiciously, and Zack hurried inside before they could comment and further damage his reputation stats. He walked through the sleek glass doors and stared at the array of brightly colored storefronts and advertisements. A blast of cold air provided a welcome relief from the muggy evening. Zack was sweaty again from the humidity, but thankfully DaEvo hadn't noticed. The last thing he needed was for the app to complain and force him to shower again. Pink hearts, similar to the ones that had appeared above the women in the gym, appeared over the storefronts. Zack took note of the stats as he walked through the mall, just in case any of the stores were better than Western Neon. A formal wear store offering custom tuxedos was ranked highly, but their window advertised that they could finish a custom tuxedo in 4 days. As if that were a good thing. Zack needed clothes now. He reached his destination, a glossy white storefront with Western Neon printed over it in different colors, and hurried inside. Neon lights and electronic music assaulted his senses. His opti-glasses tinted automatically to dim the bright lights a little. Zack stood in the entrance, wondering if he had wandered into a rave by mistake. Everything was oversaturated. The walls were decorated with a neon grid of cow silhouettes that flashed and changed colors in time with the music. Speaking of music, what the hell was he listening to? Some kind of fusion of old-school country and modern electronic dance. Twangy guitars mixed with synthesizers, accented by the occasional auto-tuned yee-haw. It was one of the strangest things Zack had ever heard. They apparently took the neon part of Western Neon very seriously.
Howdy, how may I help you?
Zack jumped as a store clerk materialized. He hadn't seen the man approach, probably because his brightly colored hair and outfit acted like a sort of camouflage in this technicolored jungle. If colors were camouflage, the muted palette of Zack's outfit was like a beacon in this place. The clerk, who was dressed in an outfit that looked like an old-time saloon barkeeper in an Andy Warhol painting, was staring at Zack as if he were something found squished on the bottom of a starship after a crash landing.
Yeah,
Zack swallowed, rethinking his decision to complete the makeover quest. Maybe he should go for fitness instead? He dismissed that thought, but maybe there was another, better quest? Those negative reputation points were hurting his stats the most, but fixing that might require him to be more social. Talking to a single person was bad enough. Convincing society as a whole that he was worth their notice would be even worse. Still, maybe he should… No, style was the easiest option. It was just that min-maxing in the game was one thing, but in real life, where he'd actually have to wear this… DaEvo popped up with a cheerful chime, assigning point values to the various items of clothing displayed throughout the store. Zack's jaw dropped as he stared at the closest display, a rack of hats. Skyline, green neon, Stetson, plus 3.8 to 7.3. Levar, gray, premier cowboy hat, plus 2.7 to 7.1.
Yeah, okay, I can do this. I want some clothes, said Zack.
Sometimes you just had to trust the system. If this was fashion, who was he to argue?
May I inquire about the occasion, sir? This establishment is dedicated to serving the modern cowman's every need, but of course such service comes at a premium. I want to make sure we're the proper fit for you. I'm afraid we do require proof of funds before patrons try on any items of clothing.
Zack fought the urge to roll his eyes. The snooty cowboy butler clown clearly had no idea who he was dealing with. Zack flicked his eyes to the credit app in his opti-glasses and sent a credit approval rating to the store's system, the equivalent of flashing a black card. Unbelievable as it was, some people still felt the need to carry those things around. Damn Luddites. The clerk's eyes widened as he accessed the information on his… Was he wearing an opti-glass monocle? Zack had been too distracted by the clerk's clothes to notice it. Where in the hell had the man gotten an opti-glass monocle? And was it worth more points than regular opti-glasses? Because Zack was willing to switch for the sake of his stats. But DaEvo didn't offer any stats for the opti monocle, probably because it wasn't actually for sale in the store.
Ah, very good, sir. Are you familiar with the Western Neon collection?
Zack shook his head and scanned the room for high-level items. Everything in there had pretty good stats, but of course, some items were better than others. He tried to find the logic behind the numbers, but everything seemed to run on a scaling basis, without an explanation for the range.
Western Neon is the brainchild of designer David Davidson. He was inspired by Oklahoma sunsets and the desire to provide fashion-forward apparel for the modern cowman.
The clerk droned on, something about the designer's process and everything being handmade. Too bad the worker wasn't a woman. That would be earning Zack some serious conversation points without any effort at all. But in spite of the bright colors, this seemed to be a menswear store run by men. Shame. Zack ignored the history lesson on David Davidson's career and walked around the store, gathering the highest-level items. He manually tinted his opti-glasses a little darker. Staring at all the neon was giving him a headache, as were all the options. The pink hearts with stats floating above the racks, assigning points to each item of clothing, were getting overwhelming. Zack opened DaEvo and adjusted the settings so that only the highest-level items were displayed. The sea of hearts diminished, and Zack quickly sorted through the remaining options. The neon green jeans in the center display would raise his style score by 18 points. A pink and yellow striped jacket with orange leather fringe on a display mannequin was worth 20. Score.
I'll take this as well.
Zack pulled the jacket off the mannequin. The fringe swished as he did so. The clerk had been so engrossed in his speech that he hadn't noticed Zack shopping. He blinked at the pile of clothing in Zack's arms.
Ah, an excellent choice. That jacket was recently featured on the cover of Fashion magazine. Might I suggest these trousers to complete your look? We could recreate the entire editorial if you prefer.
He pointed at bright orange jeans hanging next to the jacket. Zack checked the stats. Only worth 16 points. Not as good as the green.
Nah, I'll take these.
He nodded at the green jeans in his arms, and the clerk raised an eyebrow.
I see. Well, you certainly have an adventurous sense of style. Perhaps one of our button-up shirts to complete the ensemble.
He eyed Zack for a moment, squinting into his opti monocle, then led him to a rack of shirts. Some were covered with the same repeating cow print that was on the walls, and some were decorated with the repeating motif of the Western Neon logo, like the outside of the store. Zack flipped through the shirts until he found one with bright pink cows on it that was worth 12 points. He tried to check the size, but the labels had mysterious cow designs where the sizes should have been.
We at Western Neon don't believe in sorting cowmen into arbitrary sizes, the clerk said. Each item is handmade with unique proportions. Allow me to select one for you.
Once again, he studied Zack for a moment through the opti monocle, then pulled a different pink shirt from the rack.
This should do. Would you like to try your items on now?
Zack nodded and followed the man to a fluorescent orange dressing room that was bright enough to make Zack's opti glasses darken another shade. He slipped on the lime green pants, salmon pink shirt, and fringed jacket. Apparently, the saloon clown clerk knew his stuff, because they all fit perfectly. Much better than any of Zack's current clothes, actually. He looked in the mirror, and DaEvo chimed enthusiastically and flashed a new style score. Style points. Shirt, 12. Pants, 18. Jacket, 20. Accessories, 0. Combo, -10. Total, 40.
What the hell? Zack swore. What are combo points?
DaEvo answered with a help screen. Style is scored in the following way. Shirt, 0 to 22.5 points. Pants, 0 to 22.5 points. Jacket, 0 to 22.5 points. Accessories, 0 to 22.5 points. In addition to base points, the combination of specific items may add or subtract up to 10 points from your score. Style points may be adjusted for local taste and climate as well. Great. Just great. Zack stared at himself in the mirror. He could understand DaEvo's point. It wasn't exactly a cohesive ensemble. Then again, nothing in this place actually looked good. He took a deep breath, absently noted the slight floral and desert hints in the air, and reminded himself that looking good didn't matter. He was gaming the system, min-maxing, which meant he needed to understand how the system actually worked.
Show me how you calculate fashion scores again.
Developer note. Style calculations are currently being amalgamated from crowdsourced opinion polls, social media images, influential bloggers, and fashion magazines. We have been able to achieve 85% fidelity to style points, but are having issues with both ends of the spectrum. Hobo chic, high fashion, and other areas are causing the algorithm to fritz. Fashion magazines. The Technicolor butler had mentioned something about that, hadn't he? Zack stuck his head out of the dressing room, where the clerk stood patiently waiting.
What did you say about a fashion magazine cover?
The man grinned, somehow managing to make it look pleased and yet not condescending.
Ah, you want to try the editorial look. An excellent choice. One moment.
He turned away, and in a short minute, had a basket of clothing ready. He shoved the basket into Zack's hands while giving orders.
Keep the jacket, replace everything else with what's in here.
Zack rolled his eyes, but complied. He started out with trading the green jeans with the orange ones. As he straightened, DaEvo chimed. Combo bonus, +1. Zack grinned. That was more like it. He quickly replaced the pink cow print shirt with a maroon button-down with Western neon embroidered above the pocket. The combination was still eye-searing, but less so than it had been before. DaEvo agreed. Style points. Shirt, 10. Pants, 16. Jacket, 20. Accessories, 0. Combo, 5. Total, 51. Sweet. Zack eyed the empty accessory slot. Normally, he would never wear accessories. At home, he barely wore clothes. But if he was going to do this, he needed to do it right. DaEvo chimed as if agreeing with him. Great style. Don't forget to maximize your points with accessories. Zack eyed his reflection critically. Orange fringe wasn't his usual style, but that didn't matter if he could earn bonus points and get back to playing Star Fury faster. If this outfit gamed DaEvo's system, his problems were over. Yes, the colors were a little bright, but apparently that was what was in fashion. In truth, Zack had no idea, but that was what the magazines were for, wasn't it? Their entire job was to stay on trend. And now they would help Zack stay on trend as well. He stepped out of the dressing room and nodded to the clerk.
I'll take everything I'm wearing. Do you have accessories?
Of course. Zack glanced around to make sure no one was watching him shop for jewelry. Then he followed the clerk to the display. In the editorial photo, the model wore a yellow cowboy hat. Zack tried it on and received 8 accessory points and an additional combo point. DaEvo popped hearts over a selection of plastic cuff bracelets and brightly patterned socks. Zack selected the highest stat items and slipped them on, choosing more than he typically would in the quest to get as many points as possible. That only added 1 point and took away 2 combo points. He sighed and removed all of the bracelets. Apparently there was an art to accessories. What was he missing? There had to be a way to max out accessories without losing combo points. He looked down at his well-worn sneakers. DaEvo chimed and pointed an arrow across the store. Zack followed it to a rack of polka-dotted cowboy boots. His eyes widened, and his blood pumped a little. Maybe he could see the point in shopping in person once in a while. It took him a bit of swapping around before he found a pair that didn't clash with his outfit and gave him the highest points possible. Weirdly, it was a pair of white boots with purple spots. The clerk hovered, ready to offer suggestions when asked, but Zack had hit a stride and didn't want to ask for help. It felt too much like relying on a tutorial. He looked at himself in the mirror, and DaEvo flashed his new stats. Style points. Shirt, 20.3. Pants, 20. Jacket, 21. Accessories, 19. Combo, 9. Total, 73. That was more like it, but why hadn't his level upgraded? Maybe he needed to actually purchase the clothes first. Zack looked around for a cash register or payment station to log his opti-glasses, but all he saw was a sea of neon clothes. The clerk cleared his throat softly.
Our store app will take your payment whenever you're ready. We use an extra layer of security since we are a premium product. Are you ready to make your purchase? Yeah, sure. Zack shrugged a little. Thankfully, they didn't have pesky things like labels to take off, which made wearing all this out a simple matter. The Western neon logo appeared on his opti-glasses, temporarily blinding Zack in a flood of color. He swiped the pay button as fast as he could to make it go away. His credit card app popped up a warning. Potentially fraudulent activity detected. Did you make this purchase? Western Neon Apparel Inc., $56,723.19. Zack swallowed. Man, those stats did not come cheap. Whatever, it was worth it. He didn't actually spend his allowance on anything anyway. Takeout pizza, even good takeout pizza, wasn't enough to put a dent in his finances. He approved the transaction with a flick of his eyes. DaEvo chimed triumphantly and provided Zack with his new style points and social level. It even put a nice pink circle around everything, which, when you considered who they were marketing to, might be an issue. He doubted all this pink was meant for the guys, but whatever. That wasn't a Zack issue. Style points, 89.3. Social level, 25.0. Reward, you have gained the title Stylish. Access to VIP line for Upwings, Royal Texas, Big Shift, Trinity, more. Zack didn't recognize most of those names, but the Royal Texas was a couple of blocks from his condo. It was a nightclub, always packed, so those others were likely more of the same. Not much use to him, but a reward was a reward. Most stylish, sir. I have taken the liberty of packaging your old clothing, unless you would prefer I burn them. The clerk held out a lime green bag decorated with the cow print and wrinkled his nose as if it smelled bad. Actually, it did smell bad. The sneakers had a distinct odor that was more apparent now that they weren't on his feet. But those were his favorite sweats. Zack took the bag and nodded to the clerk. Thanks. Then he hurried out of the store. The mall looked dark, and for a moment Zack wondered how long he had been in Western Neon. Had the mall closed while he was shopping? Then his opti-glasses lightened their tint, and Zack sighed in relief. He called a ride and used Gord's app to reserve a room for tomorrow. Only one left. Ashley hadn't been kidding about them being packed. Hopefully she was working tomorrow. Talking to her in his new leveled-up clothes would be way easier than searching for another woman to talk to. His new style level hadn't given him any game time, which was disappointing. Zack swiped to the quest menu and checked the conversation quest. Quest upgrade. Hold a significant conversation with a woman. Reward. Unrestricted internet privileges and non-essential electronic privileges. Easy, 15 minutes. Medium, 30 minutes. Hard, 45 minutes. That was more like it. Talking with Ashley had been pretty easy, and now he would get even more points for it. Hopefully, the bonuses would also be worth more now that he was stylish, and if he kept leveling up, he could have conversations with higher-level women, get even more points, and have unlimited time to play Star Fury. Things were finally looking up. Chapter 7. DaEvo chimed a quest prompt as soon as Zack entered his apartment. He ignored it and the smell that permeated the place and went to his room to change out of the Western Neon outfit. The style points were great, but the outfit wasn't exactly comfortable. Zack collapsed into bed in his sweats and t-shirt, feeling exhausted. DaEvo chimed. Quest! A good night's sleep will leave you rested and ready to find love. Get... Zack pulled the glasses off his face and slammed them on his nightstand. Maybe this was all a bad dream. Maybe he would wake up with everything reset. That would be great. Then he could skip the quests needed to get game time to complete training and go over new gear with his team tomorrow. If the style upgrade wasn't enough, Zack shuddered and buried his head in his pillow. The style upgrade would do the trick. It had to.
He refused to let anything get in the way of his success in the Star Fury tournament. No matter what others might say, he loved gaming. He needed to win and prove himself. Zack woke up to sunlight and a vague sense of dread. He stared at his opti-glasses, the near-field charging station on his nightstand having done their job, he was sure. They sat, waiting, looking far too innocent. He reached for them, then pulled back his hand. Would DaEvo still restrict everything if he didn't put them on? The app was buggy. Surely there was a way to trick it. Zack flicked the small power switch on his glasses. DaEvo had access to his whole life, but it ran through the opti-glasses. Maybe it would stop functioning if they were turned off. He ran to the living room and tried to turn on his gaming console. Nothing happened. Crap. Zack sighed and made his way back to his bedroom. He wasn't dreaming. This was his life now. He turned the opti-glasses back on and slowly slid them onto his face. DaEvo chimed cheerfully and greeted him with a flood of pink hearts. Quest complete. Get a good night's sleep. Physique, plus 0.1. Points for sleeping. Nice. If he didn't have the tournament, Zack would forget about dating and nap his way to success. But the 56 missed messages in the team's group chat reminded him what was at stake. Zack scrolled through them to see if he had missed anything important. Most of the messages were about the qualifying round Zack had missed. He skipped past those to the more recent ones. Foz. Has anyone heard from Zack yet? Jenny. No, but he usually sleeps in. Greg.
Hey, Zack. Get out of bed and do your chores so you can train with us today.
Zack chewed on a stale slice of cold pizza while he answered. DaEvo chimed to protest his choice of breakfast, and he swiped away the notification. Zack. Haha, very funny. I'll see you guys at the usual time and place. The 𝙤𝙤 Gaming Center's app had sent him a notification to remind him that he had reserved a room. Zack checked the time. He had an hour to get there. Much as he hated to admit it, he should probably take a shower. Crap. The app was getting in his head. Zack delayed putting the opti-glasses back on until he was dried off and fully dressed in the Western neon outfit. He placed the bright yellow cowboy hat on his head and looked at his reflection with skepticism. Was this really fashionable? He had never seen anyone wear anything like this. As if answering his question, DaEvo chimed. New quest unlocked. Styling. You've got the look, now get the ladies. Catch her attention and get a compliment on your outfit. Requirements. Receive a positive compliment on your new outfit from a woman. Reward. 30 minutes of online access. Bonus rewards. Additional online access. Hidden. Zack stood a little straighter and accepted the quest with a swipe of his eyes. He was wearing the same outfit that had graced the cover of Fashion magazine. He was bound to get a few compliments. This quest would be a breeze. He called a ride and left his apartment. DaEvo chimed. Quest! Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Eat a healthy breakfast to level up your physique. Apparently the app was so buggy, it had forgotten he had already eaten. Was that another bug that could be exploited? During the elevator ride, Zack looked through the suggested breakfasts and quickly rejected the quest. No way was he eating a kale smoothie for breakfast. It wasn't even something you ate. A drink didn't count as a meal. He spent the ride to 𝙤𝙤's browsing through the new unlocked quests and noting potentially good ones. He had more style quest options now, including online shopping. Zack grinned. He could min-max without leaving his house. He was opening a shopping app when he was interrupted.
You getting out, buddy?
Zack blinked. He had been so caught up in his planning that he hadn't realized they had reached 𝙤𝙤's. He quickly tipped the driver and crawled out of the car. The heat hit him like a ton of bricks, and he wondered if this was really what cowboys wore. The thick fringed jacket made him feel as if he was wrapped in a blanket while being blasted with an enormous blow-dryer. The wind added to the blow-dryer effect, rustling the fringe and gusting it into his face. Oh well, It was fashion. That was what mattered right now. Zack swaggered into Gord's gaming center with the confidence that only leveling up could give him, choosing to ignore the layer of sweat that had formed on his forehead. He already needed another shower, but that would have to wait. Zack scanned the room and grinned when he saw Ashley was once again working as the cashier. He sauntered over to the register. The purple polka-dotted cowboy boots pinched his feet, but hopefully the slight unevenness of his gait added swagger. Unfortunately, Ashley was too busy scraping something sticky off the counter to notice him. Zack stood for a moment, then cleared his throat when Ashley didn't look up. He considered trying the "Hey, babe" line, but that hadn't gone well with Cassie. Maybe it was better to let the clothes do the talking. Ashley looked up and blinked in surprise. She squinted and held a hand in front of her eyes as she took in the brightly colored outfit. She wasn't wearing opti-glasses, so she didn't have any automatic tinting to help her. Zack puffed out his chest as Ashley regained her composure. He had definitely created an impression. The compliments and bonus points would come rolling in any minute. "Zack? Is that you?" Zack nodded and tipped his new hat for good measure. This was going well. Ashley looked completely overwhelmed by his new style. DaEvo started the conversation timer and offered a prompt. "Quest hint. You've caught her attention. Try an eyebrow raise and smoldering smile to seal the deal." That was accompanied by an animated emoji demonstrating the expression. Zack watched it for a moment, then did his best to copy it. DaEvo flashed a thumbs up. Ashley laughed. It started as a giggle. She pressed her hands over her mouth, trying to muffle the sound. Then tears welled, and she gave up on staying quiet. She waved her hands in an apology as her laughter rang through the gaming center. A few gamers looked up, annoyed to have their concentration interrupted. They chuckled at Zack before turning back to their gaming consoles. This wasn't right. Zack tried the smile and eyebrow raise combo again. Ashley laughed even harder until she had to lean against the counter for support. She seemed to be having trouble breathing. What was so funny? He hadn't even said anything. DaEvo chimed in, adding bonus points for Ashley's laughter, but Zack had the nagging feeling that those points weren't quite the victory they appeared to be. Ashley pressed her lips together and wiped tears from her eyes as she continued to silently giggle. When she finally stopped laughing, her face was red and her eyes sparkled. "Sorry, did you want to order something?" Ashley said. "Yeah, Zack started. DaEvo chimed in, letting Zack know that he had completed a conversation quest and was now earning bonus points, but he still hadn't received the compliment he had come for. Somehow, this mission had gone completely wrong. "I'll take a pizza to go." As soon as he said it, Ashley's computer chimed. She looked from it to Zack with a strange expression. "To go? But you reserved a room for the hour. Are you feeling all right?" Ashley seemed concerned, which annoyed Zack for some reason he couldn't quite place. "Yeah, I just changed my mind. Need to take care of some things at home." Ashley swallowed. "I can't give you a refund for it. Company policy." A gamer across the room stood and looked over his seat. "Is somebody canceling a room? I'll take it." It was the Armada scum from the raid yesterday. Steve? Stan? Something like that. He looked at Zack as if he was a piece of garbage washed up in the intergalactic tides.
"I thought you couldn't afford private rooms right now," another gamer said. "Did you find another job already?" "Nah, I won a raffle. Don't even remember entering. Girlfriend doesn't know, so she's still covering all the bills, which means I can take that room and rage all I want." Zack stared. Surely it was a coincidence. Surely his act of generosity hadn't gone to help this Armada scum. "The room is already reserved," Ashley said in a stiff voice that managed to be both pleasant and condescending. Apparently, she wasn't a fan of the Armada scum either. "Yeah, but the cowboy doesn't want it anymore. You can give it to someone else." He sauntered over. Ashley frowned and looked at Zack. "I guess I could let Steve use it if you want to.
I can give you a refund if someone else takes the reservation. DaEvo chimed, and a new notification floated up Zack's glasses. Quest, your lady is upset. Fix her problem and earn bonus points. Reward, plus 30 minutes game time. Zack looked back at Ashley. She had the same tension around her eyes that she'd had yesterday when he told her about the Viridians. Was this part of the same problem? Had Steve been one of the guys making fun of Ashley for not playing Star Fury? That was just low. Never mind that Zack had done exactly the same thing to Ashley yesterday. He was on a quest to cheer her up now, and that made Steve the enemy. Zack looked around the room, searching for a solution. He definitely wasn't staying. Not when half the gamers had stopped whatever they were doing to stare at him. The attention was making him sweat more than the humidity had. Apparently, Western Neon was too high-end for gourds. Stupid app. He searched the room for someone to pass his reserved time to. Someone other than Steve. No way was he letting that jerk get what he wanted. And if Zack canceled his reservation, he had no doubt Steve would complain until he got it. Zack scanned the other people in the room. If he was going to cheer Ashley up, he needed to choose someone who had never teased her. But it was hard to tell that at a glance, especially when most of the people in the room not wrapped up in gaming were snickering at him. Bilge-sucking muckspouts. Zack's gaze settled on the far corner of the room, where a young girl sat reading a gaming magazine about the upcoming Star Fury tournament. Zack guessed she was about 12, but he was no good guessing kids' ages. She had the same auburn hair as Ashley, although it was subdued by a headband with the Corsair logo, a space helmet, and crossbones. Was she the same girl who had been in Ashley's social media photos? Zack didn't have time to check the pictures to confirm his theory. The gamers' looks and snickers were beginning to turn into all-out laughter. "Give it to her," Zack said, pointing. "Oh, come on," Steve said. "I can pay." Ashley gave Zack a look of surprise. "Really?" "Yeah, why not? She looks like she'd make good use of it." He dropped his voice and added for Ashley's sake, "Better than Armada scum, right?" "Look, man, I'll pay you for it," Steve said. "I'll make it worth your while." Zack crossed his fingers and thumped them against his chest. Among Corsairs, it was a friendly gesture, but the Armada considered it extremely rude. Steve's face flushed. "Corsair drone waste? Armada scum?" Steve returned Zack's gesture with one of his own, then turned back to his gaming console. He seemed to be restocking his new ship and rebuilding inventory after his encounter with Jenny's mines. Ashley's smile widened, and she waved across the room. "Hey, Amber, come here." Amber set down the magazine and hurried over. "I didn't do anything wrong. I've been sitting there not making a sound, just like you said." Ashley reached across the counter and ruffled the girl's hair fondly. "Yeah, you've been good. This is Zack. He reserved a room but can't use it now, so he offered to let you use it so you can play." Amber looked at Zack. She seemed less fazed by his outfit than Ashley had been. DaEvo didn't populate stats for her. That made sense. She was way too young to be on the app's radar, and it hadn't pulled stats for the store clerk or any other men either. Apparently it only cared about potential matches. Zack wasn't sure where DaEvo got its data, but it seemed to know his age and that he preferred women. Maybe from his social media and dating profiles. He had probably given it access to accounts other than Star Fury when he signed Phil's documents, or maybe that was just the default setting. Amber's eyes lit up, and she was almost bouncing on her feet. "Really? You'd let me use your room?" Zack shrugged. Or at least he tried to. The button-up shirt was sticking to his sweaty skin, and the heavy fringe of the leather jacket made it difficult to move. "Yeah, why not? Have fun, kid." Amber made a sort of excited squeal, and Zack winced at the sound. "You're the best! And your outfit is super cool." She darted off to the gaming room. Zack waited for DaEvo to give him points for Amber's compliment, but nothing happened. Apparently it didn't count unless it came from a potential match. Ashley handed him the pizza box, and Zack paid quickly. He was in too much of a hurry to remember to brush his hand against hers as he took the box. Crap. Physical contact was worth serious bonus points, and he could have used that right now. "Thanks," Ashley said. "She'll be talking about that for weeks. Plus, it kept Steve from getting what he wanted."
Huh? Yeah, sure thing. No big deal.
Zack carried the pizza out. He sent a quick message to his team to let them know he would be late, then he flicked through his stats on the ride back to his condo. "Style quest, failed. Conversation quest, succeeded. Rewards, plus 15 minutes online time. Bonus, make her laugh, plus 30 minutes. Bonus, make her laugh, plus 30 minutes. Bonus, make her laugh, plus 30 minutes. Bonus, cheer her up, plus 30 minutes. Not as much time as he had hoped for, but it should be enough to get through the latest gear releases and put together and test a strategy for the next round. Zack checked the group chat on his optiglasses as he walked through the lobby, gathering rendezvous coordinates from the team and letting them know he'd be online in a few minutes. They could do some planning offline after his time ran out, but switching out loads and testing fire wasn't something that could be accomplished via chat. They would need to work efficiently to get through it all. Zack grinned as he fell into the familiar rhythm of working out Star Fury plans in his head. He was finally back in the zone. Pizza and sweatpants were calling his name as he headed for the elevator.
Nice outfit.
Zack looked up to see who had spoken, turning as he did so. The words had sounded sincere, and the voice familiar somehow. A woman stood in the exit, tall and imperious in the bright light. Silhouetted in the doorway, the sunlight obscured her face. Before Zack could think of a response, she was gone in a rustle of tanned legs and stiletto heels. The lobby doors closed, and DaEvo popped up stats from the fleeing form. "Zoe Cross. Social level, 91. Physique, 94. Style, 84. Reputation, 95. Occupation, 91. Wait. What? Zack sprinted out the door, crushing his pizza in the process, but the woman was already gone, possibly in the limo pulling out of sight down the street. He stood in the sun a few moments, sweating and searching the sidewalks as if she might suddenly appear again. "Probably a bug," he muttered finally. "Your alpha test bug report has been logged. Thank you for your help in making DaEvo a success." Zack walked to the elevator in a trance. Somehow he ended up back in his condo. He threw the crushed pizza onto his cluttered couch, not hungry anymore. Zoe Cross. Had that actually been Zoe Cross? Why would she be in his building, or in Oklahoma City at all? She had complimented his outfit. Why hadn't he said something clever, or at least said thank you? DaEvo chimed at him again, and Zack opened up the menu to distract himself from his circular thoughts. A flood of stats filled his screen. "Style quest complete. You got a compliment. It looks like your style upgrade paid off. Rewards, plus 30 minutes gaming time. Bonus rewards, plus 60 minutes. Received compliment from woman greater than 50 points over social level." Zack sank into his gaming chair. Well, it definitely was Zoe Cross. Chapter 8. Foz. "Hey, you coming?" Jenny. "Sorry, I'm running late, guys. Got held up at work. A lady threw a fit about her salmon not being free range." Greg.
"What does that even mean?"
Jenny. "Nothing. It's literally not a thing. But I still had to talk her down until the next shift manager clocked in."
Foz. "I was talking to Zack. Are you going to make it, or do you have to finish your math homework first?"
Zack.
"Be right there."
First, he needed to shed the Western neon apparel. No way was he training in all that. Zack pulled off the fringed jacket and scowled when DaEvo removed points from his stats. He kept the stylish title, but his stats continued to lower as he pulled off the polka dot boots, jeans, and button-up shirt. Whatever. Zack took a quick shower, tossed a dirty towel over the pool of water that the broken faucet had made on the floor, and pulled on the cleanest of his old clothes. DaEvo chimed a warning. "Warning. Current chosen wear does not meet minimum hygiene standards. Please select an article of clothing that has been freshly laundered or has an olfactory factor of less than 0.8.
Yeah. Zack ignored his lowered stats, retrieved an energy drink and his neglected pizza, and settled into his gaming chair. His gaming system sprang to life, and the Star Fury theme music blasted through his surround sound speakers. Finally, all was right with the world again. All except the pink timer in the corner of his OptiGlass screen, reminding him that he would be cut off after a few hours. "Hey, you actually made it," Foz said when Zack arrived at the rendezvous point. "You do all your chores and earn some screen time?" Zack let out a theatrical groan and glanced around his surroundings to gain his bearings after the jump through hyperspace. In spite of her troubles with Salmon, Jenny had beat him to the rendezvous point. Zack sighed. He hated being the last to arrive. "Very funny. I have just over 3.5 hours. What's our objective?" "Oh, wow, 3.5 whole hours. What did you do to get that? Vacuum the carpet and put fresh sheets on your bed?" "Sure." No way was Zack going to tell the team about Western Neon and the makeover quest. Although... "Guys, I think I saw Zoe Cross today." "What? No way," Foz said. "What do you mean you think you saw her?" Greg said. "Do you mean you saw someone who looks like her? Don't you know what she looks like?" Zack cast a quick glance at the poster on his wall. Yeah, he knew what Zoe looked like. Or at least he knew what she looked like on TV. She would probably look different in person. Kayla had looked different at the gym than she had in her social media pictures. "It was probably just a tall brunette in tight clothes," Jenny said. "Unless you have a secret career at a modeling agency that we don't know about." "The sun was in my eyes," Zack said, "but it sounded like her." "You talked to her?" Foz sounded more impressed. "What did you say?" Greg asked. Zack swallowed. There was no way they would believe that Zoe Cross had complimented his normal clothes, and there was no way he was explaining Western Neon to them. The weather. We talked about the weather." "You met Zoe Cross, and you talked about the weather?" Greg sounded skeptical. Zack's sensors pinged, and he checked them to make sure the team wasn't under attack, but it was just Jenny deploying a few scouts to lure targets their way. They were skipping base battles today in favor of wide-open space, where they could test out new weapons and strategies on patrol drones. "It's hot as hell here, man," Zack said. "Everybody talks about the weather." "Zoe's hot as hell, and there's no way you met her." "It could have been her." "No way. Don't you live in Oklahoma City? Why would she be in Oklahoma City?" Zack said, "She drove away in a limo." "Sure." Zack sighed. He had told his team he lived in an apartment, knowing they would picture something different than the luxury condo he actually called home. Now that was coming back to bite him. "It's a nice apartment." "No way is Zoe Cross hanging out in an apartment in Oklahoma City." "Hey," Jenny said, "if we want to talk instead of train, we should help Zack figure out how to get out of intervention mode. I looked it up last night, and it's no joke." "Or maybe we should just fly in and help him with his chores," Foz said. "Ha ha, very funny," Zack said. "But really, how messy is your apartment?" Foz asked. "It seems pretty extreme for Phil to put you in intervention mode just because your place is a mess." "Guys, focus," Greg said. "We're on a time limit, and we have a lot of weapons to test out." "Yeah," Zack said, glad to take the focus off his problems. "Let's train." "Fine," Jenny said. "Let's make the most of the time Zack has, but we need to talk about this later." Zack pushed DaEvo and Zoe from his mind and turned his attention back to Star Fury. Jenny was right. He needed to make the most of his time. They settled into formation and went over the latest game releases, debating their merits. In the tournament, they would be fighting teams from all over the world, Corsair and Armada alike. Eventually, at least. In the first round of the tournament, they were all fighting those in the same bracket, which meant people drawn from the same servers in the same time zone. To win, they'd need a balanced strategy to deal with the wide array of fighting styles and environments that the tournament would pitch them in. Everything from timed dungeons to escort quests were on the table, though the final battles would be team-based dogfights.
The tournament itself consisted of multiple rounds. It started with online elimination rounds in each server bracket, with the winners of each bracket being allowed to move on to the final in-person battles at the convention, where they'd face further eliminations. The final battle at the convention would then be televised and streamed worldwide. Early qualification rounds required teams to run a series of missions, basically dungeons, and come out with the highest score. The types of missions varied from the basic warp, hunt and kill missions to timed race courses through asteroid fields, or even, most dreaded of all, escort missions. Teams were scored on their effectiveness at completing the mission objectives and total time taken, so teamwork was crucial. There were even solo dogfighting battles planned between members of opposing teams, with the battles considered bonus points that were added or subtracted from a team's score. Once players were seeded, they would be pitted against one another in direct PvP rounds and randomly seeded team melees in Vegas, duking it out at the conference itself. They'd earn points from each opponent they defeated, and the highest qualifying teams from each server bracket would fight it out in the televised Vegas finals. It was a grueling gauntlet of events that required gamers to show off their skills in multiple situations. But Zack's strategy was to take it one step at a time. And the first step was to make sure their gear setups were optimized for each of the missions. The problem was, over-optimization would bite them in the ass, because even regular Star Fury missions were known to throw curveballs. A basic destroy the prison outpost mission could easily become safeguard the fleeing prisoner ships. Points were cumulative, and it would be a lot harder to gain ground later when all the noobs were eliminated. Zack blasted an incoming patrol drone with his new laser cannon. Jenny made a frustrated noise. "Every time you use that thing, it sends off an EM pulse." "So," Zack said, "it sets off my mines." As if to prove her point, a series of explosions lit up the screen. Zack's monitor beeped, letting him know that his shields had engaged to protect him from the impact. "Fair point. Any ideas?" Zack asked. "Save the cannon for emergencies?" she said. "And give up a weapon that can take out 10 ships at once? There has to be a solution. Can you set your mines farther out?" "Not if you want them to hit anything. Drones won't run away to protect themselves like real players will." "Incoming," Greg said. Another wave of patrol drones appeared on Zack's radar. "Fine, let's test something else," Zack said. "Foz, you want to try out that upgraded photon blaster and see if we have the same EMP problem with it?" Foz let out an evil chuckle and took his place in the ship formation. Zack quickly settled into a rhythm. Target the enemies Foz found, swoop in and clean up whatever ships weren't destroyed by Greg's initial attack, then get back into formation while dodging Jenny's mines. Occasionally, he'd set them off by firing too close to the mines, but Jenny was already playing with shielding options on her side. They defeated that wave and regrouped to debrief until the next one came. "Those drones have a weird shielding," Foz said. "It took more hits than it should have to defeat them. Or maybe the photon blaster just isn't as effective? I'll have to look at the logs later to see what's happening," Zack said. "The laser cannon is definitely faster, and we need to be fast in the timed rounds." "It isn't faster," Jenny said. "It's just stronger. If you don't time your recharges, it's actually slower." "What about the new sniper turret version?" Greg said. "Accuracy over power? Foz is fast enough to pull it off." "Darn right I am," Foz said. "And he doesn't need to destroy the drones," Jenny said. "Just disable them. It just needs enough penetration to get through their shieldings and take out their engines. Then maybe Zack could use the upgraded photon blaster to finish the job. Lower power drain so we have more room for error." Zack tried to be objective and put aside his love for his new favorite weapon in favor of overall strategy. "It's worth a shot. We'll test that out in the next round. I want to run a few more tests, get the log data for these flights, then we can test the new build. Jenny, can you bring us another round of drones to fight?" "Already on it." The next wave arrived a few moments later, and Zack settled into the familiar rhythm yet again. While data from one fight should be correct, Starfury took a bunch of details into consideration when it came to actual damage. Everything from angle of fire to distance, so that damage done always had a variation. The more data Zack had, the more he could isolate the variables and work out if it was the new shielding or the weapons that were the problem. That Jenny and Greg hadn't upgraded their weapons helped, so he had all that data on hand for comparison. It still meant hours of crunching numbers, but Zack loved that kind of thing. He had spreadsheets after spreadsheets of game data. Once they finished this round, they docked, swapped out weaponry, and went out and did it again. 𝙤𝙧 proved to be lightning fast with the sniper turret. So fast, in fact, that Zack had trouble keeping up with the cleanup. He gave up on the photon blaster and cycled through other secondary weapons, hoping to find a middle ground in what they already had. Worst case scenario, they'd run the test again with even more variations of weaponry. As he called out instructions and directed the team, Zack's thoughts strayed ahead to the rest of the tournament. He would need to find time to train for the solo rounds, as well as practicing with the team. Thanks to DaEvo, he would probably need to complete a lot of those practice sessions at 𝙤𝙧𝙀𝙀 so he could level grind with the dating sim to earn time. He needed to shine in the solo PvP battles to make up for the points he had cost his team by missing the first round. Lucky for everyone involved, PvP was one of the things Zack did best. He was confident he would be able to earn the points needed to get the team to Vegas. Competition in the final round would be stiff, but they had as good a chance as anybody, and the rewards made it worth the effort. The winning team would receive a $500,000 contract to join the Pro League. Zack didn't care about the money. He wanted to win, to show the world how good he was. In fact, he planned to give his portion of the winnings to his teammates, although he hadn't told them yet. That money would set them up for success, which would be as much a win as anything else they got out of the tournament. Zack shook his head, dismissing thoughts of the pro leagues as they finished off the last of the drones. He checked the time it had taken them to defeat their enemies and shook his head. "The sniper turret is good," he said, "but the photon blaster isn't as fast as the cannon. I don't even need to run the math to make that call. Maybe an artillery cannon, but I doubt it. Particle accelerators are still a little slow, but they've got a good rate of fire. In these timed rounds, we need to be fast." "We're fast enough," Jenny said. "The sniper turret is legit," 𝙤𝙧 said. "Is there anything else in the new releases that would help you keep up with me?" Zack narrowed his eyes at the smugness in 𝙤𝙧's voice. "Keep up with you? What's that supposed to mean?" "I like the looks of the new antimatter blaster," Greg said. "No antimatter," Jenny, 𝙤𝙧, and Zack said in unison. They had learned that lesson the hard way. "Fine, fine," Greg said with a laugh. "If you'd rather defeat enemies one at a time instead of all at once, we'll do it your way." "I'd rather not tear a hole through time and space across 3 quadrants, 𝙤𝙧 grumbled. "Incoming," Jenny said. "Right," Zack said. "𝙤𝙧, keep the sniper turret. I'll keep looking for something that complements it. Jenny, how are things on your end?" "Peachy." "Greg?" "I might test out that photon blaster if you're not using it, unless you want to change your mind about the antimatter. There are some different settings on the photon blaster, so make sure you cycle through them. No antimatter." The team returned to their formation and faced the wave of incoming drones. It seemed as if they had only been training a few moments when DaEvo chimed a warning. Updating the settings to give him a warning had been a simple enough matter once he got around to it. Zack checked his opti-glasses and sighed. "Guys, I've got 5 minutes left. Let's finish this latest wave, then I've got to go." "I think we should do a group call afterward," Jenny said. "We can help you figure this out." "No, it's fine. I figured out how to game the system. I just need a few days to build up my levels and I'll have all the time I need." "I hope so. Don't forget to double-check your math homework," 𝙤𝙧 teased, then added, "And make sure to do your real math homework too. And I mean the math for the weapon damage." "I know. Everyone knows," Zack said dryly. "Also, make sure to fold your underwear neatly in your drawer. I hear that gives you extra points," Greg added. "Ha, very funny. And say hi to Zoe for me," 𝙤𝙧 said. If only it were that easy. Zack had received massive bonus points for talking to Zoe since she was such a high social level. A few more conversations with her really would solve all his problems. He shook his head. Those points had probably been from a bug. Even if it really had been Zoe, he couldn't rely on chance meetings with celebrities to solve his problems. You can say hi to her yourself during our interview at the tournament. Let's go. Zack engaged his boosters, and his ship blasted into the starry sky. He gave the enemy fleet all the firepower he had left. His ship flashed warnings, letting him know that he was overheating some crucial systems, but Zack ignored them. If he had more mission time left, that would matter, but he didn't, so he had to make these last few moments count. The hits landed, and the opposing fleet exploded like an interstellar fireworks show. As DaEvo's countdown got close, he hit the autopilot. Then Zack's screen went dark. He groaned and leaned back in his gaming chair to stare at the ceiling. DaEvo played a cheerful tune. "You're out of time. Would you like to complete a quest to earn more?" As if he had any choice. Zack opened the quest menu and looked over the fitness quests. They were repeatable. Maybe it was worth... Nah. He opened the makeover quest menu again. There was still the opportunity to spend some cash and do a little min-maxing. Leveling up his style had paid off pretty well so far. Style quests. Shop for new clothes. Repeatable. Wash laundry and remove worn and torn clothing. Get a haircut from the 21st century. Manicure, pedicure, skin treatment, manscaping. Take a deportment class and pass. Locked. See details. Learn to dance. Choose dance type. Locked. More. The haircut might be worth looking into. That was easy enough. Manicures and pedicures would be easy as well, although he would have to make sure no one ever found out about them. Dance and deportment sounded like more work than the fitness quests. Maybe manscaping? What did that even mean? Zack selected one of the websites DaEvo recommended for manscaping and skimmed through a description of their services. He closed the site just as quickly. Hell no. Why would they? He opened the website again, looked at it again, and shook his head. No, definitely not. That left doing his laundry and buying more clothes. Maybe laundry wasn't such a bad idea anyway. Since DaEvo kept reminding him about olfactory stats, Zack had become aware that his dirty clothes were giving his apartment a certain odor. Improving the olfactory stats wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. But first, time to get the easy points. Zack clicked on the Style Makeover category and chose the online shopping option he had unlocked. Sure enough, DaEvo had included a list of recommended online retailers. A rather long list. Zack sorted it so he only saw the highest point options, but there were still a lot of stores. Where to start? Going with the highest point option had backfired with Western Neon. He needed to make sure that didn't happen. "How does it calculate style stats?" Zack said, running his hands through his hair in frustration. DaEvo chimed. "Style stats are calculated in 5 categories. Physical style, for example haircuts, beards, etc., tops, bottoms, peripherals, and accessories. Peripherals include larger extra items such as shoes and jackets, while accessories are smaller items such as watches or hats. Every item contains an inherent point value, but it may gain bonus points when combined with other items. Fashion is art." Fashion was a pain, and apparently Zack needed a whole new wardrobe. He sorted the list by clothing categories and selected fitness. Not that he planned to actually complete any of the fitness quests if he could help it, but there had been lots of high-level women at the gym. Maybe they would be more likely to talk to him if he looked the part. Workout clothes might be a way to take his level grinding to a whole new level without having to leave his building. Zack selected the highest level fitness store and skimmed through their store description. If it had been featured on the cover of a fashion magazine, he was taking his business elsewhere. Fit Life, high-performance athletic gear for fashion-conscious athletes. This brand is consistently well-received by extreme athletes and weekend warriors for comfort, durability, and style. Sure, that seemed promising. Zack sorted the clothes according to their point values and picked the top one on the list. Workout shirt, black, cooling fabric. Shirt, plus 14 style points. Pro athletes and fitness enthusiasts alike love this high-performance.
Yeah. He would care more about that if he was actually planning to work out. Zack selected the shirt, matching shorts, and a pair of limited edition sneakers. He added a few designer sweatbands and limited edition socks to fill out the accessory portion of his outfit, and clicked the buy button. Potentially fraudulent activity detected. Did you make this purchase? FitLife Clothing, $1,204.72. Good grief, style stats did not come cheap. Zack approved the purchase, and DaEvo chimed with approval. It didn't add any stats for the new items yet. That would probably have to wait until they arrived tomorrow morning and he tried them on. Lacking anything better to do, Zack scrolled through a few more online stores and bought more clothes. They weren't quite as high level as the Western Neon outfit, but he couldn't wear the same thing every day. Having a few more options in his fashion arsenal would be good. And maybe he could wear these without Ashley laughing in his face. Zack still didn't understand her reaction. The fashion magazines said Western Neon was fashionable. Zoe, or whoever he had talked to in the lobby, had liked the outfit. So why hadn't Ashley? Zack looked around his apartment. Usually, he would stay up all night playing Star Fury. What was he supposed to do with his evening without the game? It wasn't that late. Wherever he looked, his eyes settled on piles of laundry. He opened DaEvo's menu and went to the style quests. Wash laundry and remove worn and torn clothing. Sometimes, cleanliness alone is enough to upgrade your look. Clean up your act by cleaning your clothes. Bonus points to remove anything that is too worn to meet style standards. Style attributes increases. Variable, dependent on washed articles. Reputation increase, plus 0.2. Zack picked up an armful of clothes and gagged at the smell. DaEvo flashed an olfactory warning, and Zack dropped the pile. This wasn't worth it. At least, it wasn't worth doing himself. He opened his condo's app and scrolled through the menu until he found the cleaning service. Cleanliness could be bought just as easily as new clothes. It seemed pointless since the apartment would get dirty again, but DaEvo hadn't given him a choice. It was time to re-engage the cleaning staff. Chapter 9. Zack awoke to the sound of his opti-glasses ringing. He squirmed a little on his Egyptian cotton sheets, one of the few luxuries he'd brought into the apartment, other than his gaming console. Good sheets and a good bed made such a difference. The ringing came again, and Zack groaned. At least it wasn't the overly cheerful DaEvo tune, thank goodness. Just a normal ringtone from his video calling app. He fumbled with the glasses, stabbing himself in the eye before he managed to put them on. Phil's face filled Jack's field of vision. The trustee did not look happy. "What the hell is this?" he asked, waving a tablet too quickly for Zack to see what was on the screen. "Morning," Zack muttered, rubbing his eyes and once again wishing this was a bad dream. He missed the days when Phil had left him alone to play video games, only occasionally interrupting to ask Zack to sign something over email. You never knew what you had until it was gone. "How did you manage to spend $70,000 on clothes?" Phil demanded. "Clothes! In one day! Your bank called me, convinced you had been hacked or kidnapped by a deranged fashionista." Zack shrugged. He had stopped paying attention to prices and credit card notifications after the first few online purchases last night. It had been much easier to scan the store for the curated ensemble with the highest stats and combo points, order it, and move on to the next target. Zack had become rather proficient at that after a while. It took a lot less brain power than working out the exact right combination of weapons, shields, and speed on Star Fury for his ships. Just playing the game. Dating evolution was supposed to make you take a break from video games and talk to women, not turn you into a shopaholic. Sometimes things don't work out the way we want. Frustrating, isn't it?
Phil sputtered and Zack yawned, partly because he was still sleepy, and partly because he knew it would drive Phil crazy if he looked as if he didn't care. His trustee swore softly and took a deep breath to calm himself.
You can't buy your way through life. That's not how this works. It's worked out fine so far, but tell you what, cancel the alpha test and I swear I won't buy any new clothes for the rest of the year. Actually, make that the rest of the decade.
Phil ground his teeth as his desire to curb Zack's spending warred with the desire to teach him a lesson. Zack held his breath and waited. If Phil agreed, Zack would have his life back. He could train for the PvP portion of the tournament without completing any of DaEvo's ridiculous tasks. He could spend all day testing new weapon combinations with his team. He could—
No, Phil said finally. It's only been a couple of days. The developers assured me that dating evolution would help you realize your potential and connect with people. It just needs time.
Zack laughed.
The developers are morons. This is the worst app I've ever seen, and I've seen a lot. Come on, Phil. Let me off the hook. I'll give you another raise if you do.
Phil's eyes narrowed, and he shook his head.
You have to learn. I'm sorry, but you have to learn.
The trustee hung up, leaving Zack alone with a flood of pink hearts as DaEvo booted up for the morning. Health quest complete. You got a full night's sleep. Keep making healthy choices to level up your life. Plus 0.01 physique. Damn it. Phil had been close to cracking, but Zack had played it the wrong way. If only Phil was greedy and money-motivated like every other member of Zack's board, the offer of another raise would have worked. His parents had promoted Phil because of his integrity, and Zack kept him around for the same reason. That integrity was now coming back to bite him. DaEvo offered Zack a quest to eat a healthy breakfast, and Zack swiped it away without reading it. He still had pizza in the fridge and a shred of self-respect in his soul. The app may dictate what he wore, but he wouldn't let it dictate anything else. The condo app chimed to let Zack know that his packages had arrived via drone and been left on his doorstep. Perfect. Zack opened the door and blinked at the mass of boxes in the hallway. They were stacked neatly in piles that reached up to his shoulders and lined the wall halfway to the next condo door. Maybe he had gotten carried away last night. Boredom and a desire to game the system may have fueled him to take his shopping a bit too far. Whatever. Those clothes were key to his strategy to beat DaEvo. He needed to min-max his style stats, so his conversations gave him more game time. Less work, more play. Zack sighed and moved the boxes into his condo. Most were light, so he pushed the stacks rather than picking up individual boxes. When the stacks fell over, he kicked the boxes one by one into his already cluttered living room. DaEvo chimed. Workout detected. Your increased heart rate indicates that you're working out. Accept an official quest to level up your physique. Zack glanced quickly through the list offered. Physique quests. Have a healthy meal. Repeatable. Walk 2 kilometers. Repeatable. Run 2 kilometers. Locked. Lose 5 pounds. Repeatable with limits. Take a weightlifting class. Lift weights. Locked. He rejected them just as quickly. Such dumb software. If it detected him exercising, shouldn't it at least give him points for it? Almost, Zack registered a bug, but decided to skip it. He wasn't going to help them fix their damn buggy software that he'd been conned into testing. Anyway, he had almost finished moving the boxes. There was no need to get carried away. Zack kicked the last box into his apartment. It gave a satisfying thud, and he sank into his gaming chair to examine his loot. If his apartment had looked cluttered before, it now looked as though it belonged to a hoarder. Luckily, most of the boxes were decorated with the brand logos, which would help him sort through them later. The sleek packaging was a strange contrast to the piles of dirty laundry scattered around the room. Zack retrieved his pizza from the fridge and ate it while he opened a few boxes. DaEvo rated the clothes as he pulled them out, overlaying each item with a pink heart filled with stats. Zack set aside a striped polo shirt, dark washed jeans, and tennis shoes that DaEvo had given high combo points to the night before. He needed to be smart about this if he wanted to win the game. Ashley had laughed at his high fashion ensemble, but Zoe had complimented it, if it really had been Zoe. Zack didn't trust DaEvo enough to say for sure. But even if it wasn't Zoe, it was probably still someone fashionable with a very high social level. He'd made the classic mistake of using the same kind of weapon on every kind of opponent. Mass accelerators were great for blowing holes in outposts, but not fast enough to handle high-speed drones that ducked out of the way. You needed guided missiles, a high-speed railgun, or lasers for them. If DaEvo was programmed to work like a game, Zack needed to assume his style stats worked the same way. Use high-stat, high-fashion items on high-fashion women, and lower-value items on low-level women like Ashley. Zack started to pull on the striped shirt, and DaEvo flashed a warning. "Minimum hygiene levels not met. Please take a shower before changing into a clean pair of clothes." Good grief. He wasn't that sweaty, but there was no point arguing with the app. Zack took a quick shower to wash away the sweat he had built up while moving the boxes. He tossed a dirty t-shirt over the pool of water created by the leaking faucet and put on his new outfit. DaEvo chimed when he looked in the mirror. "Style, 58.5. Congratulations. You've taken your style from unemployed hobo to boy next door. Consistency in dress matters. Keep going to earn even more rewards." This was accompanied by a list of other style quests. Style quests. Shop for new clothes. Wash laundry and remove worn and torn clothing. Get a haircut from the 21st century. Manicure, pedicure, skin treatment, manscaping. Take a deportment class and pass. Locked. Learn to dance. Choose dance type. Locked. More. Zack studied the list. His first instinct was to swipe it away and forget it existed, but if he wanted to maximize his style stats, he would have to face these eventually. "What do I get for a haircut?" DaEvo chimed. "Proper physical grooming is important to maximize points available from your clothing purchases. Even if you have physical shortcomings, there's no reason to look like a slob. Style combo maximum upgraded. Physique, +4. "Why didn't you mention that yesterday?" DaEvo remained silent. Stupid buggy app. Zack suddenly felt suspicious. Even his high-fashion Western neon outfit had only reached 89 or so points. That seemed low, considering how cutting-edge those clothes were, and some of the best outfits he had bought online were only worth 45 points. On top of that, this was the second time he'd seen style and physique cross-pollinate. There was definitely something going on. "What else affects my style points?" DaEvo chimed. "Even great clothes won't look their best on you if you're out of shape. Physique stats affect style stats. A pig wearing makeup is still a pig." "Pig? Who are you calling a pig, you blasted—" Zack paused as the usual bug report flashed up. He drew a deep breath. It seemed that the alpha test still had the developer's placeholder descriptions. Either that, or DaEvo really thought the sarcastic, insulting tone was the way to get more customers. Maybe it did work for some people, but this was ridiculous. After all that shopping, he could only min-max up to a certain point before he was forced to work on physique. So much for exploiting the system. Still, he had leveled up significantly in one day. His level grind with Ashley should give him way more points now, hopefully enough that he could train for individual combat without needing to do any more quests for the day. Or maybe he should hang out in the condo lobby for a while to see if Zoe walked by again. Tempting, but Zack decided against it. There was no guarantee she would pass by, or that it had even been her in the first place. And that was like making a world boss run without bothering to grind the space slugs in the starting area. Better to start small and level up first. Even without working out, he was leveling up his physique by sleeping. And he still had style quests he could complete before that stat was maxed out. Zack sighed and scheduled an appointment with the barber located on the first floor of the condo. As much as it pained him to admit that the app was right, a haircut probably wasn't the worst idea in the world. Chapter 10. Zack walked into Gord's with significantly less swagger than he had had the previous day. His stats were lower than they had been in the Western Neon outfit, but the barber and several other patrons had assured him he looked good. His throat tightened when he saw Ashley. The gaming cafe was less busy now that the first round of the tournament was over, but Zack still had no desire to repeat the public humiliation he had experienced yesterday. If she laughed in his face again, he would walk out of Gord's and never come back, which would be a shame. This was by far the nicest gaming cafe in town, and it would be so convenient to complete his DaEvo quests here, then go straight to the private gaming room he had reserved for the rest of the month. Not to mention it would be a pain to find another place to do his level grinding. Ashley grinned when she noticed Zack standing awkwardly in the doorway. With a ribbon bookmark, she marked her place in the book she was reading and waved him over. "Hey, I'm sorry about yesterday." DaEvo started the conversation timer, and Zack coughed to buy himself time. The last thing he wanted to do was talk about yesterday. Ashley's forehead wrinkled in concern. "Seriously, I didn't mean to laugh." "That was a lot of unintentional laughter." She smirked, looking as if she might burst into unintentional laughter all over again. "You just looked... Anyway, I'm sorry. Why were you dressed like that?" Apparently, Ashley did not subscribe to Fashion magazine. Zack shrugged. "Just a project for a friend." "Oh, well, you look nice today." DaEvo chimed and gave Zack a compliment bonus. "Style quest complete. You got a compliment. It looks like your style upgrade paid off. Rewards, plus 30 minutes gaming time." Zack read through the notification with satisfaction, then realized Ashley was still waiting for him to respond. "Oh, thanks." Ashley looked at the counter, and Zack looked at the ceiling. DaEvo flashed a warning that the conversation was lagging. If one of them didn't say something soon, he would lose the conversation time he had gathered without gaining any points. Zack opened his mouth to order a pizza, but Ashley spoke first. "Thank you for yesterday. That is, Amber was so excited about the room. She's been talking about it nonstop." "What? Oh, yeah, it was nothing." Really, it had been nothing. Just a way to annoy the man and get points for cheering up Ashley. Apparently, the cheering up had worked well. Ashley looked happier than she had in their previous two encounters, as she smiled at Zack. "Right. Anyway, thanks." Ashley gave Zack a look, her eyes searching his face for something. Zack hoped she wasn't thinking about how hideous his new haircut was. Maybe DaEvo and the barber had lied to him, and he looked as ridiculous now as he had in the Western Neon ensemble. He had fashion trust issues after the debacle yesterday. DaEvo chimed. "Your conversation is going well. Get bonus points and level up your relationship by complimenting her, asking about her interests, giving her a gift." Zack swallowed and studied Ashley for something to compliment. She was pretty, but the Gord's uniform wasn't particularly flattering. The baggy polo shirt completely obscured her waist, and... Ashley cleared her throat when she noticed him staring, and Zack felt his face warming. Yes, he had been checking her out, but it wasn't what she thought. Not that he could explain that. Ashley put her hands on her hips, and DaEvo repeated its conversation warning. Zack ran a hand through his hair, his eyes flicking around the desktop and alighting on the book on the counter. "So, you like reading?" Zack said quickly. Ashley followed his gaze to her discarded book and made a face. "Usually. This one's a bit dry." "Sociology," Zack read aloud. "Why are you reading a book about sociology?" "For a class." Her tone suggested he had asked a very stupid question. DaEvo chimed. "Bonus objective completed. You asked about her interests. For additional bonus points, compliment her. Give her a gift." Zack looked from the notification to the book to Ashley. He wanted those bonus points, But how should he phrase his compliment so that DaEvo would recognize it as one? He noticed a tiny question mark over the bonus quest and pressed it with a flick of his eyes. Suggestion: to compliment her, be specific. Let her know that you admire something about her. Zack thought for a moment to sort out his wording in a way that was likely to trigger DaEvo.
It's really cool that you're studying, for a class. It's awesome that you're taking a class.
DaEvo did not give him points, and Zack cursed the app in his head. Ashley looked mildly amused. More than one. I'm working on my master's.
Oh, wow, I thought,
You thought I was a slacker nobody who works at a gaming cafe but knows nothing about gaming? Ashley arched a single eyebrow. Zack swallowed, feeling his back grow damp under her scrutiny. Yeah, that was about right, but even he knew better than to admit that. DaEvo chimed again, once again encouraging him to compliment her and flustering him even further.
It's cool. You're kind of a nerd too. That's cool. I mean, you're cool. Sociology is great.
He was rambling, trying to find the right wording so DaEvo would recognize the compliment. For once, Zack wished that one of the morning gamers, all too few right now, would come and interrupt the conversation. Maybe demand she fix their mouse or something. Finally, the app chimed. Bonus objective completed. You complimented her. For additional bonus points, give her a gift. Zack stared at the notification. How in the world was he supposed to give her a gift on such short notice? Zack looked for a tutorial, but apparently that hadn't been added yet. Maybe they should add a shopping app link, too. That'd be a great way to make more money. Zack kicked himself mentally, getting his brain back on track. Before he could speak, Ashley's computer chimed. She flashed Zack an apologetic grin and checked it. Sorry, room 3 is requesting more coffee. Give me a second. She turned to make the coffee, and Zack checked DaEvo. He had earned bonus points for asking about her interests and complimenting her, and game time for the repeatable conversation quest. He suspected he would get some kind of combo bonus for giving her a gift and completing all 3 quests, but he had no idea how to pull that off. His opti-glasses chimed. Fuzz.
So, how's solo training going? Or are you still doing the dishes to earn screen time?
Zack, shut up. Zack could practically hear his friend laughing through the text. He swiped the messaging app to close it and realized that Ashley had returned and asked him something.
Sorry, what?
Do you want anything before I deliver this? DaEvo flashed the bonus challenge again, and Zack swallowed a sigh. He didn't have time to run out and get a gift now. Hopefully he could do it later and still get the combo points.
Can you bring a latte to my room when you have time? I need to start training.
Raptor cow milk as usual? Zack laughed.
Always.
Ashley winked and hurried away to deliver the coffee. Zack watched her go, then hurried up to his reserved room. Star Fury was calling his name. DaEvo chimed and awarded him points for the conversation. Quest complete. You spoke with a woman for 5 minutes 47 seconds. You have earned non-essential electronics and internet privileges. Reward, easy difficulty, plus 15 minutes. Bonus time awarded, plus 30 minutes use time. Bonus achieved. Ask about her interests, plus 30 minutes use time. Bonus achieved. Compliment her, plus 30 minutes use time. Zack sighed as he slumped into his chair in his private room. That wasn't a lot of time, but it was better than nothing. Just over 2 hours when he included his style quest. It didn't take him long to boot up the game, and while he went through the routine, he glanced at the quest information again. He had once again gotten a good return on investment for the time spent in the conversation. If he could keep the conversation going, the bonus time seemed to increment in 2-minute slots, which seemed a little broken if you thought about it. If he had an hour-long conversation, Zack would have more time than he ever needed. There was probably a limiter in there, maybe a logarithmic decrease in time. In either case, having a higher social level meant that he received even more time than before, almost twice as much. And that was without bonuses for laughing or touch. He'd been a little too flustered trying to achieve the other bonus goals to hit those this time. Still, Zack smirked. His strategy was working. It would work even better if he found some higher-level women to talk to, but right now the level grind with Ashley was going fine. Maybe in a couple of hours he'd go down and get some coffee. Maybe use the excuse of stretching his legs. His pod spawned at the usual Corsair outpost, and he went through his pre-flight check to make sure everything was ready for training. Once he was satisfied with his setup, he set his scanners to search for a PvP opponent and opened up long-range comms to his team. "Hey guys, how's it going?" Laser fire and the high-pitched whining of tracker missiles answered him. After a few moments, Foz answered. "Welcome back, Zack. Finally finished your chores?" "You know, you may be overusing that joke," Zack said. "I think it's time to develop some new material." "No way. This situation is comedy gold." Zack waited for Greg or Jenny to chime in and tell Foz that their teammate disappearing in the middle of a tournament round was not funny, but the comms remained silent. "Nobody else is on?" he asked. "Jenny got called in to cover for a waitress with food poisoning, and Greg is working overtime to save up for the flight to Vegas," Foz said. "You know how it is." "Yeah," Zack said noncommittally. He did not, in fact, know how it was. After graduating college, Zack had declined Phil's offer of an internship in his own company and thrown himself into gaming. He understood on an intellectual level that people had jobs and needed to earn money, but the day-to-day reality of it was hard to grasp. Although, now that he was trapped in DaEvo, he was rapidly developing sympathy for his teammates and their work schedules. "Won't have to worry about jobs once we go pro," Foz said cheerfully. "You don't have to worry about it now," Zack said. "I don't have to worry about it for another 10 months, Foz corrected. "Then my gap year is officially over, and I will fulfill my destiny of becoming a doctor." He said that without his usual cheerful enthusiasm, and Zack frowned. He didn't know many doctors who played video games. Would Foz have to give up Star Fury once he started medical school? Certainly he would have to cut back. "You don't think your parents will ease up about that when we make the pro circuit?" he said. "That's a way bigger deal than going to medical school." Foz laughed. Zack waited patiently for his friend to stop, but he just kept going. Eventually, Zack had to clear his throat to get Foz back on track. "We can dream, anyway. You find anybody good to fight yet?" Foz asked. Zack turned back to his ship's sensors, which were scanning his quadrant of space for opponents at his level. "Not yet. Might have to jump somewhere else." While Star Fury was an international sensation, to deal with its massive number of users, players were relegated to servers based off time zones. Of course, they generally tried to mix enough people around so that there were people on at all times, but sometimes it didn't work. That's where the low-sec space was useful. Low-sec space was all international shared servers and meant that you could often find non-English-speaking opponents. If anyone local was logged in right now, fighting them would be faster than hyper-jumping to international space. Transition time between his local servers and the international servers occasionally caused severe lag. Problem was, the odds of finding someone at Zack's level who was also live weren't great. He had never actually checked server rank boards before, preferring to take the time to travel to international battlefields and fight the best in the world. But he was trying to save time now, although sitting here running his scanners wasn't saving him much time either. "Wait, I've got somebody." Zack checked his dashboard. An Armada ship was patrolling nearby, level grinding by blowing up NPC Corsair ships and automated drones. Its stats looked comparable to his, and their ships were in the average tech level. Zack hailed it with a picture of the Corsair flag, the standard invitation to single combat between the factions. He added an emoji sticking out its tongue for good measure. That should get his attention. Sure enough, the ship responded with the Armada insignia and a skull emoji and changed course to intercept him. Zack grinned wolfishly and settled back for the ride. His comms pinged to let him know another of his teammates had come online. "Hey guys," Jenny said. "How's it?" A blast of laser fire and explosions swallowed the rest of her words. "You all right over there?" Foz said. Zack flipped through his available weapons and adjusted the energy levels for his favorites, wanting to get a quick first kill. If he managed to do it fast enough, it often angered his opponents, and they'd come rushing back for a second helping. "Fine," Jenny said, "just trying to adjust the shield frequencies on all my drones while also flying my ship. Looks like we're not the only ones to notice the EMP-inducing laser cannon."
"Yeah, that last update was a doozy," 𝙭said. "But hey, that's why we practice, right?"
"Good pep talk," Jenny said sarcastically. "Now if you'll excuse me, I need to focus." She muted her comms, and 𝙭chuckled.
"She's going to be insufferable once she finally figures out that EMP problem. Don't tell her I said that."
Zack laughed. There were 3 theoretical ways he knew of to fix the issue. Increase the shield strength overall, but that drained energy faster. Wasn't an issue with full-sized ships, but Jenny's drones had smaller engines, or, in some cases, just energy batteries. Second was to figure out the frequency that was being cut through and adjust the shield frequency to match. That required more fiddling with the back end and could leave the drones vulnerable to other previously shielded attacks. And lastly, you could combine the 2 options to blunt the edge of the EMP while widening the distance between your drone and mine layouts. Zack's musings were interrupted as his screen flashed an incoming warning. The Armada ship had sent some missiles on a dead burn in a lame attempt to catch him off guard. Maybe he should have flown to international space after all. If that was the best this guy had, this match wouldn't be much good for training. Zack destroyed the missiles with the photon blaster and started the warm-up sequence for his laser cannon. Time to see how this thing did in single combat. Zack's gaming chair shook, and the room's ambient lighting flashed red as his shields dropped to 95% efficiency. What? How had that guy hit him? Zack swore softly as he checked all his readouts and tried to figure out where the hit had come from. It hadn't been a strong attack, but the Armada scum had drawn first blood. Unacceptable.
"I've gotta go, 𝙭. Looks like this new guy has a few tricks up his sleeves. Have fun. Don't forget to take a break and eat your vegetables to earn game time." "Seriously, that's not funny anymore."
𝙭just laughed. Zack muted his comms and grinned as he swooped into evasive maneuvers. To keep his opponent on his toes, Zack dropped off a pair of missiles on a delayed burn intercept course. Time to get down to business and destroy this Armada scum. Chapter 11. Zack swore as his laser cannon's beam went wide again. The Armada ship was fast. Too fast for the cannon's turret rotation speed and targeting software to get a reliable read on. He'd been attempting to compensate with better flying skills, but he had to admit, the Armada scum knew how to fly. Damn it. It looked as though the cannon wouldn't be a good choice for PvP after all. He tapped away on the keyboard, switching energy shunts and recharge levels to his secondaries. If he dedicated the vast majority of his energy recharge to the secondary lasers, he'd be able to increase damage levels. A quick tap released a new stream of seeker missiles to deal with another of the cloaked drones the Armada scum had been using. Sneaky devil had hidden the initial cloaked drone with its bomb behind his missiles. Zack was both impressed and annoyed at how clever his opponent had been. He was vaguely aware of a door opening and someone setting coffee next to him on the table, but he didn't look up. He was too busy dodging laser fire while trying to get his secondaries in the target zone. Zack felt himself slipping deep into the zone. It had been a while since he did PvP with someone so evenly matched with him. His usual tricks weren't working, and the guy was using weapon combos Zack hadn't seen before. He had thoroughly reviewed the latest releases, but apparently he hadn't been thorough enough. He needed to do more research on the recent releases. Maybe scan the forums to see if someone had created blueprints he hadn't seen from existing tech. Some of the attacks should have been out of current tech abilities, but he was still getting hit. If he could reverse engineer what the man had, maybe they could add it to their arsenal. Or at least adjust their flying styles, maybe squeeze in 1% or 2% more efficiency to their weapons and shields. The fight continued, and Zack lost himself in the battle. His world was lasers and missiles, adjusting energy draw and recharge rates while piloting his ship. Sure, you could fly with a bog-standard setup, but that was for newbies. To eke out the most from your ship, you constantly had to adjust. It was what made Star Fury the best. As Zack's coffee cooled, he flew and fought until DaEvo chimed. He swore as he looked at the timer counting down in the corner. He had 5 minutes to end the latest round of their duel. This was the 5th? 6th round? Zack wasn't even sure, what with the need to fly back and forth after a ship was destroyed. That wasn't enough time to bring this match to a close. Since his main laser cannon hadn't been effective, Zack had been forced to shift things up. Now he was using a massed series of lasers delivering low-damage hits, but a lot of them all the time, wearing down the Armada's shields. Zack was winning, he could tell. There were issues with this configuration for PvP, but it worked, even if it took time. Time he no longer had. Zack swerved to avoid an incoming missile and considered his options. He could forfeit the match and retreat back to the Corsair base, but that would cost him reputation points. He could fly in close and destroy the Armada scum with a hyperbomb, but the resulting explosion at close range would likely destroy Zack as well. At least it would cause damage that would require costly repairs, which wasn't a huge thing for him, but it was still a loss. Or he could live up to his Corsair reputation and do something underhanded and unexpected. Zack grinned and armed the antimatter blaster. He'd added it because of Greg's insistence, but the slow warm-up time and high energy cost to keep it running meant he'd kept it off for the duel thus far. It was a little hard to aim, but the Armada ship had sustained engine damage earlier. If Zack could land a hit, he could end this and make it back to the Corsair base relatively intact. Worth a shot. Zack bit his lip as he brought his opponent in close. In one corner of his eyes, he watched the amount of time he had left counting down. In the other, the energy levels of the antimatter cannon as it warmed up. To make sure his opponent didn't suspect anything, Zack was lobbing missiles at him every chance he got and overheating his engine. He couldn't keep that up for much longer, but it'd work. A modified S-curve managed to maneuver the Armada ship into Zack's shooting hairs. He fired a blast of antimatter ahead of the Armada ship, then pulled back as hard as he could, switching off everything but shields and accelerators. The antimatter, unseen and unnoticed, was flown into by the Armada ship. It stuck to an engine like a wad of chewed gum before it crawled up along the wing. Extremely volatile chewed gum. Zack watched as his screen went white. The game auto-tinted his monitors as he lost all sensors, all external views from the massive explosion the antimatter had created. The release of energy was many times more powerful than the nukes their normal missiles used, and damaged his ship even as he ran away. Luckily, Zack had already started the hyperspace jump, so he was barely able to escape. Sadly, hyperspace would be unstable in the quadrant for the next few days, which would create an unstable wormhole location. Sometimes Star Fury generated automatic dungeons, sometimes ships just got torn apart when they traversed too close. No one liked losing ships for no good reason, which was why antimatter was considered dangerous and insane to use, even by Corsairs. Still, he had won. His game screen flashed with the points and achievements from the match. Zack idly watched his ranks update, then groaned as DaEvo warned him again of the impending shutdown. A quick tap set up his autopilot, since there were no Armada patrols around. It was a shame about the loot. If only he had more time. As if reading his mind, DaEvo chimed and counted down his final 30 seconds of game time. Zack groaned and leaned back in his chair, watching the stars fly by as he took a sip of his now cold coffee. Maybe if he had paid attention and gotten up when he meant to get his coffee, rather than order another one, he could have added more time. The timer reached 0 and the Star Fury theme music played as the game returned to the title screen, then flashed the notification that he would have to contact customer support to access his account. Zack glared at it a moment, then slowly stood and stretched. There was nothing more he could do here. Much as he hated to admit it, he needed to spend the rest of the day with DaEvo and earn game time for his next team training session. Zack walked back to the lobby, where a Gord's employee was trying to reason with an irate customer. "You can't rage in the common room, Steve. You know the drill." "Corsair scum! Did you see what he did to me? Did you see?" Zack searched for Ashley, but she wasn't there. He leaned against the counter to wait for her, and the employee talking to Steve waved at him in apology. DaEvo flashed stats for her. Candice Cook, social level 49, physique 63, style 52, reputation 53, occupation 26. Candice wore her dark dreadlocks pulled back into a high ponytail and bright yellow eyeshadow that complemented her brown skin. Zack wondered briefly if the bold makeup choice meant she would appreciate his Western neon outfit. He could run home, change, and be back in 10 minutes. "Antimatter," Steve said. "Out of nowhere. We're sparring, then he blasts me with antimatter. I thought he was vaguely honorable, unlike more Corsair scum." Zack smirked. Knowing that he had beaten the scum who had been giving Ashley a hard time was rather satisfying, even if it was rather amusingly coincidental. Or not. Really, to be at their level, most people had to devote years to the game, and most people didn't have the time. Zack looked Steve over with interest. He didn't often get to see his opponents in person. Maybe that didn't matter. Other than the ridiculous amount of Armada regalia pinned to his jacket, Steve was pretty unremarkable. And given how annoying he was being right now, the antimatter had been a good call. Candice put her hands on her hips. "Look, you know the rules. Are you going to settle down, or do I have to kick you out?" Steve glared at her, then turned back to his station. Zack could almost swear Steve was sulking as he walked back. Candice hurried over to the counter and smiled at Zack. "Sorry about that. What can I get for you?" DaEvo chimed and started a conversation timer. Zack grinned. Might as well resume his level grinding and bank time for the next training session. "I'll take a pizza to go." "Sure thing." Candice turned to make the pizza without offering further comment. DaEvo flashed the conversation warning, but no helpful suggestions. What had it said last time? To compliment Ashley or ask about her interests? Would that work on Candice? Worth a shot. "Nice eyeshadow," Zack said. It was the most noticeable thing about her. Candice turned and gave him a strange look, then shrugged. "Thanks." DaEvo chimed a compliment bonus, and Zack grinned. This was getting easier. "That guy give you a lot of trouble?" he said, gesturing to Steve. Candice laughed. "Just when he loses. I can't really blame him. Some idiot Corsair used antimatter during a PvP match." Zack struggled to keep his face neutral. "Yeah? I mean, that's not exactly typical, but it sounds like it worked." "Oh, you must be a Corsair," Candice said. "No sense of honor. No offense, of course. You Armada think you can add no offense after any insult and say whatever you want." Candice laughed, and DaEvo offered a bonus for it. "Come on, though. Antimatter? That's the cheapest way to avoid a loss I've ever seen. I'd be ticked if someone did that to me. It's not even a great build. The cannon takes up too many slots, and it recharges too slow for anything but aggro kills." Candice pulled the pizza from the oven, put it in a box, and set it on the counter. Zack swiped his opti glasses to pay. "More like an expensive way. Have you seen the cost of antimatter these days? Maybe he had a good reason." "More like he realized he was about to lose." Candice laughed again, as if she had said something funny. DaEvo chimed with another bonus that Zack was tempted to reject on principle. The antimatter had been his best option in a difficult situation, not some sort of joke. But he needed the time and had no idea if it was possible to reject bonus points. Probably not, given how buggy DaEvo was. Candice was chatty, but annoying. It would make sense to earn more conversation points before he went home, but he'd rather talk to Ashley. "Hey, where's Ashley?" "Gone." "She quit?" Zack's voice rose in alarm. Had the other gamers annoyed Ashley so much that she found employment elsewhere? He had been sure the Viridian solution would fix the problem. Ashley had been his most successful contact so far in DaEvo. If she left Gord's—
"Family emergency," Candace said. "She'll be back tomorrow. Why do you care?"
Zack swallowed at the wary note in Candace's tone.
"Oh, right. No reason."
He flashed a smile and waved. Hopefully, she didn't think he was a creep or a weirdo stalker. He took the pizza and hurried out of Gord's. DaEvo flashed a notification for the successful conversation quest, and Zack scanned through it on the ride back to his condo. The conversation with Candace had given him some time, but not enough. If he was going to endure more inane conversations like that, he needed to grind his personal level up so they'd be worth more. As soon as he returned home, Zack dug into the pizza. The pepperoni left his hands covered with grease. He made a quick visual sweep of the room looking for paper towels, but it would be impossible to find anything under the layer of boxes from his online shopping. He shrugged and wiped his hands on his polo shirt instead. Finding a clean shirt now that he had bought new clothes would be easy enough, and the cleaning service would do laundry when they arrived, which would hopefully be soon. The stench of his apartment was killing his appetite. Zack stuffed the rest of the pizza in the fridge, and DaEvo flashed a notification. Quest: level up your life by improving your physique. Eat a healthy lunch for bonus points. Kale salad, oven-roasted Caesar salad, fruit bowl, whole wheat BLT, avocado toast with pepper on whole grain bread. More. Zack swiped away the notification with a grimace. He wasn't that desperate for points, and he hoped he never would be. He was getting the hang of talking to women the way DaEvo wanted him to. He had successfully leveled up his style and still had quests there that could be completed to get him even more points. He was well on his way to gaming the system with minimum effort. No need to get crazy with physique quests. He pulled a slice of pizza out of the fridge, deciding he was hungry after all. Small acts of rebellion were still rebellion, and Zack was determined to give the app as little control over his life as possible. His phone rang as soon as he took the first bite, lukewarm pizza turning cold as he saw the name. Phil. Zack quickly chewed the pizza. Maybe Phil had changed his mind and decided to let him off the hook after all. Zack swallowed and answered the call. Phil's face filled the OptiGlass screen. He did not look happy. Chapter 12.
"Sup," Zack said.
He took a bite of his pizza and chewed it loudly to annoy the trustee. Phil sighed.
"I don't suppose you've completed any of the etiquette quests in that app. The developers assured me it would improve your manners."
Zack swallowed the pizza and shrugged.
"You change your mind about letting me loose?" "I have an update about the charity. Since that's the one aspect of your business that apparently interests you, I thought you'd like to hear it."
"What is there to hear? You doubled the budget like I asked, right?"
"Yes, which has created its own difficulties. As I have said before, you can't just throw money at problems to solve them."
Zack frowned. "The hospitals aren't happy with more funds?"
"Of course they are, but it's already creating infrastructure problems, on our end and theirs. We need someone to manage the extra funding and research, someone who knows this field and how to evaluate the effectiveness of our efforts."
"So find someone." Zack took another bite of his pizza and wondered absent-mindedly just how far Phil's eyes could bug out of his head. He had annoyed the trustee plenty over the years, but DaEvo seemed to be pushing him to another level. Maybe the app had that effect on everyone.
"You know, you're capable of doing that," Phil said. "If you really want to help the charity, you could put some effort into it."
"Nah, you're better at that sort of thing. You find someone yet?" Phil sighed.
"As a matter of fact, I have someone in mind. Dr. Jones is perfect for the job, but reluctant to take it. She wants to meet you first."
"She?" Zack's mind spun. A doctor should be high level, right? Her occupation and reputation stats should be good anyway. If she had decent physique and style, he could get some serious conversation points in a face-to-face meeting. Working out all the details for the trust might take hours. He could compliment her ideas for bonus points. Maybe get some physical contact when they passed papers back and forth.
Yes, she. Please don't tell me you don't think a woman can—
I'll meet her, Zack said. Where and when, and preferably as soon as possible. Phil blinked at him suspiciously.
This is an important meeting for the trust. We all agree that Dr. Jones is perfect for this position, but she wants to meet the person behind the money before she agrees. Apparently, she's a little suspicious of big organizations. I don't want to scare her off.
You just said you wanted me to take an interest in the trust, Zack said. This is me taking an interest, and I'll be a perfect gentleman. After all, I've got an app for that now. He tapped his opti glasses, and Phil sighed.
I guess I don't have a choice. Fine. Lucky for you, she works in Oklahoma City. I'll set the meeting and let you know the time.
It's a date, Zack said with a grin.
It is not a date, Phil said. It is a business meeting. And if you do anything inappropriate, I will enact the budget clause you signed.
The what? Zack's opti glasses flashed a highlighted portion of the contract as Phil sent it over. In instances when the beneficiary exceeds regular expenses or the budgeted expense limit by 25%, the beneficiary agrees to the expansion of expense oversight by the trustee. This oversight may include restrictions on spending, increased guidelines on expenses charged to the trust, a decrease in current budgeted allowance for the beneficiary, ... Zack swore.
I did warn you to read through what you signed,
Phil said smugly. The trustee's good spirits seemed to have returned a little. Zack glared at him and hung up the call. A text message came through a few moments later.
Phil, be respectful toward the doctor, and I won't need to use that.
Zack rolled his eyes. Of course he would be respectful to the doctor. He would compliment her and ask about her interests and get bonus points for all of it. He should bring some gifts just in case. What did doctors like? A stethoscope? Maybe he should look up some jokes to make her laugh. Laughter was worth serious bonus points, and it was repeatable. Zack ate another slice of pizza while he scrolled through websites of medical jokes and rolled his eyes. They were terrible. He would be better off winging it. A message from Foz interrupted him. Foz, we're running dungeons tonight to train. You in? Zack typed yes without thinking, then groaned as he remembered he was low on game time. The conversation with Candace hadn't given him nearly enough time to run dungeons, and he wasn't eager to speak with her again. Ashley had gone home early, so he couldn't have a conversation with her either. He would have to get points another way. He surveyed the boxes filling his living room. Whatever he did, he would get the style bonus while doing it. That was something. He opened DaEvo and scrolled through the quests. He had just about maxed out style unless he wanted to get a manicure and pedicure, or worse things. Zack swiped those away and looked at physique. Boosting that would also raise his style, but that would require eating healthy or exercising. That left reputation and occupation. Occupation was sitting at 0. How much would a job improve his stats? Occupation quests. Browse job listings. Fill out an application. Complete an interview. Complete your first day. Complete your first week. Suggested careers based off current work history. Grocery cashier, +7. Night janitor, +5. Busboy, +3. Roadside cleaner, +6. Warehouse packer, +4. Parking lot attendant, +6. Locked. What the hell? Why would he become a night janitor for +5 occupation points? It definitely was not worth the amount of time he'd be giving up gaming. For that matter, those kinds of jobs were becoming rarer and rarer as drones and automated machinery took over the work. These days, half the job involved standing around pushing buttons and making sure the machines didn't get stuck. Zack closed the occupation quests and opened reputation. DaEvo had obviously miscalculated this category. It was in the negatives right now, undoing all the work he had done to level up his style. Reputation quests. Join a volunteer organization. Join a charitable organization. Join your local religious organization. The error. Unable to find nearest location for the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster. Spend time at the local retirement home. Answer questions on local bulletin board. Helpfully. ... Nope. Zack pulled off his opti-glasses and glared at them. Those were even worse than the occupation quests. If that was the sort of stupid thing the app used to calculate reputation, it was no wonder he had such a low score. It didn't explain the negative score, though. Just because he wasn't making the world a better place didn't mean he should be in the negatives. Show me the reputation score calculations. DaEvo attribute calculations are proprietary information. Zack dismissed the notification with a huff before he finished reading it. Yeah, he should have remembered that. So, how would he get the information for the style points? He cudgeled his brain a bit, trying different methods to get the system to give up some information. Nothing worked. Eventually, Zack slumped back in his chair, muttering into the open air, "Why are my reputation scores negative?" Reputation scores are taken from negative and positive interactions with others in public and other social situations, as well as the overall reputation of an individual in greater society. Developer note: we are using facial recognition tech for real-time reputation updates, but we are weighing heavily toward public reputation scores. We are getting decent statistical correlation among the test group here, with general reputation scores ranging from 40 to 60. Except Cindy from HR and her bake sales. She's a 70. Still, there's concern that we might be weighing too heavily on public reputation levels, especially for past incidents. We might need to adjust the time decay of reputation scores. In the meantime, don't pee on your neighbor's lawn. How was I to know she had a cam streaming everything in the middle of the night? Tim. Zack blinked at the developer note. If those were accidentally slipping through, the app was even buggier than he thought. Still, it was another bug he could exploit. Apparently, bake sales would help his reputation, and public urination would not. He just needed to look through his public record and find whatever content DaEvo objected to. A quick search through his social media feeds found a few offenders. Angry posts from high school after his parents had died, photos of partying from his college days, a few off-color jokes. Zack deleted those and moved on to gaming forums. He may have occasionally had heated arguments with Armada scum and typed some things DaEvo would likely object to. He found the most obscene posts and deleted those as well, scowling as he did so. Stupid dating sim. Then he moved to the internet at large, doing a search for both his name and his picture to take advantage of facial recognition. To his surprise, several news headlines popped up in the search. Nature or Nurture, a study on second-generation business owners. Moore Enterprises continues to thrive in spite of absent owner. 𝙬𝙖𝙩𝙬𝙪, a case for higher inheritance taxes and fixing trust fund loopholes. 𝙬𝙖𝙩𝙬𝙪, how the next generation spends their time. The articles were far from flattering, and they couldn't be deleted as easily as a forum post. He would have to put some effort in if he wanted to adjust his reputation stats any further. Zack stared at a photo of him stumbling out of a New York bar during his college years. Was that how everyone saw him? As Zack bit his lip, considering sending the magazine a rude email, DaEvo chimed and showed the fruits of his labor. Success! Your reputation has improved. Reputation, plus 3.21. Your new social level is 19.2. For improving your reputation, you have gained plus 30 non-essential electronic minutes. All that done, Zack eyed his gaming monitors. All that work, and he'd barely gained any time from it. He still needed points if he was going to run dungeons tonight. How was he going to get them? As if answering his question, DaEvo chimed. Quest! Level up your life by improving your physique. Eat a healthy lunch for bonus points. Kale salad, oven-roasted Caesar salad, fruit bowl, whole wheat BLT, avocado toast with pepper on whole grain bread, ...
I already ate lunch.
Your alpha test bug report has been logged. Thank you for your help in making DaEvo a success. But the quest remained. Apparently, DaEvo didn't care if he ate 2 lunches. Zack sighed. The quest was repeatable and didn't involve getting a job, talking to reporters, or getting his nails done. How far would DaEvo let him exploit this particular bug? Only one way to find out. He accepted the meal quest. Quest begun. Eat a healthy lunch. Kale salad, oven-roasted Caesar salad, fruit bowl, whole wheat BLT, avocado toast with pepper on whole grain bread, ...
Zack grimaced as he read through the list. None of them sounded appealing, especially since he had just finished half a pizza. Maybe it would be easier to go find another woman to speak to and earn time that way. Except, looking for random women hadn't gone well for him so far. He had been accused of stalking by Cassie and completely ignored by Kayla. Candace had insulted his PvP skills. So far, he had only managed to have successful conversations with Ashley, and he had no way to find her at the moment. Granted, he had leveled up since his encounters with Cassie and Kayla. Maybe looking for a woman to talk to would go better this time. There would probably be women at whatever restaurant had healthy lunches. At the least, there would be waitresses. He could double up on quest points by eating a second lunch and working in some conversations. In the end, did he really have a choice? Fine. Where do I find these healthy lunches? DaEvo suggested a few options, and Zack blinked. The nearest one was in his building. Apparently, the condo gym also offered food. He could get points without leaving his building. Score! Zack waded through the boxes in his living room until he found the box marked with the FitLife logo. He pulled it open and eyed the gym clothes suspiciously. They sat in the box, neatly folded and harmless. Just black shorts and a shirt. No big deal. Zack rolled his eyes and put them on. They were surprisingly comfortable. Light, breathable fabric with just enough stretch. The online reviews hadn't lied about that. He added the limited edition socks, sneakers, and sweatbands, and looked at himself in the mirror so DaEvo could populate his stats. Gym stylish. Style, 63.2. Zack stood straighter so his gut didn't stick out quite as much. He honestly didn't look bad. These clothes would be the perfect camouflage to infiltrate the gym without drawing negative attention like last time. He grinned at his reflection. There had been some high-level ladies at the gym. A lot of high-level ladies. Maybe his style upgrade would be enough to get them to talk to him. If he could have a few conversations with women whose scores were plus 50 over his, he would have no problem getting enough game time to run dungeons. He might not even need to eat the healthy lunch DaEvo kept pestering him about. There was only one way to find out. Chapter 13. The gym was less crowded in the afternoon. Apparently, the serious fitness enthusiasts in Zack's building preferred to work out earlier in the day. He scanned the room, taking in the numerous cycling machines, the ellipticals and treadmills, and the weight racks in the back. He grinned when he saw Kayla. According to the pink hearts hovering around the room, she was still the highest-level woman in the gym. She was doing crunches on a machine, her forehead glistening with a light sheen of sweat. Seeing her sweat reminded Zack about the lack of smell here. Unlike his high school gym, the condo had state-of-the-art facilities including air circulation, which meant it smelled pretty neutral, except for a foresty smell. Maybe pine? Really, Zack had no clue. It was foresty. Zack moved toward her, but DaEvo flashed a notification. Quest, eat a healthy lunch. Would you like to abandon your current quest for a conversation? Abandoning quest will delay gains in physique attributes. Yes or no? Zack glared at the notification, considering his options. If he gained physique points first, he would earn more time from the conversation. And as much as he didn't want to do it, he would have to work on physique eventually if he wanted to max out style. He would eat lunch as fast as he could and hope Kayla was still there when he finished.
Zack used his gaze to let DaEvo know that he would continue the lunch quest, then he looked around in confusion.
Where's the cafe?
A pink arrow appeared in the corner of his glasses, pointing him through a doorway to another room. Just how big was this place? Zack walked through the door and found himself in a spacious room with large windows that showed a panoramic view of the surroundings. Sleek tables and chairs lined the space around the windows. A double door at the end of the room led to a counter with an open grill where people were ordering food cooked to order. Zack frowned at the long line. Kayla might be gone if he waited that long to get food. He turned his attention to a self-serve counter in the middle of the room, covered with protein powders, supplements, and fresh fruits and vegetables. That was more like it. The other patrons were mixing their selections in blenders at the end of the counter. DaEvo popped up stats for the various items and the occasional combo bonus when someone blended something particularly high level. Zack grinned. The whole thing reminded him of a potion shop. Mix a few high-level ingredients to improve potency. Level up your physique stats. Why had no one ever told him it was that easy? He grabbed a clean blender jar and lid from the counter, and a notification appeared on his Opti glasses. The condo app asking for payment. Zack swiped to give consent and scanned the counter for the highest value items available.
How do I know which ones to combine?
DaEvo popped up a complicated nutrition chart, suggesting that combo points were based on ratios of macro and micronutrients being in perfection proportion to each other. Zack stared at it, trying to make sense of it all, then noticed a new icon in the corner. Tutorial. Now the app offered him that option for a stupid smoothie? Zack glared at the icon, hardly noticing that the other patrons were carefully moving around him as they chose their ingredients. Finally, he gritted his teeth and selected it. Flashing arrows replaced the pink hearts. Zack selected the recommended ingredients without really looking at them. Kale, coconut water, protein powder. A few mysterious liquids that he assumed were vitamin supplements. He finished it off with ice cubes and beets, put the lid on his blender, and crushed the ingredients into oblivion. The crunch and grind of his blender joined the symphony of those around him, setting Zack's teeth on edge. Even if they were high-quality blenders, they were still noisy. When he was done, DaEvo chimed and offered stats for the sickly brown mixture Zack poured into a glass. Grind Up. Kale Vitamin Smoothie. A trademarked recipe from Grind Up and part of your balanced workout meal. Guaranteed to provide all your nutrition needs after a Grind Up, light or medium workout. Would you like more nutritional information? Reward for consumption. Plus 0.15. A few of the other patrons watched him out of the corner of their eyes, probably wondering how he knew how to make such an effective drink, or why he wasn't in better shape if this was the sort of thing he normally ate. Zack grinned and selected an empty table with a view of the river. He was still annoyed that DaEvo was bossing him around, but maybe the physique quests weren't so bad after all. This quest was repeatable. He could drink a bunch of these concoctions and level up without ever touching any exercise equipment. Zack settled back in his chair and took a drink. He gagged. It tasted like dirt. Chocolate dirt with a faint hint of coconut and vomit thrown in for good measure. DaEvo chimed. Quest begun. Eat a healthy lunch. Reward. Plus 0.15 physique. Zack swallowed, trying to erase the taste from his mouth, and stared at the glass. It looked bigger than it had a moment ago. Sickly strands of kale floated through the muddy mixture, reminding him of hair in a witch's brew. Maybe he should have abandoned this quest after all. Zack heard snickering from the other side of the room. The bodybuilders who had run him away from Kayla were watching him from the corners of their eyes and hiding their laughter by taking drinks of their own smoothies. They obviously expected him to fail, just like the jocks who'd laughed at Zack in gym class. Why was it important to climb a damn rope? Unless you were a mountain climber, it was an utterly useless skill. Well, he'd show them. Zack took another drink and somehow managed to swallow it. Video games never mentioned how potions tasted, But, come to think of it, some of them were made with some pretty nasty ingredients. This was likely worse. The bodybuilders nudged each other and laughed some more. DaEvo flashed a warning. Reputation, minus -0.1. Stupid fitness jerks. He would not let them damage his reputation after he had taken the trouble to fix it. Zack took another drink and fought the urge to throw up. Think of the points. Think of Star Fury and running dungeons with his team. He had almost finished a quarter of the glass. Just a few more swallows. He kept expecting to get used to the taste, but if anything, it got even more disgusting. The smoothie sat heavy in his stomach, competing for space with the pizza. Maybe eating 2 lunches hadn't been a great idea after all. He took another drink. You got used to the dirt taste after a while. Kind of. It was the dirt mixed with fake chocolate that threw him off. And the coconut aftertaste. No, it was still disgusting. Halfway there.
It helps to put some fruit in,
someone said. Zack looked up in surprise as one of the bodybuilders sat in the empty chair at his table.
Helps what?
Zack said, glaring and wishing the man would leave him alone in his misery. The last thing Zack wanted right now was company.
The taste. I know it's tempting to cram every healthy thing in that you can, but if you don't actually like the taste, you'll never keep up the habit.
I'll keep that in mind, Zack said with as much venom as he could muster, wishing the man would go away and leave him alone. Instead, the bodybuilder grinned.
It's the same with the workouts. Find something you actually enjoy. This is a great facility. Not many buildings have gyms like this.
Sure. Zack forced down another swallow and eyed the nearly empty glass. He was so close. He couldn't wait to get back to his condo and wash this down with a soda.
You must be new,
the bodybuilder said.
I haven't seen you around. You should come to boot camp Tuesday mornings. It's a great class. I don't think he's interested in boot camp,
one of the other bodybuilders called.
Hey, we all have to start somewhere. See you later, man. Hit me up next time you want a smoothie. We can swap recipes. I guarantee I can make you something better than that.
The man grinned and left the cafe with his buddies. In the corner of Zack's vision, he was surprised by a contact request. He hadn't even noticed the man using his tech to send it over. Must have been on one of his wearables. Zack glared after them. Stupid, smug, arrogant jocks thought they knew everything. Zack looked at the clock on his optiglass screen. It had taken him almost 30 minutes to make and consume the smoothie. So much for getting through it quickly and getting back to speak to Kayla. He drained the rest of the glass, slammed it on the table, and fought the urge to vomit. Leveling up was so satisfying in video games. In real life, there was no symphonic music, no happy little dings, just a lingering aftertaste. Quest complete. Plus 0.15 physique. Zack stared at his opti-glasses. Repeatable quest or not, that had been way too much trouble for that many points. He stood, fought back a wave of nausea, then walked into the workout room. This was stupid. What was the point of eating healthy if it made you feel worse? The bodybuilders were nowhere in sight. Zack noticed a few other doors that probably led to classrooms or other weight rooms. How big was this place? No matter, he just needed to find someone to talk to. Was Kayla still there? He filtered DaEvo's hearts to show only the highest-level ladies, and grinned. She was still there, once again running frantically on the elliptical. Zack walked casually toward her machine, hoping to catch her eye and impress her with his stylish new outfit. Unfortunately, she didn't look up. Zack casually claimed the elliptical next to Kayla's and ran. At least, he tried to run. The machine wobbled as he tried to use it, and Zack grabbed the handles for balance. He looked at Kayla. She glanced in his direction, nodded slightly to acknowledge Zack, then focused her gaze straight ahead.
Hey, do you mind showing me how to use this thing?
It was as good an opening as anything else he had come up with. Unfortunately, she either didn't hear him because of her headphones or she was completely ignoring him.
"You're really good at using it," Zack said, going for the compliment bonus. "I thought, it helps if you type in your height so the machine can adjust for you," a female voice said behind him. Zack looked down from his place clutching the handles and almost fell over again. Apparently, his stylish upgrade had paid off. The women were coming to him now. Sherry Wells, social level 79, physique 92, style 74, reputation 78, occupation 71. Zack scanned through the rest of Sherry's information. She was a personal trainer who also did bodybuilding competitions. He could have guessed that from looking at her. She was seriously toned. She could probably pick him up and throw him across the room without any effort. Still, all those muscles gave her amazing physique stats. DaEvo flashed a warning that the conversation was lagging, and Zack realized he had been staring at Sherry's stats longer than he should have. "Right. Thanks. Let me show you around," Sherry said. "You'll get better results if you know how to use everything properly." Sweet. She was into him. Zack grinned at Sherry and climbed off the elliptical. His stomach churned as he followed her around the gym. Zack pretended to be interested in the machines, adding just enough commentary for DaEvo to keep the conversation timer going. He hadn't managed to make her laugh yet, but Sherry had touched his arm a few times to correct his form as she showed him how to use the equipment. "So that's all there is to it," Sherry said. "Of course, there's the free weight room in the back and all the classrooms, but I'd start out here first." "Thanks." The conversation seemed to be wrapping up. Zack glanced at the timer. It had been almost 30 minutes. A long conversation, all things considered, but he still had several hours to go until it was time to meet his team. He might as well keep her talking if he could. It was a shame the cleaning service hadn't cleaned his apartment yet. He could have invited her over, and "We've got personal training available as well," Sherry said. "My schedule is open for the next hour if you want me to help you put together a fitness plan." Wait, what? Zack looked at Sherry in confusion, then noticed the name tag pinned to her tank top. Crap. She was a personal trainer here. So much for him getting better at attracting women. Sherry had simply been doing her job and helping a fitness noob learn the ropes. Whatever. At least he was getting points for it. DaEvo chimed. "Quest. Take a weightlifting class to unlock new fitness and physique quests." Zack glared at the notification. He didn't want to take a stupid weightlifting class. He didn't want to be here. But if he accepted it, he would get both conversation points and complete the quest. Game time and improved physique. He sighed. The smoothie had settled into his stomach like a rock, and he wanted nothing more than to go back to his bed and take a nap. But Sherry was waiting for him to decide, and DaEvo flashed a warning that the conversation was lagging. "Yeah, sure," Zack heard himself say. "Let's do some weights." He acknowledged the contract and liability waiver Sherry flicked over to him, slowing down long enough to scan through for any potential issues. After the incident with Phil, Zack wasn't about to just agree to a contract without reading. Luckily, this one was pretty simple. Just an acknowledgement of dangers from exercising. Ha! He already knew exercising was dangerous, and a standard waiver. She had set him up for a 10-class trial period, which seemed high. But he could always skip it once he figured out how to get points another way. Sherry grinned. "That's the spirit. I can program a routine directly into your optiglasses so the machines will adjust to fit your routine, and you can do it without me tomorrow. You should see a notification in just a moment." She retrieved a tablet from behind a nearby counter and typed something into it. A notification flashed onto Zack's optiglasses, and he swiped to download the gym's app so it could interface with the weight machines. Hopefully that wouldn't come back to bite him later. Attaching his door to a smart app had seemed innocent enough. Still, nothing to be done about it now. And look where that had led. "Let's start with the seated press," Sherry said, leading Zack to the nearest weight machine. "We'll just need to figure out your starting weights to program the settings. Let's try 5 to start." Zack looked around the gym at the other users. Even those who weren't in great shape were lifting quite a bit of weight.
Certainly more than 5 pounds. His competitive side kicked in, and he spoke without thinking.
5? I'm sure I can handle more than that. It's just a starting point. You'll build up over time.
Zack sighed and gripped the handles as Sherry instructed. It was probably better to go with a lower weight. He was trying to satisfy DaEvo, not actually get in shape. He pushed. Nothing happened. The machine didn't move. Zack's stomach churned as he pushed harder. Sherry frowned.
Let me just lower that a little.
Zack tried again. Sherry lowered the weight again. Finally, he managed to move the bar.
1 pound, Sherry said, tapping on her tablet. Let's have you do 2 sets of 10 reps since you're just getting into this.
With growing horror, Zack realized that Sherry meant for him to push the bar up again. What the hell? This was supposed to be a class, not an actual workout. She was just supposed to show him how to use the machines and program a routine, not actually have him complete it.
I don't. I can lower the weight to 0 if it's still too heavy. The bar has weight, and even moving your arms without weight is a good start.
Sherry's offer seemed genuine, but Zack couldn't help suspecting some sarcasm in her tone. He glared at her and pushed the bar up again. And again. This was the absolute worst. His arms were shaking, and his breath came in ragged gasps. He needed to get out of here. Now. Tapping at the tablet, Sherry cast a critical eye over Zack's shaking limbs.
Maybe just 1 set on this one. Let's do some legs and call it a day. It's best to start off easy and add in extra sets gradually.
Zack's eyes grew wide with horror. Another machine? She honestly expected him to complete exercises on another machine?
I should probably go, he said. You're sure? We haven't finished your routine yet.
DaEvo chimed. Quit current quest? Please note, there are no save points in this quest. You will be required to begin the quest from the start if you quit. Additional reputation losses may occur. Yes or no?
Damn it all.
Zack gritted his teeth and followed Sherry to the next machine. This one required him to squat and push himself back up. Sherry looked over Zack's body with a professionally critical eye.
Let's start with no extra weights for this one. For squats, we'll want to make sure you get your form right before we do anything else.
She gave Zack a friendly smile. He fought the urge to reply that he didn't want to do it at all. But now that he had started this blasted quest, he needed to finish it. Then he could leave this hellhole of a gym and never come back. DaEvo chimed bonus points as Sherry lightly tapped Zack's shoulders to correct his form. He gritted his teeth as he squatted and lifted himself back up. This wasn't a big deal. No big deal at all, just like getting out of a chair. He did that every day, multiple times a day. So why was he sweating so much? Sherry made him do 2 sets on that machine. Zack's whole body trembled when she finally told him to stop.
Nicely done, she said. You'll want to add some cardio as well, but for now, let's walk a few laps for a cool down.
Zack nodded and followed her to the track. He caught a glimpse of himself in a mirror and winced. His hair was plastered to his head in a sweaty mess, and his face was bright red and splotchy. His legs trembled as he tried to match Sherry's pace during their time around the track.
Great, Sherry said. Now let's do some stretching.
She bent over, demonstrating the stretch. Zack tried to follow suit, and his stomach heaved. He made a frantic dash for the nearest trash can as the smoothie and pizza resurfaced. DaEvo chimed. Health warning. Purging is not a medically healthy form of weight control. Please see a licensed dietitian or follow DaEvo's tutorial on healthy eating habits for additional medically appropriate weight control methods. Points acquired for Physique Quest, Eat a Healthy Lunch have been removed. Zack could only groan into the trash can and hope that his reputation points didn't drop further. Chapter 14. Zack wobbled back to his apartment on shaking legs. He collapsed into his gaming chair and looked over his base stats. Physique, 35.2. Style, 58.5. Reputation, -16.99. Occupation, 0. He'd gotten nearly the same amount for the workout as having a proper night's sleep, which was rather ridiculous. About the only good thing was the conversation with Sherry. He'd gained enough time to run dungeons with his team tonight. He had been a little worried that her training him would invalidate her, but it seemed the app hadn't caught on. Yet. Zack craned his neck and looked at his fridge. He was thirsty, but it was all the way across his apartment. That distance seemed immense at the moment. He leaned forward, trying to stand. His entire body protested, and he collapsed back into the chair. Forget it. He didn't need a drink that badly. He hadn't bothered to change out of the FitLife clothes. DaEvo chimed with a hygiene warning that Zack swiped away. Most of the sweat had dried, and the FitLife clothes wicked away moisture as promised. Much as he hated to admit it, the workout clothes were even more comfortable than his usual sweats and t-shirt. This was one DaEvo upgrade he might keep around once he got out of this ridiculous situation. Zack spent the next few hours reading detailed blogs about the latest Starfury update and looking for clues about the strange drones he had encountered a few days ago. Steve's use of drones to open their PvP match had suggested that something interesting was happening on the Armada side of space. But the blogs, while detailed and informative, offered no clues about what Zack had seen. The latest update had included a few patches to fix bugs in older model drones, but nothing else that was helpful. It looked as though the developers had focused their energy on lasers and blasters this time around. That was a good way to ensure lots of fireworks at the tournament, especially since they'd made missiles the last round a touch too powerful. The increased range of the previous update had caused problems, until everyone had switched to better point defense. The lasers and blasters, combined with hiring Zoe Cross as the face of the tournament, should help them boost ratings. Zack gave up on the drone question and turned his attention to inputting the new weapon data into his spreadsheet. He'd been putting that off, and he really shouldn't have. He needed to work out a better balance for their ships, especially for the dungeons they had to run tonight. Even something as small as finding space for an additional shield booster could give him a major advantage if the numbers lined up correctly. When he was satisfied that he had exhausted the existing resources, Zack forced himself out of his chair to grab dinner. His legs trembled as he navigated the canyon winding through the piles of laundry and unopened boxes. He cursed DaEvo, fitness, Sherry, smoothies, and the world in general as he hobbled around his kitchen, gathering supplies for the dungeon run. DaEvo offered a quest to eat a healthy dinner, and Zack swiped it away as he retrieved the rest of the pizza from his fridge. He balanced as many energy drinks and sodas as he could on top of the box and made the perilous return journey to his gaming chair. He was sweating by the time he reached it, and his arms shook with the effort of hauling his spoils across the room. He tilted the box and dumped the cans onto a pile of clothes within reach of his gaming station, then sank into his chair. He logged into Starfury and ate the pizza as he checked his spreadsheet. His eyes darted from side to side as he programmed the shipyard with the various weapon configurations, verifying that his spreadsheet was correct at each point before saving the configurations. It'd make hot swapping to a new configuration easier later on. When he was done eating and shopping, Zack wiped his greasy hands on his FitLife shorts, grabbed an energy drink off the stack of laundry, and proceeded to make the series of hyperjumps to the dungeon. His arms shook as he lifted the controller. Blasted fitness quests. What had he been thinking, doing a weightlifting class? Zack directed his autopilot to take him to the rendezvous point and set the controller on his lap as he stretched his arms and tried to loosen them. He wasn't surprised when he was hailed by Greg the moment his friend came on.
You go through the updates yet? I'm torn between two of the new blasters.
Just finished. I'll send you my results. Zack made sure to send over his recommendations to the team as a whole. Of course, they wouldn't take his suggestions at face value, but whatever they chose to go with, they'd send back and he'd put it into his sheet to ensure they had the right amount of DPS, defense, and webbing.
Sweet, Greg said. I'll try these out tonight and see how they do. How was your PvP? Great. Took out an armada maggot who was in the same gaming cafe as me. He almost got kicked out for whining after I beat him.
I got crushed, Jenny said as she hyperjumped into their quadrant. He had some kind of new laser that took out my drones as fast as I could spawn them.
You need a tutorial in heavy artillery? Greg said. Or somebody to avenge you?
Jenny scoffed. I can avenge myself, thanks. I note you didn't do much better. Your ranking's down.
Bah, just bad matchups.
That's what losers always say, 𝙤𝙩 said as his ship materialized. A few moments later, Greg's appeared as he spawned in the local Corsair outpost. It didn't take long for the group to gather now that they were all in system. Zack turned off autopilot so he could guide his ship into formation. His arms trembled as he maneuvered, and he twitched, nearly crashing into 𝙤𝙗.
Cripes, watch out! Sorry.
Zack quickly corrected his course. He once again cursed Sherry, the gym, the weight machine, and DaEvo. He added Phil and the smoothie for good measure. He was better than this. He couldn't let them throw him off his game.
Ready?
His teammates voiced their agreement, and Zack led the charge through the wormhole that would lead them to the dungeon. It started off easy enough, a few rogue patrols and AI ships that Jenny easily disabled with her drones. Zack fired up his laser cannon and blasted the disabled ships into oblivion. His thumb on the joystick slipped, though, sweaty and tired, and he fired when he shouldn't have, clipping 𝙤𝙗.
Watch it! My bad.
𝙤𝙗 corrected his course and engaged a rep, and Zack glared at his hands as if they had personally betrayed him, which they had, in a way.
Sorry, I'm a little shaky today.
Well, pull it together, 𝙤𝙗 said.
Incoming,
Greg snapped. Zack took a deep breath and wiped his hands on his shirt as another wave of ships approached. He couldn't choke now. He couldn't let DaEvo win. He let out a war cry and poured all his remaining energy into the battle. Time flew by in a rush of explosions and laser blasts. The final boss was an enormous space station. The team split up. Jenny and Greg kept the station defenses busy with drones and heavy-hitting artillery, while Zack and 𝙤𝙗 flew through the mobile defenses and landed critical hits on weak points. Finally, the space station exploded in a glorious display of color. The sound roared through Zack's surround sound system, and he whooped in triumph. He tried to raise his hands in victory, but gave it up when his muscles protested.
Nice one,
Greg said. Zack's optiglasses chimed. He expected it to be DaEvo, but instead, the condo app popped up a notification. A resident has filed a noise complaint. Please be mindful of other residents in the complex. Zack rolled his eyes. He had been much louder than this before without a problem. Then again, the building constantly had a rotating group of residents as real estate flippers tried to make a buck and the developer rented out their furnished apartments. Maybe someone new had arrived. He waited for his teammates' chatter to die down before speaking.
That was good, guys. Let's debrief. What formations worked best?
Greg groaned.
Do we have to strategize now? Let us enjoy our victory for a bit.
Sorry, no can do. I've got... Zack cast a quick glance at his optiglasses.
45 minutes of game time left. We need to debrief and make a plan for tomorrow's session.
Fine, 𝙤𝙗 said. Let's debrief so Zack can get to bed on time.
Ha ha. Let's try that formation we used on the third wave again. I think it might work better if 𝙤𝙗 pulls more to the right.
The team quickly settled into training mode, running through the various formations and discussing gear until DaEvo chimed to let Zack know his time was almost up.
Sorry guys, gotta go.
His teammates groaned. You're going to have enough time for the next tournament round, right? Jenny said.
Yeah, I've got it under control.
You'd better, Greg said. Don't forget to brush your teeth, 𝙤𝙗 said. Zack logged off and tried to lean forward in his chair, but his muscles refused. He sighed. Repeatable quests weren't any good if he was physically incapable of repeating them, and he would rather run milk delivery missions than drink any more health smoothies or lift weights. If he couldn't level up physique, reputation, or occupation, he was back to style. He scanned through the remaining style quests. The haircut had been pretty painless, all things considered. He might as well complete more grooming quests and max out his style points as much as he could. Zack gritted his teeth and selected manicure from the offered quests. It would be fine. No one had to know. He had a sudden vision of himself in a frilly pink nail salon and groaned. Forget that it would be filled with women he could talk to. It wasn't worth it. He would rather do another weightlifting session with Sherry than set foot in a nail salon. Okay, that wasn't quite true. He would rather not do either ever again. But that wasn't an option. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Zack selected the first nail salon from DaEvo's list and checked the pictures that accompanied the online reviews. Crap. It was worse than he'd pictured. Pink with flowers everywhere. He turned his gaze to the top to close the website and stopped. At home appointments, did that mean… He quickly selected the option from the menu, and a wide grin spread over his face. The nail salon offered in-home appointments. He could level up his style without leaving his condo, without leaving his gaming chair. That was more like it. Zack booked the first available appointment without bothering to check the date or time, and quickly scrolled through the rest of the grooming quests, scheduling as many in-home visits as he could. Leveling up was easy again. His condo app sent him a notification, and Zack frowned as he read it. Thank you for choosing Sunshine Cleaning. Your cleaning appointment is set for August 8th at 2 p.m. At that time, weekly cleaning services will be resumed. That was way too late. Before Zack could respond and demand that they move him up the list, DaEvo chimed. Bonus quest! You are on a roll. Keep improving to maximize your gains. Achieve an average social level of 25 for 3 days. Reward, plus 240 minutes online time. Zack did some quick calculations. The style quests would get him close, but he would have to wear Western neon all the time. That would not work at all. If he wanted that bonus time, he would have to explore another category. He had already ruled out occupation and reputation as being too much work, literally for the former. Physique was repeatable in theory, but not in practice. Think. There had to be a way around this. Another way to game the system. Smarter, not harder. That was what he needed now. Of the remaining categories, physique seemed the easiest to scam. Pretending to work out seemed easier than pretending to get a job. Zack's mind raced as he tried to find a way to cheat the system. DaEvo was brand new, so there weren't any fellow dating sim sufferers he could ask for help in beating it. But DaEvo wasn't the only thing keeping people from playing Star Fury. That incompetent moron at Star Fury support had mentioned exercise and work, not dating. If other gamers were locked out of their accounts because of intervention mode, other gamers would also be searching for hacks. Zack opened his web browser with a flick of his eyes and went to his favorite Star Fury forum. As he suspected, there were no posts about DaEvo. That made sense. It was still an alpha, and even if other gamers had been tricked into similar situations, they were likely keeping quiet about it. Zack was certainly not willing to admit his situation in a public space full of gamers. Hopefully, he wouldn't need to. Zack expanded his search to include any kind of intervention mode, and his screen lit up with responses. There were whole sections of the forum dedicated to cheating the intervention criteria. As Zack had suspected, his fellow gamers wouldn't give up Star Fury without a fight. Man, a lot of people had been tricked into this. The forum was divided into categories by whatever vice the users were supposed to be overcoming: jobs, school, alcohol, diets, exercise. Luckily, that last one seemed to be a popular subtopic. Zack clicked through and scanned the posts for something useful. Scurvy Man 55. It's set to measure time I spend in the gym, but doesn't actually track activity. Any way to fool the GPS into thinking I'm at the gym without actually going there? Anvil 2-time. The time log has to be signed by a physical trainer. Is anyone here a licensed physical trainer willing to sign it for me? Harambe Lives 1247. It's connected to my heart rate tracker and measures movement and pulse. Any way to hack that? Zack selected the third one. That seemed to be what DaEvo was doing to him, since it asked if he was exercising every time his heart rate increased. All the smart gear had seemed like a good idea when he bought it, but now it just gave DaEvo unlimited access to his information. 𝙬𝙬𝙧𝙀. Heart rate detectors are hard to fool, but not impossible. Watches are the easiest types to hack. I put mine on my dog like a collar and got points while she ran around the yard. All I had to do was throw a ball for her. Bacon is Life 97.
Tried this with my dog, but he didn't move enough. My watch thought I was sick because the dog slept all day. Frowny face.
Byronosaurus Rex.
I'm having the same issue, but my dog runs around like crazy, so this worked for me. Thanks for the idea, Cactus Trash 8.
Zack grinned. That was more like it. He skimmed the rest of the posts. Lots of users had cheated the system with their pets. Their wearable tech wasn't the same model as his, but the hack should still work. There was just one problem. He didn't have a pet. Well, he could fix that. Chapter 15. Zack lay flat on his back and opened his eyes, groaning as the morning beat him with its insufferable presence once again. Sunlight streamed through the windows, letting him know that he had slept in even later than usual. So why did he feel as if he had been run over by a steamroller? He tried to sit up, and his muscles screamed in protest. He collapsed back onto the pillow and groaned. What in the world had happened yesterday? He hadn't woken up this groggy and in pain since his party days in college. Had he gone to a party? That didn't sound right. But something had obviously happened yesterday. Something big. Music played through the surround sound system in his bedroom. Peppy, cheerful music that had no business being so pleased with itself so early in the morning. Zack tried to scratch an itch on his forehead, but his arm refused to move. Why wouldn't his arm move? Had he been drugged? Mugged and somehow crawled back home? The music chimed again, and everything came flooding back. DaEvo, physique quests, health smoothies. Zack let loose a stream of profanity. It made him feel slightly better, but he wasn't sure it was worth the effort of speaking aloud. Everything hurt. He hadn't been this sore since, well, never. He had never felt this miserable in his life. Stupid app. DaEvo chimed again. Zack forced himself to roll over, retrieved his opti-glasses from his bedside table, and put them on. A flood of hearts covered the screen, and he swore again as pink filled his vision. Health quest complete. You got a full night's sleep. Keep making healthy choices to level up your life. Plus 0.1 physique. Fat chance. Healthy choices were the literal worst. Zack rolled over again until he reached the edge of the bed. Somehow, he managed to swing his legs around and pull himself up to a sitting position. His entire body trembled from the effort. He flexed his fingers to make sure they still worked. They were all he really needed to play Star Fury. If worst came to worst, the app had accessibility features that would let him control his ship with his eyes via the opti-glasses. It wasn't precise enough for him to perform as well as he did with his joystick and keyboard, but it was an option. Zack swore again. He shouldn't be wondering if he would be able to use his hands the day before the next qualifying round of the tournament. He should be looking over the new weapon releases, adjusting his setup, and training with the new equipment until he knew how it performed inside and out. His opti-glasses chimed. Not DaEvo this time. Zack opened the condo app. Your package has arrived and been delivered via drone. This was followed by a picture of a box sitting outside his door, taken by the courier to show its delivery. A white box covered with purple paw prints. What had he... Oh, right. Zack grinned in spite of everything. DaEvo thought it was so smart, but he'd show it who was boss. He'd level up his physique without lifting a finger. But first, he had to get out of bed. With great effort, Zack pulled himself forward and extended his legs. They shook as he put weight on them. He stumbled forward and caught his balance on the wall. He was so tired, the smell in his condo didn't even bother him anymore. He hobbled through the condo, using furniture and stacks of clothing boxes for support, until he reached the door and opened it with shaky hands. He frowned at the box. If he bent to pick it up, he might not make it back to an upright position. He gently slid the box through the door with his foot. Something rustled inside as the box moved. Zack almost couldn't believe his plan had worked. Apparently, you really could order anything online these days. Zack pushed aside boxes to clear a space and collapsed onto a bar stool by his counter. He slowly bent over to pick up the box, pulled tape off the flaps, and opened them. Beady black eyes stared up at him. Zack blinked. The hamster didn't. It seemed to be sizing him up, deciding if it could take him in a fight. The way Zack was feeling, it probably could. He pulled the cage out of the box and carefully set it on the kitchen counter. The hamster was contained in a small enclosure attached to the larger cage by a tunnel. Peppy music blared through his headphones, and an animated hamster appeared on Zack's optiglasses.
Hi, I'm your new best friend. Pull the tab to let me wander free in my habitat.
This was accompanied by an animation showing Zack where to pull on a tab and open the door from the small enclosure to the large one. He pulled, glaring at both the animated and real hamster as he did so. The animated hamster's voice was high-pitched and squeaky, almost more annoying than DaEvo. Almost.
Thanks. Now I need a name.
The animated hamster jumped up and did a flip around a blinking cursor on the optiglass screen. Zack stared at it, slowly realizing he was supposed to give the hamster a name. Phobos, he said, naming the first star fury planet that popped into his head.
Yay! I love it!
The animated hamster did another dance, and Zack gritted his teeth. Man, that was annoying.
Now I'll show you how to take care of me.
The animated hamster showed him how to fill the water bottle, put seeds in the dish, and pour fresh bedding in the bottom of the cage. Zack skipped through the presentation and did as it said as quickly as he could. Then he hobbled over to the fridge and pulled out a slice of pizza. DaEvo chimed.
Physique quest. If you eat better, you'll feel better. Try a healthy...
Zack quickly swiped away the notification and stuffed half the pizza in his mouth. He wasn't falling for that again. He wasn't going anywhere near the gym with its poisonous potions and sadistic personal trainers. He had another plan. Zack eyed the hamster. It was running in its wheel, creating a soft whirring sound as its little feet pounded against the plastic. It looked like an active creature. Perfect. All he had to do was put his smartwatch on it, and he would get all the physique points he needed. Zack took off his watch and reached into the cage. The hamster dodged his hand and burrowed under the bedding. Hey, get back here. Zack grabbed a handful of bedding, hoping the hamster would come with it, and grinned when he pulled the rodent out of its cage. Hold still. The hamster kept wriggling. After some struggle, Zack slid the band around it and grinned as the fitness watch automatically adjusted to fit the hamster's girth. Finally, one of his technology upgrades was paying off. The hamster bit Zack's finger as the band grew snug around its waist. Ouch! Zack dropped the hamster in surprise and gritted his teeth when he realized the creature had drawn blood. The hamster darted away and disappeared under a couch. Having staunched the bleeding with some quick pressure, Zack stared at his finger and wondered if hamsters got rabies. DaEvo flashed a notification.
Workout detected. Your elevated heart rate indicates you're working out. Would you like to start a workout quest? Error. Optiglass's optical fitness monitoring has noted a significant, greater than 10%, discrepancy between your eFit band and OFM heart rate.
Zack's lips pursed, then quickly flipped through the options. It didn't take him long to reset the options to choose his fitness band over the OFM when both were providing information. Of course, when the watch stopped working or provided no data, it'd just default back to the OFM. Problem solved, Zack turned back to his quest. A quick confirmation, and Zack received a new notification.
Workout quest started. Keep it up to level up your physique.
Zack grinned and leaned against the counter as he finished his pizza. He sniggered as he scrolled through the data he had collected from last night's dungeon runs. Finally, something was going right. Chapter 16.
Warning, elevated heart rate detected. Please.
Zack swiped away the notification and returned to sorting through data. He had imported the combat logs from their dungeon run into his spreadsheet and was checking the numbers to see if any different weapon combinations could have shaved off some time. Idly, Zack wondered if he could make a spreadsheet that ran the comparison of damage, shield sustainability, maneuverability, and engine recharge times for specific obstacles. It'd take some finagling, and he'd want to create sufficient input options to make it reusable for multiple dungeons, but he had one somewhat similar. Maybe if he… DaEvo chimed.
Quest! Don't forget to finish wooing Ashley Barnes by complimenting her. Completed. Asking about her interests. Completed. Giving her a gift. In progress.
I'm not wooing her, Zack said. But he stared at the notification anyway, considering it. He was bound to get bonus points for completing all 3 parts of the quest, and giving a gift was easy enough. He thought about Ashley. He didn't know a lot about her. She worked at Gord's but didn't game. She was smart. She had a little sister. He considered purchasing a beginner's guide to Starfury for her, but dismissed the thought reluctantly. She would probably laugh in his face again, and DaEvo was unlikely to recognize the gift as a romantic gesture. Then again, she did like to read. Maybe a book wasn't the worst idea. But if Ashley didn't want to read about Starfury, what else would she want to read about? What on earth should I give her? Lucky for Zack, DaEvo chimed and offered a list.
Ladies love getting gifts. Consider one of the following: flowers, chocolate, jewelry, candles.
There was definitely something a little chauvinistic about that entire list. What about books? A good gaming console? Intimate lingerie? Maybe he should just stick to the list. Someone knocked on the door before Zack could go through the retailers DaEvo suggested. He started to stand up, but his legs refused to cooperate. Instead, he unlocked the door through his app and called for the person to come in. That should be his first appointment of the day. The manicurist stood in the doorway, his eyes wide at the sight of the cluttered apartment. Zack swallowed his disappointment that the manicurist was a man. He had assumed it would be a woman, and he would be able to get conversation points as well. Perhaps he should have specified that when booking the appointment. "You're Zack?" the man finally said. "Yup, let's get this over with." Yeah, give me a minute to set up. You want to sit in that chair?" "Yup." The manicurist looked at the mess around the gaming chair and swallowed. "I'll need to clear a space if that's okay. Do what you need to do." The man moved boxes and shoved aside piles of laundry to make space for a small folding table and rolling cart full of equipment. The oboes ran by, and the man yelped in surprise. "My hamster," Zack said. He watched the manicurist a little warily, curiosity overtaking his initial apprehension. He'd never had a manicure before, after all. He likes to run free. "Oh, of course. I'm ready to start if you are." His voice was a little strained. Zack wouldn't have thought that being a traveling beautician was particularly stressful, but maybe he was wrong. The man sat on his stool and gestured for Zack to give him his left hand. As he filed down the nails, DaEvo chimed.
Quest begun. Get a manicure.
Zack watched warily for a moment, but the man's actions didn't seem inherently evil. Zack turned his attention back to studying data from the dungeon run while the manicurist worked.
Warning, elevated heart rate detect.
Zack swiped away the notification. He was comparing specs on laser cannons, trying to decide which one had the most power while putting off a low enough EMP that he could use it without setting off Jenny's drones. He thought he'd figured out the changes they'd made in the lasers to make the updates work the way they did. But of course, there was all the other issues: recharge rate, penetration, turret tracking speed, etc. "Oh, I forgot you ordered a pedicure as well. We should start soaking your feet." Zack looked up and realized that the man had pulled out a small foot bath and was staring at Zack's feet. Honestly, he couldn't remember what he had ordered. He hoped DaEvo hadn't sneaked some manscaping into his order when he wasn't paying attention. It would be just like the app to do a thing like that. But the man just seemed interested in the pedicure for now. Zack shrugged. "Yeah, sure thing." He placed his feet in the tub and returned to checking stats while the man navigated the maze of boxes and trash to bring water for the small foot-soaking tub. When he turned it on, it bubbled and massaged Zack's feet. Honestly, this style quest wasn't so bad. Kind of relaxing, if he was honest.
Quest begun. Get a pedicure.
Zack opened up his message app to contact his team. Zack.
Jenny, will this EMP level be too high for your drones? Anybody else see a potential problem with it?
He attached a screenshot of the stats with his message and relaxed into his chair as he waited for his teammates to answer. Jenny.
I'm at work, but I'll look through this on my break.
Greg.
There's rumors someone is selling a new build for Armada seeker missiles that might be a problem.
Zack.
A new build?
Greg.
Yeah, he got it from an Easter egg blueprint. Rumor is it came out a while ago, but no one found it till now.
Warning. Elevated heart.
Zack swiped away the notification and pressed his lips together to avoid laughing as the beautician worked on his feet. It tickled. A red light flashed in the corner of Zack's optiglasses. He ignored it and went back to the chat. Zack.
Crap. What makes you think it will be a problem?
Greg.
Some kind of new cloaking device, but the Armada players aren't talking. I haven't been able to find the actual blueprint or missile stats yet.
Jenny.
So if it exists, it's probably being saved for the tournament. Any idea how real the rumors are?
Greg.
I'm asking around. If it's real, I should be able to confirm existence. No guarantee on stats, though.
Zack scrolled through forums as his teammates speculated. Whatever blueprints had been found, they either weren't a big deal or were being kept carefully under wraps. Either was possible. In addition to frequent new item releases, the Star Fury developers sometimes hid Easter eggs in dungeons or outposts. Special limited edition items or blueprints with instructions for modifying existing items. If someone had found something like that, it could give them a major advantage in the tournament. Was that how that Armada scum had landed a hit in the PvP round yesterday? Had he adapted the Seeker missile build to his drone? If so, it'd explain why, when he'd gone over his sensor logs later on, he still hadn't been able to find information on the drone. Thankfully, downloading sensor logs and reviewing them, along with the blogs and his spreadsheet, were all done on productivity apps, rather than being considered non-essential electronics. Zack.
We'll just have to keep our ears open. Jenny, any way you could use drones to boost our sensors and help fight the superior cloaking? It would be cheaper than upgrading each of our ships ourselves.
Jenny.
I'll work on it. If we had specifications, it'd help.
Zack.
Obviously. Just do your best. Both of you.
Someone knocked on the door. Well, pounded, really. Must be the facial treatment Zack had ordered. Hopefully, this one was a woman so he could get some conversation points. He opened his door with a swipe of his optiglasses. 2 women wearing medical scrubs burst into the apartment, pulling a wheeled stretcher behind them. Zack and the manicurist stared at them with wide eyes, and Zack's heart pounded. Apparently, facial treatments were a little more involved than he had realized. Still, he could get double conversation points. Not bad.
Zack Moore?
Zack nodded, and the women rushed over to him.
Your optiglasses detected unusual heart rate activity and called us. How are you feeling? What? I'm fine.
DaEvo started a conversation timer.
Give us some space, please,
the first woman said, brushing aside the manicurist. DaEvo flashed.
Quests interrupted. Style. Get a manicure. Get a pedicure.
The woman took Zack's hand and checked his pulse.
I said I'm fine. You know how buggy wearable tech is.
Your alpha test bug report has been logged. Thank you for your help in making DaEvo a success.
Zack pulled his hand away and shoved it toward the manicurist. He needed those points. DaEvo chimed.
Conversation tip. Yelling at your lady is not the way to win her over. If you're having an argument, try listening to her, taking a deep breath, repeating positive affirmations until you calm down.
Like hell I will. Heart rate is spiking again,
the first paramedic said, showing a tablet to her colleague.
What? How are you getting that information?
Zack tried to stand so he could see the tablet. His legs gave out, and his feet slipped in the footbath when he tried to catch his balance. He toppled forward and crashed into a pile of dirty laundry.
"Sir, are you all right?"
The paramedic hovered over him. Zack swatted her away and tried to stand. His arms shook, and he collapsed onto the floor.
"We'd better bring him in," the first paramedic said. "He's in bad shape." "I'm fine. Get out of my condo."
The second paramedic scrolled quickly through a document on a tablet. "He signed the medical consent form that comes with the smart tech. We can bring him in against his will if he's incoherent or in obvious distress."
"I didn't sign that." "Just relax, sir. We're going to take you to the hospital and get you checked out. Everything will be just fine." "I said I'm fine."
Zack gathered all his strength and managed to stand. He tried to walk back to his chair, but his feet slipped and he fell again. Apparently, there had been some kind of oil or soap in the foot bath. His lack of balance definitely had nothing to do with his shaking legs and sore muscles. Nothing at all.
"Get him on the stretcher," the first paramedic said. "He'll hurt himself if he keeps that up."
The second paramedic cleared a path through the room for the stretcher. As she moved a box, 𝙬𝙧𝙡 scampered out from beneath it and took refuge under the couch.
"Heart rate just spiked again."
"It's the hamster," Zack protested as the paramedics strapped him onto the stretcher. He pulled a hand free and gestured wildly to the couch.
"You can go,"
the paramedic said to the alarmed manicurist.
"He'll have to reschedule."
She caught Zack's arm in a firm grip. His arm trembled as he fought for his freedom. "Quest failed. Get a manicure. Get a pedicure."
"Don't leave. I need to finish the manicure. Let me go. It's the hamster,"
Zack swore, one hand clipping the side of the paramedic's face as he struggled against the bands that held him on the stretcher.
"Should we sedate him?"
the paramedic said, twisting away from the flailing hand and gripping it even tighter. Zack tried to follow DaEvo's advice and took a deep breath. It didn't help, and the paramedic took advantage of Zack's relaxation to strap his arm tightly to the stretcher.
"This is ridiculous. The heart rate is from the hamster. I'm fine. I'll pay you whatever you want. Just let me go." "Yeah, we'd better sedate him. He's delusional, and that heart rate is way too high."
Zack caught a glimpse of a needle out of the corner of his eye. Then everything went fuzzy. DaEvo chimed. "Conversation quest failed. Reputation, minus 𝙬.25. Chapter 17. Zack opened his eyes and stared at the bright white lights above him, trying to figure out where he was. Dead. That was the first thing that came to mind. He was dead and waiting to respawn. No, that wasn't right. He wasn't playing a game. Even the most advanced VR games he'd played couldn't simulate something like his pounding headache and the itchy sheets. He glanced down and made a face at the putrid green sheets. He was in a bed somewhere. Somewhere not his room. For one thing, these were definitely not 1,000 thread count Egyptian cotton. If they were 2 thread counts, he'd be surprised. And worse, they were olive green. Who chose olive green sheets? At least they matched the wall colors. Not that that was saying much. A sharp ping sounded, and the white light above Zack's head transformed into a screen. A video of a smiling man in scrubs appeared on the screen.
"Hi, I'm Dr. Patel. Welcome to Compassion Hospital."
The hospital? What in the world had happened? Memories flooded back. Women in scrubs, a needle, the manicurist packing up his cart and sprinting away at top speed.
"Just relax and lean back," the video of Dr. Patel said. "A nurse will be with you shortly."
Zack searched the room for a clock and swore when he found one on the bedside table. At least they'd gotten him a private room, but he had been unconscious for hours, not how he had planned to spend his day.
"I need to get out of here."
Dr. Patel smiled again. There was a pause while whatever program controlling the video processed Zack's words. Then the screen glitched and another video of Dr. Patel appeared.
"I'm sure you're eager to go home. But first, we need to make sure your condition has stabilized. You were suffering from dehydration."
The recorded face switched briefly to a realistically animated version of Dr. Patel as it named the symptom. Zack rolled his eyes. He understood why hospitals wanted to use AIs and recordings to increase efficiency, but surely they could do a better job than this. How long will it take to check out? I'm sure you're eager to go home, but first, we need to make sure your condition has stabilized. You were suffering, that's it. I'm out of here. I don't recommend that. Zack? The video glitched again as it switched to the animated version to say Zack's name. Zack ignored Dr. Patel's continued warnings and sat up. His muscles still hurt, but whatever they had given him for dehydration had apparently helped the soreness. He looked at his bandaged arm and realized they had given him an IV at some point. Ugh. Zack searched the room until he found his clothes, and in the bathroom he quickly changed out of the hospital gown. Back in the room, the recording of Dr. Patel was playing pre-recorded messages telling Zack to settle down and get back into bed until the nurse came. He tossed the crumpled hospital gown onto the bed and gave a sarcastic salute to the digital doctor. He wished he could saunter out of the room, but his legs were still shaky from the workout. As Zack limped down the hall, a nurse looked at him suspiciously. "Leg day at the gym," he said, trying to sound casual. "Just visiting my grandma." She rolled her eyes and hurried past him. Zack quickened his pace as soon as she turned the corner. How in the world did he get out of here? He followed a trail of exit signs until he came to a wide double door that marked the end of whatever hospital wing he had been in. Zack pushed through it and sighed with relief. That much closer to freedom. Pristine white hallways gave way to colorful murals of flowers. Zack blinked at the painted walls. Maybe he was dead after all. Maybe this was the trippy part of the afterlife. He kept following the exit signs until he reached a circular reception desk painted to look like a giant red mushroom with white polka dots. Weird, but the receptionist looked normal enough in her pale pink scrubs. She was on the phone, but waved to Zack to let him know she'd be with him when she finished. Zack stared at the mushroom desk a moment longer, then noticed the sign above the receptionist's head. Pediatric wing. Oh, thank goodness, he wasn't dead, just lost in some well-meaning idiot's attempt to cheer up sick kids. Zack understood the idea behind decorating the wing, but did any child really want to be greeted by a woman sitting behind a giant mushroom? A plaque on the wall caught Zack's eye. Redecorating initiative sponsored by the Moore Medical Trust. Crap. He was the well-meaning idiot responsible, and he had just given them twice as much money for projects like this. Phil was right. The hospital needed oversight. Were all the hospitals the company sponsored like this? They could have at least used the money to get some solar panels and reduced the cost of running all these expensive machines. "Sorry about that. Can I help you?" The receptionist smiled at him, and Zack couldn't help thinking of the Cheshire Cat. Or was it the caterpillar that sat on the mushroom? Whatever. It was weird. DaEvo popped up stats and started the conversation timer, but Zack swiped them away. For once, he didn't care about the points. He just wanted to get out of there. "Yeah, I'm a little lost. How do I get to the parking lot?" "Down that hallway, take the second door to the right, and go down the elevator." Zack nodded his thanks and limped in the direction the woman pointed. He was almost out. With any luck, he would make it to the elevator without meeting anyone else. Luck was not on his side. Zack rounded the corner and collided with a woman. His legs nearly gave out, and he leaned on the wall for support as she bent over to retrieve the tablet she had dropped. When she stood, DaEvo populated stats for her. "Cassie Jones, social level 65. Physique, 81. Style, 59. Reputation, 34. Occupation, 87. She looked familiar. Why did she... Cassie's eyes widened with recognition. At the same time, Zack remembered where he had seen her. Crap. This was bad. "You?" she said. "What are you doing here?" Visiting someone." "What room? What's the patient's name?" Cassie brandished her tablet, ready to check his story. She was dressed for work in navy scrubs and had her dark hair pulled back in a tight ponytail. It was no different than what the rest of the doctors and nurses wore, but somehow it looked intimidating on her. Zack edged away from the wall. He could see the elevator behind her, the way to freedom. He just needed to outrun her. His legs shook, and he remembered the way Cassie had sprinted effortlessly around the track. Outrunning her was unlikely. Think, Zack, think. There had to be a way out of this. I knew it, Cassie said. You really are stalking me. Don't move. I'm calling security. The elevator opened, distracting them for a moment. Zack stared longingly at the sliding doors. Freedom was so close. He just needed to get around Cassie. The only person in the elevator stepped out, and Zack caught a glimpse of familiar auburn curls. Ashley? Zack? Hey, good to see you, Ashley smiled. She wore tight jeans and a flower print shirt that was way more flattering than her Gord's uniform. DaEvo agreed. It started a conversation timer and flashed her stats. Ashley Barnes, social level 52.5, physique 71, style 52, reputation 61, occupation 26. Zack's gaze lingered on Ashley for a few moments. Those jeans were worth way more than 5 extra points, in his opinion. They looked good. Really good. Cassie looked from Zack to Ashley. Zack sauntered over to Ashley's side, hoping to give the impression that they were together. Maybe it would fool Cassie. Please let it fool Cassie. The doctor's smartwatch flashed red. She read the notification on it and swore. She looked at Zack and Ashley and opened her mouth to say something. The watch flashed again, and she shook her head and sprinted down the hallway. What was that about? Ashley gave Zack a questioning look. He shrugged. No idea. I was just leaving, and she started asking me all these questions. I wouldn't take it personally. Dr. Jones is militant about protecting her patients' privacy. Right. For the first time, Zack noticed the small vase of flowers in Ashley's hands. She had a heavy-looking tote bag slung over her shoulder and was struggling to balance everything. You're visiting someone? She nodded, and pain flashed across her face. Amber just woke up from her surgery. My grandma was sitting with her, but she needs to go home and get some sleep. Oh. Zack didn't know what else to say. It hadn't occurred to him that Ashley had a life outside of Gord's. Of course, the other cashier had said she'd had a family emergency. Could that have been her little sister's surgery? Who are you visiting? Ashley asked, walking down the hall. Zack cast a quick glance at the elevator, then followed her. He had almost completed the conversation quest. He might as well get a few points while he could. It wasn't as if talking to Ashley was hard. No one. I came in for a checkup and got lost on my way out. Ashley laughed, and Zack swiped away DaEvo's bonus notification. Yeah, this place is a maze. You can't mistake this wing for anywhere else, though. She gestured to a neon yellow butterfly painted on the ceiling. The face on that one always creeps me out. Zack looked more closely at the face and shuddered. Yeah, they needed someone competent to oversee the medical trust. You're right. That thing is going to give kids nightmares. That one's not much better. Ashley pointed at another butterfly, and her bag slipped off her shoulder as she moved. Zack caught it without thinking, and pain shot through his arm as his tired muscles strained. Actions like that never hurt in video games. He glared at the bag, as if personally offended. That thing is heavy. Ashley laughed. Textbooks. Here, I can take it. She reached for the bag, but Zack shook his head and slung it over his shoulder. His muscles screamed in protest, but he ignored them. Ashley gave him a look. Seriously, I can carry my own bag. You're carrying the flowers. Yes, and obviously I can't carry both because flowers are so heavy. She arched her eyebrow in a challenge. Zack tightened his grip on the bag, although he wasn't sure exactly why. Ashley stared at him for a moment, then shrugged. All right, suit yourself. We're here anyway. She gestured to a room door painted with a bright purple flower with the number 412 in the middle of a petal. Zack stared at it, feeling awkward. I should go. You can come in and say hi if you want.
Amber would love to thank you in person for letting her use your room at 𝙤𝙪𝙪. She opened the door and motioned for Zack to enter. He peeked into the room. Amber lay on the hospital bed, covered in wires and surrounded by monitors. She was asleep, as was the elderly woman slumped in the chair next to her bed. The room had apparently not been included in the redecorating initiative. It was beige and bare. The tiny bouquet in Ashley's hands would do little to brighten it up. Zack's throat went dry. He hadn't been in a hospital room since his parents... The memory was hazy. Barely a memory at all. More of an emotion that he thought he had buried so deep it didn't exist anymore. But it was resurfacing now, like a zombie determined to tear him to shreds and eat his vital organs. "Hey, are you okay?" Ashley said. Her voice had dropped. Her eyes narrowed as she regarded Zack. "Yeah, sorry, I've got to go. Looks like they're asleep anyway." Zack shoved the bag into Ashley's hands and hurried away. He passed the butterflies on the ceiling and made it to the elevator without running into anyone who might question his presence there. As the elevator descended, Zack leaned against the wall and swiped away DaEvo's notifications for the successful conversation quest, as well as a few messages from his team. He couldn't deal with it right now. Not with any of it. The doors opened, and Zack walked across the lobby to the revolving doors that marked the exit. Sunlight beckoned, promising him freedom from this dreary place. He would have sprinted if his legs weren't shaking so badly. A flash of color caught his eye, and he looked to the side. A gift shop. The vision of the beige hospital room flashed through his mind, and he stopped walking to stare at the flower arrangements and brightly colored balloons bouncing in the window. He might question the wisdom of painting hallways with demonic butterflies, but real flowers would go a long way to brightening up a room. Zack turned away from the exit and hurried into the shop. "Can I help you?" An elderly man in a striped apron smiled at him. Zack swallowed. "Yeah, can you deliver flowers to one of the rooms?" The man laughed. "That's why we're here. What room?" "412 in the children's wing." The man tapped the number into his tablet. "Got it. What would you like to send?" That was a good question. Zack looked around the room. Most of the flowers were pretty standard arrangements. They would add some color to the room, but he could do better than that. What would a kid like? He selected a giant teddy bear holding a bright bouquet of daisies and added some balloons for good measure. He saw a single Star Fury balloon hiding in the corner. Zack grabbed it and tied it into the bouquet. "Got it," the man said, grinning. "Just give me a minute to send the bill to your opti-glasses. Our system can be temperamental." He tapped the tablet. DaEvo popped up a notification while Zack waited. "Quest! Don't forget to finish wooing Ashley Barnes by complimenting her. Completed. Asking about her interests. Completed. Giving her a gift. In progress. Consider one of the following: flowers, chocolate, jewelry, candles." Zack glanced around the room. The gift shop didn't have any jewelry, but it did have flowers, chocolate, and candles. "Hang on, I want to send something else." Sending all three seemed a bit excessive. Zack selected a bouquet of sunflowers and stared at it. How would DaEvo know that he was giving this to Ashley? He wrote a quick note on the card so DaEvo would give him points. "To Ashley, from Zack." "Very heartfelt message," the man said. Whatever. Zack paid for the flowers with a swipe of his opti-glasses. Apparently, DaEvo trusted the shop to deliver the flowers because it chimed as soon as his payment went through. "Quest complete. Congratulations. You have successfully wooed Ashley Barnes. Plus 30 minutes for giving her a gift. Plus 180 minutes for completion of relationship bonus goals. Take things to the next level by asking her out. New relationship quest. Ask Ashley Barnes out. Spend some one-on-one time with your special lady by asking her out on a date. Completing this quest will unlock relationship milestone bonuses and additional quests. A successful date will unlock the love meter and unlimited access to non-essential internet privileges." Zack ignored the cheesiness of whatever the love meter was and stared at the last sentence of the notification. Unlimited access.
One date would unlock unlimited access to Starfury. But first, he had to make the date happen. Ask her out. That was the point of this whole thing, wasn't it? To ask someone out and get a girlfriend? He just needed to play along with DaEvo until he had satisfied the ridiculous app and could get back to sweatpants and Starfury. Simple. So why was his throat dry? Zack checked for a tutorial, but apparently that hadn't been added yet. Ask her out. It wouldn't be hard. He could catch her at Gord's tomorrow and do it then. Except she might not be at work tomorrow. What if she took another personal day to be with Amber? Zack pulled the card out of the flower arrangement and scribbled his phone number on the bottom. The old man grinned. That's more like it. You want to add a few roses to that bouquet? No extra charge. The man winked, and Zack felt his face flushing. This was ridiculous. Stupid DaEvo and stupid nosy hospital employees. Ashley probably wouldn't even call him. He turned toward the hospital lobby to hide his red face from the grinning cashier. A nurse was pushing a young boy in a wheelchair toward the elevator. Zack's stomach churned. The kid's face was pale, and he looked depressed, hopeless. What was wrong with him? In the end, what did it matter? Was the boy going back to a cheerless beige room like Amber's? Did he have family to come visit him? From the look on his face, things were pretty bleak. Zack turned back to the man. I'll take a balloon and bouquet for every room in the children's wing. The man gaped. Every room? Son, there are 400. You heard me. Zack opened his credit app and sent his credentials to the hospital's payment system. Charge this when you've got the amount figured out. He gave the credit app advance permission for the charges, OptiGlass's version of prepaying. The old man sputtered in surprise, and Zack quickly left the hospital. It was hot as hell outside, but he would rather deal with that than the cold, stark lobby. He ducked under a tree and waited for the car he had called to arrive. His OptiGlasses chimed. Phil. Zack rolled his eyes and answered the video call. Yo. $20,000 on flowers? Zack leaned against the tree and made a mental note that Phil's eyes could bug farther out of his head than previously thought. Interesting. Maybe it was a genetic defect. He should probably go to the doctor and get that checked out. First the clothes. Now this? How the hell do you spend $20,000 on flowers? If you're trying to impress a woman, maybe buy her a car next time. It will cost less and last longer. Phil's ranting turned into an incoherent sputter. Zack watched in amusement. He hadn't seen his guardian this unsettled since his college days. In the hospital? You were admitted to the hospital and then you sneak out? They just sent me a notification that you're missing from your room. Do you even know what that looks like? It's like you're 18 again. Zack shrugged. I'm fine. There was never anything really wrong with me, so I checked myself out. Just smooth it over with them, will you? Checked yourself out? You can't just check yourself out of the hospital. They said your heartbeat was erratic and you were dehydrated, that you were behaving irrationally and couldn't even stand on your own. I'm standing now. Zack's car arrived. He climbed in and confirmed his address with the driver before continuing the conversation. It was nothing, Phil. Just a life hack gone wrong. Side note, the children's hospital wing is hideous. You're right. We need someone overseeing that project. I want you to get a checkup, a full physical, and I want an explanation about the flower bill. I meant what I said about the budget clause. Zack sighed. I sent flowers and balloons to everyone in the children's wing. Some of the kids didn't have anything in their rooms, and it was depressing. Satisfied? For once, Phil was silent. His eyes returned to their normal place as he stared at Zack. You were in the children's rooms? You, the OptiGlasses chimed. Incoming call, Ashley Barnes. Zack's heartbeat quickened, and he tried to keep the excitement from his voice as he said, Sorry, man, getting another call. Talk to you later. Phil sputtered as Zack hung up to take the other call. Hello? Hi, Zack. It's Ashley. Zack's stomach caught in his throat. The call was voice only. Apparently Ashley had a regular phone, rather than OptiGlasses or a newer model that supported video. That was good, because he was pretty sure his face had turned red again.
Oh, hey, Ashley.
DaEvo chimed.
Relationship quest. Ask her out. Spend some one-on-one time with your special lady by asking her out on a date. Completing this quest will unlock relationship milestone bonuses and additional quests. A successful date will unlock the love meter and unlimited access to non-essential internet privileges.
Zack swiped away the notification and wiped his hands on his pants. For some reason, his palms were sweating. Hey, I just wanted to say thanks for the flowers. That was really sweet of you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Lame. He could do better than that. Zack took a deep breath and glared at the pink heart icon in the corner of his OptiGlasses. This was his chance. Get a girlfriend, win the game, get back to Starfury. Ask her out. Yeah. So, anyway, Ashley said, trying to fill in dead space. Zack gritted his teeth. He could do this. For Starfury.
Hey, do you want to go out sometime?
The car driver caught his attention in the rearview mirror and grinned. Zack smiled back weakly. Ashley was silent. Crap, she was going to say no. Now things would be awkward between them, and he'd have to find another woman to do conversation quests with, and... Yeah, I'd like that.
Really? I mean, cool.
The driver flashed him a thumbs up. Zack grinned back.
How about tomorrow?
The sooner he completed this quest, earned unlimited game time, and ended his ridiculous affiliation with DaEvo, the better. I work tomorrow, Ashley said. Then I promised to stay with Amber in the evening. And I have to study. Sorry,
Your lunch break then,
Zack said. No way was he letting something as stupid as a job get in the way of this date.
I'll bring you lunch. What do you like?
After a pause, Ashley said, Yeah, okay, that will work. Whatever you like is fine. Just no space rations. Zack laughed. Space rations were the standard issue MREs given to Armada pilots in Starfury. According to game lore, they were disgusting. The company behind Starfury had sold some real-life versions as a limited edition promotion a few years ago. Zack had bought some. They had indeed been disgusting. A notification flashed up, and Zack dismissed it, focused on the conversation.
You've been reading up on Starfury, he said.
No, just listening to the gamers in the common room. Hey, I've got to go. See you at noon tomorrow?
It's a date.
Zack hung up the call and slumped back into his seat. He had done it. He had a date. After tomorrow, he would be a free man. The driver gave him another thumbs up as they reached his condo. Zack smiled back and walked slowly to his room. Very slowly. His legs were trembling with adrenaline as well as fatigue now. Thank goodness all this would be over tomorrow afternoon. He reached his apartment and collapsed into his gaming chair. Dirty laundry, boxes full of clothes, and a puddle in the middle of the floor from the interrupted pedicure surrounded him. The hamster darted past Zack's feet. The watch had fallen off it at some point. He would need to track that down later. But right now, he was basking in his success. DaEvo was still flashing a pink heart in the corner of his OptiGlasses, so Zack pulled up the notification he'd received earlier. Achievement unlocked! Get a date! Plus 360 minutes for unrestricted internet privileges. Relationship milestones. You have unlocked relationship milestones. Gain bonus points and progress your relationship by completing any of the following. First significant physical contact. In-depth exchange of history. Your first kiss. Schedule a second date. Take her out to an exciting and memorable event. Your first. Dev note. Are we even allowed to suggest this? Ask legal. Become un. Select variable. Relationship type. Exclusive. Primary. Secondary. Pair bonded. Metamor. Get engaged. Each milestone completed will fill your love meter and increase your progress in the game. Engaged? DaEvo was apparently not messing around with these relationship quests. But none of those mattered right now. He had a date. A date that had already given him significant game time. Add that to his repeatable conversation points and a bonus for giving the gift, and he was set. Zack logged into his Starfury account. His teammates had already logged in and sent him rendezvous coordinates. He set a course to join them. He had more than enough time to train, more than enough time to game all night. Things were finally looking up. Chapter 18. Quest failed. Get a good night's sleep. Physique, minus 0.1. Zack glared at the debuff notification on his optiglasses and silenced the blaring alarm clock app. Yeah, he had stayed up late, but not any more than usual when he was training with his team. Why had he set the alarm to wake him so early? He turned off the alarm, buried his face in his pillow, and went back to sleep. DaEvo's cheerful chiming woke him, what seemed like a few minutes later. He swore as he put on his optiglasses so he could silence the notification. Relationship milestone in progress. First date with Ashley Barnes. The date. Zack sat up in bed, groaned, and fell back against his pillow. He was still sore from that stupid physique quest. If anything, he felt worse today. He checked the time on his optiglasses. He had set an alarm for 10 in the morning to give him plenty of time to get ready and fulfill any bonus quests that DaEvo popped up. But since he had slept in, he only had 45 minutes to prepare. No time to waste. Zack opened the quest notification and read through it as he brushed his teeth. He wasn't taking any chances with this. Everything had to be perfect. Given how buggy DaEvo was, there was no telling what might set it off. Quest. Relationship milestone. First date. The first date is your only chance to make a first impression. Make sure your style is on point and you do something special to make it memorable. Crap. How was he supposed to do that when he was just bringing her lunch at work and had overslept? Maybe he should have waited until he had time to do something really special. No, this needed to happen now. He could do this. Quest. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Eat a healthy breakfast to level up your physique. Zack glared at the notification. Fat chance. He had learned his lesson about health food yesterday. He opened his fridge to grab a slice of pizza and frowned. The fridge was empty. He didn't even have an energy drink left. Right. He had eaten everything last night while gaming. No time for that anyway, Zack said. DaEvo chimed and offered a list of healthy options near him, including the gym cafe. Fat chance. Eating healthy is easier than ever. You don't even have to leave your room. That was followed by an advertisement for the cafe's delivery service. All the options listed looked much more appetizing than the smoothie he'd had yesterday, but Zack still wasn't interested. He swiped away the notification. Why are you so pushy today? Congratulations! You have been upgraded to DaEvo 1.2.0a. Our developers are constantly working to improve the system and make it more effective. I have a date, okay? After I get through this, I won't need your stupid quests anymore. It's important to keep improving yourself even when you're in a relationship. Keep leveling up your life to get better results. That was followed by an animated emoji showing a man lifting weights. Zack rubbed his forehead, trying to push away the headache he felt building. Will you shut up if I order something? DaEvo remained silent. Zack took that as a yes and used the condo's app to order the first breakfast item on the menu and have it delivered. Then he pulled off his optiglasses and took a shower. Yesterday's workout, hospital incident, and gaming session had not done his hygiene any favors, as DaEvo had happily reminded him. The only good news was that somewhere during his hospital stay and the ruckus with the ambulance, the condo had found out about his leaky faucet. They had sent someone in to fix it, leaving his floors dry for once. It was surprising how such a little change made the entire showering experience so much better. He heard a scratching in the living room. The hamster had found a pizza crust by the gaming chair and was gnawing on it. Zack poured some seeds on the floor in case the pizza crust wasn't enough, and set a bowl of water on the floor for good measure. He'd catch the thing later, but right now, he had more pressing matters. His stomach growled, and he wondered if there were any more pizza crusts around. As if answering his question, the condo app chimed to let him know his food was waiting outside his door. His health food. That was how they got you, starving you until you were short on time and desperate. Zack retrieved the tray of food from the hallway and studied it suspiciously. It looked harmless enough. At least the omelet filled with grilled vegetables did. The glass of green juice was suspicious. Zack took a bite of the omelet and chewed experimentally. Not disgusting. But was he missing some kind of trick? There had to be a catch. He finished the omelet almost without realizing it and stared at the glass of green juice. DaEvo hadn't offered a notification, so apparently he had to finish everything on the tray to get any points. It seemed a shame to leave the quest unfinished. It bugged him that it wasn't done, like an unfilled cell in his spreadsheet. And really, what kind of min-maxer would he be if he didn't finish what he'd started? It was just like his dad had said, if you're going to start something, you'd better… Zack pushed the thought aside and focused on the plate. Right, juice. He picked up the glass, fingers slipping a little on the condensation, and raised it to his lips. It wasn't disgusting either. He wouldn't exactly call it good, but it wasn't as disgusting as the smoothie. A little chunky, but it was cool and only left a bit of a bitter aftertaste. Zack took a deep breath and drained the glass. DaEvo chimed. Quest complete. Eat a healthy meal. Physique, plus 0.2. Zack grinned in satisfaction and turned his attention to choosing his clothes. The boy next door look had worked well with Ashley before, so he dug through the boxes stacked around his living room until he found jeans and a polo shirt. He added the limited edition sneakers and frowned. He was missing out on jacket and accessory points, but it was way too hot to wear a jacket. Zack slashed open more boxes, piling clean clothes on top of dirty ones until he found a hat he had bought on a whim during his shopping spree. It was a baseball cap with the Corsair's skull and crossbones on it. Apparently limited edition or designer or something. Whatever. It added style points. Zack checked the time and swore. 11:45. Had he really spent half an hour getting ready? Stupid DaEvo. He adjusted his cap and shook his head. Just a little longer. Get through the date, then he could burn the clothes and get back to sweatpants and Star Fury. He might burn the opti glasses while he was at it. Maybe those Luddites who refused to wear smart tech had a point. Zack called a ride and searched the map for takeout restaurants near 𝙤𝙧. He settled on a Chinese place with good reviews and ordered a few things he could pick up on the way. DaEvo chimed and Zack gritted his teeth. Relationship milestone. First date. Suggestions. Keep it casual but make it special. Try bringing your lady a gift or some other token of your affection. Another gift? Didn't the food count? Apparently not. DaEvo didn't offer any points when Zack stopped by the restaurant to pick it up. It was one of those hole-in-the-wall places that catered to the lunch crowd with takeout food more than a sit-down experience. Worn metal and plastic chairs pushed up against the store window, and a long counter met Zack's gaze as he waited for his order. He looked at the clock. Only 5 minutes until noon. There wasn't time to stop anywhere else and buy something. Zack's eyes fell on a display of items at the end of the counter. That bamboo folding fan was pretty. Would Ashley like it? Even if she didn't, it would earn him bonus points with DaEvo. How much for the fan? The cashier, a gangly kid who looked as if he was still in high school, gave Zack a weird look as he finished packing Zack's order, tossing in fortune cookies and chopsticks. It's just there for decoration. Okay, but can I buy it? I'll have to ask the manager. Zack tapped his fingers on the counter, running through weapon fire sequences to relieve stress. He was running out of time. I'll give you $100. The cashier's eyes widened. I can't just… 200. What? Yeah, all right. Zack paid the extra with his opti glasses, grabbed the bags of food and the fan, and hurried out of the restaurant. DaEvo chimed. Relationship milestone. First date begins in 1 minute. Don't be late. Chapter 19. He was late. Zack blamed the traffic, although it wasn't any worse than usual. He was late, and DaEvo wouldn't stop nagging him about it. Zack grabbed his bags and tipped the driver with a swipe of his eyes. A wave of heat swept over him as he stepped out of the car.
Hygiene levels lowering. Consider taking a shower and changing into a clean pair of clothes.
Really? You never bugged me about that before.
Congratulations! You have been upgraded to DaEvo 1.2.0a. Our developers are constantly working to improve the system and make it more effective.
Zack swore as he rolled his eyes and swiped away the notification. It looked as though the new version included a lot more nagging, just what he needed in his life. Anyway, he wasn't that sweaty, and there was no time to change. What if Ashley thought he had ditched her? What if DaEvo didn't count the date because he was late? He burst into gourds in a flurry of takeout bags. Ashley waved at him from the counter, where she was checking a customer into a room. Zack stood by the door and wiped his palms on his jeans, waiting for her to finish. Oddly enough, the sweating hadn't stopped now that he was in the air-conditioned interior. His palms, in particular, refused to stay dry. Maybe he should take Phil up on that physical after all. "Hey, I'm taking my break now," Ashley said to another Gord's employee. Then she crossed the room and grinned at Zack. DaEvo chimed.
Quest in progress. Relationship milestone. First date.
The notification was followed by a flood of pink hearts. Zack returned Ashley's smile, feeling suddenly cheerful. Just a little longer and he would be a free man again. He couldn't help but sweep his gaze over the brunette, idly noting how the black and khaki uniform really didn't flatter her. Well, it didn't flatter anyone, but her especially. "My break's kind of short," Ashley said, "but there's a park around the corner where we could eat." "Sounds great. I hope you like Chinese." Zack waved the bags as he followed Ashley out of Gord's and to the park. They found a table in the shade, and Zack spread out the food. It covered most of the table. He had bought more than he realized. Ashley laughed, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "How much do you think I eat?" Zack surveyed the spread and laughed as well. "I wasn't sure what you liked, and don't forget half of this is for me. Chopsticks or fork?" He offered both, and Ashley took the chopsticks. She selected a takeout box filled with stir-fried vegetables and ate. Zack chose some lo mein, but realized after the first bite he wasn't hungry. The combination of a late breakfast, heat, and nerves was getting to him. DaEvo chimed.
It's important to make a good impression. Don't forget the gift.
"Oh, right. This is for you." Zack pulled the fan from his pocket and handed it to Ashley. DaEvo chimed in triumph, and Ashley gave Zack a strange look. He swallowed. Maybe the gift had been a bad idea. "You know, because it's hot out." He waved vaguely at the park. It was cooler in the shade, but still hot as Phobos 7. Ashley opened the fan and fluttered it. "Thanks, and thanks again for the flowers yesterday." Zack shrugged and took a bite of food so he wouldn't have to respond. Unfortunately, that meant he had to chew the food. It tasted fine, but his stomach was not excited about it. He swallowed and stirred the noodles in silence for a few moments. Normally, DaEvo would chime in to encourage him to keep the conversation going, but apparently the rules were different for dates. "How's your training for the tournament going?" Ashley asked. Zack sat up straighter. "Great. I'm almost done going through the latest updates. There's this new laser cannon I really like, but it puts off EMPs and—" DaEvo chimed.
Don't talk about yourself too much. Get to know your lady better by asking about her interests.
"And it's going great," Zack finished lamely. "How are your classes?" Ashley smirked. "Do you really want to hear about management economics and principle-centered leadership? Maybe start with a definition of what that is?" She laughed, and DaEvo flashed a thumbs-up emoji along with the bonus notification. That was new and annoying. Stupid update. Math and philosophy rolled into one delightful package. Why? Ashley's expression grew serious. Because sometimes why and how you do something is just as important as what you actually do. Zack nodded thoughtfully, trying to look less confused than he felt. Apparently, he didn't do a good job, because Ashley laughed and continued her explanation. I'm getting an MBA with an emphasis in medical technology management. I spent a lot of time in hospitals with Amber, and some of them are pretty awful. They have the resources they need, but they aren't being used properly, or they're missing just one thing that would make the difference between success and failure, but no one bothers to find out what that thing is. You want to level them up, Zack said, understanding. I guess that's one way to put it. So what do they need? What's that one thing? Zack leaned toward her eagerly. If Ashley had the secret to improving hospitals, Zack could tell Phil and have the trust buy it for them. Maybe Phil would be so impressed that he'd release Zack from DaEvo and stay off his back for a while. But Ashley shook her head. It's different in each situation, and medical technology is always changing and improving. You have to consider patient needs and doctor training to evaluate which technology would be the most efficient in your facility. And you have to balance your budget so you can afford the new equipment while still keeping care affordable. It's like Starfury, Zack said. What? They release updates constantly. The metagame is always changing, so players have to adapt as well if they want to remain competitive. Ashley tilted her head and looked at him for a moment. Then a smile spread slowly across her face. Yeah, you're right. It's like Starfury. Only I wish everyone got as excited about new medical scanners as they do about drones. Drones? She shrugged and fanned herself with Zack's gift. Some Armada guys in the common room have been talking nonstop about a new drone build. Zack leaned forward even more, until he was practically climbing over the table toward Ashley. Really? What did they say? What's so special about them? I don't remember the details, but apparently these ones have a few tricks up their sleeves. If you hear anything else… DaEvo chimed a warning that he was boring his date again, and Zack leaned back in his seat and stuffed a single noodle into his mouth. He needed to stay focused on the mission, have a successful date, and earn unlimited game time. Apparently, that meant he shouldn't talk about Starfury. You want me to spy for you? Ashley said. She seemed amused, and Zack swallowed. No, you don't have to. I'll keep my ears open. After all, I am a Viridian. She raised her hand for a fist bump, and Zack grinned. DaEvo chimed points for physical contact, and Zack relaxed a little. So, other than asking Viridians to spy for you, how do you keep up with all the new updates? Ashley asked. Honestly, it sounds exhausting. With a grin, Zack launched into a detailed explanation about his gaming strategies, starting with his big-picture goals and working down to his stat spreadsheets. He had honed the process over several years until he had it down to an art. It was nice to talk to someone who appreciated it. DaEvo chimed. Don't talk about yourself too much. Get to know your lady better by asking about her interests. Crap. He had done it again. Zack cut off mid-sentence. He needed this date to be a success. He couldn't afford to get sidetracked and anger DaEvo. But I'm sure you don't care about all that, he said instead. Tell me more about medical tech. Ashley blinked at him. No, you're right. Keeping up with game updates sounds really similar to hospital management. I wonder if I could apply some of your systems to evaluating new medical tech. Really? Yeah, An alarm sounded on Ashley's phone. She pulled it out and made a face. Ugh, my break is over, and apparently they're swamped in there. I'd better get back to work. Oh, okay. Ashley stood and picked up the fan. Yeah, so thanks for lunch. Yeah. Zack wasn't sure what else to say, and DaEvo didn't offer any help. The time had flown by, and he hadn't prepared any plans for how to end the date. Before he could think of anything to say, Ashley waved the fan and walked away. DaEvo chimed. Quest complete. Relationship milestone. First date. Relationship milestones updated. Unlocked. Love meter. Unlocked. Unlimited non-essential internet privileges. Per love meter ratings. Notifications for non-essential electronics time disabled. Dev note. T. Make sure to delete this code for the actual version. K. Maybe we can sell a premium version. Then all this extra coding doesn't have to go to waste. The notification was followed by an animated graphic of a thermometer filled halfway with sparkling pink hearts. The heart-shaped bulb at the bottom had a picture of Ashley's face pulled from her social media stream and the word "love meter" scrawled across it. Zack grinned. He had done it. He had gone on a date and unlocked unlimited game time. He was finally free from DaEvo. He opened his messaging app. Zack. Ha, I beat Phil's game. Who's up for a raid tonight? Anything scheduled? Greg. Yeah, way to go. Jenny. I'll check the postings in Corsair's Cross. Foz. Already done. We're taking on Starboard Outpost at 6. Be there or be square. Zack grinned as he gathered the leftover food and stuffed it back into the bag. There was quite a bit left since he hadn't eaten much, but no worries. It would give him enough leftovers to get through several days of gaming as he made the most of his newfound freedom and prepared for the next tournament round. His opti-glasses chimed with the message. Phil. Phil.
Dr. Jones had an unexpected opening in her schedule. You're meeting her for coffee today at 3 to discuss the foundation. Don't be late.
Zack shook his head. He had gone on a date and won. He didn't have to cater to DaEvo anymore. Zack. Sorry, I'm busy. Plus, I beat your stupid game, so I don't need the points anymore. Have one of the trust members fly out to meet with her. Phil didn't respond immediately, so Zack took that as a victory. He called a ride and was halfway back to his condo before the trustee answered. Phil.
I just spoke to the developers. You've made progress, but they assure me you are still miles away from winning DaEvo. The new version adds more robustness to their system and a better user experience, but I'd be careful.
Zack stared at the message. Miles away from winning? More robustness? What was that supposed to mean?
Zack. I went on a date. I won.
He opened the app and checked his stats. They looked normal to him, still far lower than they should be, but that was nothing new. DaEvo chimed and flashed a notification. Love meter, Ashley Barnes, minus 0.1%. Zack opened the love meter and checked it. The thermometer was still filled with pink hearts, but the number beside it now read 54.9%.
What the heck? I didn't do anything, Zack said. Why did it go down?
DaEvo chimed. The love meter tracks your relationship progress with your date. All new relationships begin at 50%, with bonus hearts given for bonus objectives completed on dates. Fill your love meter by completing relationship milestones and spending quality time with your partner. To reflect real-world relationships, the love meter will decrease due to a variety of factors including loss of contact, unhappiness on your partner's side, verbal and physical disagreements, and the like. In addition, length of relationships and relationships where social status levels are vastly different will affect the speed of decay in your love meter. Fill the love meter completely to enter a stable, healthy relationship. Zack glared at the notification. So Phil was right. He wasn't free yet. Still, keeping the love meter full couldn't be any harder than doing physique quests or constantly trying to repeat the conversation quest. He could check in with Ashley at Gord's, bring her gifts or whatever DaEvo thought necessary to maintain a healthy relationship, and still have plenty of time to use his unlimited game time for Starfury. His opti-glasses chimed with another message from Phil. Phil.
I have already set up the meeting with Dr. Jones, and I am not canceling on her now. If you skip this meeting or set 1 foot out of line during the meeting, I will enact the budget clause in your contract and cut off your funds. It would be a shame if you missed the tournament because you couldn't afford the plane ticket to Vegas.
Chapter 20. Zack adjusted his tie and leaned back against the seat as he rode to the coffee house to meet Dr. Jones. He had showered and changed into slacks and a button-up shirt that he'd bought during his online shopping spree. The outfit had high style points and hopefully was the right thing to impress a doctor. The tie counted as an accessory, and DaEvo had assured him it worked with the rest of his outfit. It was less pleased that he had paired the slacks with his sneakers, but Zack had been unable to find his new dress shoes in the mountain of boxes in his apartment. On the one hand, He wasn't sure why he had bothered to make such an effort. He could discuss the foundation without being dressed up, and he had unlimited game time now thanks to his date with Ashley. Still, it wouldn't hurt to bank a little extra time just in case DaEvo went haywire or updated again. Both of those things were more likely than not. Plus, he needed this to go well so Phil would leave him alone. Successfully recruiting Dr. Jones to work with the foundation would finally give Zack some leverage to use when bargaining with the trustee. The car pulled up to the coffee house, and Zack adjusted his tie once again. He entered the building and glanced around. The coffee shop was on the corner of the block. Its large, expansive windows let in natural light. It had a patio, and inside were a ton of tables perfectly sized for a laptop and a half. The smell of good coffee wafted through the air, mixing with the smell of lemon scones and donuts. He was a few minutes late, which probably meant that Dr. Jones was already there. Hopefully, she didn't report his tardiness to Phil. He should have asked Phil what she looked like. It wasn't as if doctors automatically looked different than everyone else. The coffee house was bustling with students, local medical personnel, and the occasional hospital visitor. How was he supposed to find her in the crowd? DaEvo populated stats for the women as Zack looked around the room. He scanned the names. Jones. He needed someone named Jones. A few of the women had their backs to Zack. DaEvo pulled information from their smart devices and offered their names and levels. Well, it did that for almost everyone. The space above one woman's head remained stubbornly blank, just a question mark floating in a pink heart. She had dark hair tucked under a sun hat and sat alone. Was she the one he was supposed to be meeting? Zack walked casually across the dining room so he could give DaEvo a good look at her face and get her name. She was looking down, swiping at a tablet. Zack sat at a corner table, watching her and waiting for her to raise her head. She finally looked up, and DaEvo chimed.
Cassie Jones, social level 65, physique 81, style 59, reputation 34, occupation 87.
Jones. Cassie from the park was Dr. Jones from the hospital. Damn it, why hadn't he noticed that earlier? Apparently, he hadn't been paying attention to her last name. Zack felt his face go red, and he stayed in his chair in the corner, trying to make a plan. This was bad, but maybe he could play it cool. Maybe she wouldn't recognize him now that he had leveled up his style. Cassie looked up, and Zack quickly looked away to hide his face. He needed more time to make a plan. When he glanced over, she was looking down again, but her head was at a strange angle. Was she watching him from under the brim of her hat? Breathe. Zack stared at the wall and focused on breathing until he hoped his face was back to a normal shade. He needed to stay calm, and he needed a plan. Retreat or attack? He couldn't hover in neutral space forever. If he faced her, he had a chance of success. She might not recognize him. Even if she did, he was offering her a job and extra money for her department. Who wouldn't be happy about that? If he bailed, Phil would cut off his funds. Zack forced himself to stand and approach her table. "Dr. Jones," he said, offering his hand and using his best professional voice. Cassie looked up, and her eyes narrowed with suspicion. "So it is you. I saw you watching me, but I was hoping I was wrong. What are you doing here?" Damn. So much for not being recognized. Zack tried again. "Dr. Jones, I'm Zack Moore. My trustee arranged for us to meet to talk about—" "You're Zack Moore? Is this some kind of joke?" No." Cassie stood and pointed an accusing finger at Zack. "You've followed me in the park, at work, and now here?" People at the tables around them watched the exchange with interest. Zack loosened his tie, trying to get more air. DaEvo chimed.
Quest, your lady is upset. Find out what's bothering her and make her feel better to earn bonus points.
For once, Zack knew exactly why the lady was upset. He offered Cassie what he hoped was a reassuring smile. "Dr. Jones, this whole thing has been some terrible misunderstanding. I'm sorry we got off on the wrong foot.
Can we start again?
It sounded like something Phil would say, and Zack hoped it was professional enough to do the job here. He offered his hand again. Cassie stared at him for a moment, then her face relaxed a little. She shook Zack's hand and sat back at the table. DaEvo chimed bonus points for physical contact, and Zack sank into his chair with relief. You're really Zack Moore? The Zack Moore? Cassie's eyes swept critically over Zack, and he flushed. There was no need for her to look so surprised, but that wasn't the point right now. He needed to be polite, win her over. He could do this. DaEvo chimed, reminding him to compliment her for bonus points.
Yes, I'm Zack Moore. I really admire your work at the hospital. You do a great job with your patients.
Bonus objective completed. Bonus objective completed. You complimented her. For additional bonus points, give her a gift. Ask her about her interests.
How have you been following my work? Those files are confidential. Crap. She looked suspicious again. Zack's mind raced.
Of course, but your reputation is flawless, and several patients have mentioned being very satisfied with your work.
He hoped that was true. Ashley had said something about Dr. Jones being good, so that was basically the same thing. Cassie didn't question his explanation. DaEvo gave him extra points for making his lady feel better, and Zack relaxed back into his seat. He could do this. He was doing this. So why increase the budget now, Cassie said, and why put me in charge of it? Zack flushed as he searched for a professional, adult way to explain it.
I admire the work your hospital does with the Foundation's funds, he said, trying to compliment her while also not making it clear he had no idea what she did. And Phil thinks you do a great job managing the extra funding.
You admire the work, Cassie said dryly. The $2 million mural in the children's wing, for example.
$2 million?
The other patrons of the coffee house stared in alarm at his shouting, and Zack forced himself to lower his voice. He still couldn't keep the incredulity from his voice, though.
That monstrosity cost $2 million?
If that was true, Phil had no right to complain about Zack spending a few grand on new clothes. Zack could finally have some leverage. Not such a fan of the work after all, Cassie said.
Apparently I haven't followed the reports closely enough.
Zack felt a strange anger building in his chest. This foundation was his parents' legacy. Helping sick kids had been their pride and joy. He had poured money into it to honor their memories, and this was where it had gone? Into badly done redecoration projects? I doubt you've been reading them at all. I checked up on you when your trustee called and offered me the job, Mr. Moore. Your reputation isn't exactly stellar.
Damn reputation.
He'd meant to mutter that to himself, but Cassie heard and raised an eyebrow. As I said, there were a lot of red flags about you. I was willing to give you the benefit of the doubt and hope that you had matured since those articles were written. Apparently not.
What does that have to do with anything? You'll get the money either way. You don't have to deal with me.
Cassie's eyes narrowed. Working with you would mean our names would be linked. I'm not willing to stake my professional reputation on someone who doesn't even bother keeping up with his foundation's projects. She frowned. Speaking of that, if you haven't been reading the reports, how did you know my name that day in the park? Zack tried to stay calm, but it was getting more difficult. Why couldn't she just let the park incident drop?
Why does any of that matter? I'm offering you a ton of money.
That caught the interest of the people sitting around them again. Cassie glared. So you think you can just buy me with funding? Is that it?
What? No. Why on earth would I want to buy you?
She leaned across the table, her eyes sparking. Look, I've tried to be professional and give you the benefit of the doubt. I'd love to have the funding. I'd love to work with your foundation. But, unfortunately, that would mean working with you, giving you access to even more of my time and personal information, and no amount of money is worth my personal safety and peace of mind.
Personal safety? You think I'm threatening you?
Zack looked at her, entirely befuddled. Cassie wasn't bad-looking, not at all, but it wasn't as if he didn't already have more than enough on his plate with Star Fury and DaEvo, and, frankly speaking, she was incredibly annoying. "I think you're stalking me. I don't know why, I don't know how. I am very careful with my privacy settings and personal routines, but you keep showing up. You know things about me that you shouldn't know. What other explanation is there?" She seemed to be hanging on to her temper by a thread. DaEvo flashed a warning that she was upset, but Zack swiped it away. Cassie scowled. "There, that's why I hate opti-glasses. You just sent a command. I saw your eye swipe. What did you do?" I got a message from a friend and was swiping it away." "You're lying," Zack protested, but flushed red. This was not going nearly as well as he had hoped. In fact, it was not going well at all. Cassie stood and Zack scrambled to his feet. "We're done here, Mr. Moore. If I hear from you or your trust again, I'm calling the police."
"I'm not stalking you. You're the last person I would want to stalk."
Reputation, minus 0.1.
A few people around the coffee shop had pulled out phones and were filming the incident. More were probably discreetly recording the interaction with their opti-glasses. They watched Zack and Cassie as if they were watching a tennis match, their heads swiveling to follow the conversation. Crap. They would probably post those videos online. That meant this would get back to Phil, which would mean even more trouble. The worst part was, it wasn't even Zack's fault. He hadn't done anything but be in the wrong place at the wrong time. That was if Cassie didn't tell Phil everything first. But what other explanation would she offer for turning down the job and the extra funding?
"Dr. Jones, please just take the money."
Explain how you knew my name that day.
DaEvo chimed, helpful as ever.
Reputation, minus 0.1.
Zack's mind raced. There was a perfectly good reason for his behavior, but explaining it would mean explaining DaEvo and the conversation quest. Cassie watched the thoughts play across his face. When it became apparent he wasn't going to provide an answer, she huffed in disgust and hurried out of the coffee shop.
Quest, your lady is upset. Your lady has left, upset. We recommend you buy her a gift. Follow her to explain your position. Wait for her at her house when she has calmed down.
Yeah, Zack was pretty sure none of those ideas would help. In fact, Zack was pretty sure they'd make things worse. DaEvo chimed again, and Zack realized it had been running a conversation timer during the whole interaction. Well, at least this wasn't a total loss. People were still staring at him and snapping more pictures. Zack glared at them and hurried out the door. Cassie was already gone. That was probably for the best. People leaned their faces against the glass to watch him out of the windows, so he crossed the street and called for a ride.
Reputation, minus 0.2.
As he suspected, people had already posted videos of the incident. Great. Just great. He could only hope no one had heard his name. Zack walked down the sidewalk, putting more distance between himself and the coffee shop and searching for some shade to provide relief from the pounding sun.
Reputation, minus 3.1. Please note, due to your decreased social level, 17.52, your active love meter results will decrease at a faster rate. Raise your social level to be further in line with active relationships. Love meter, Ashley Barnes, minus 0.1%. Current level, 47.3%.
Zack groaned internally. The damn love meter had been dropping all through the night, and now it was supposed to drop even faster? How is that even fair? What the hell? Why is my reputation still dropping?
Reputation scores are taken from negative and positive interactions with others in public and other social situations, as well as the overall reputation of an individual in greater society. Individual results from posted content online, including highly public and viral information, might result in a greater than normal reputation drop in the short term. Short-term effects from viral posts will eventually decrease depending upon further public interactions.
What the hell did that all mean? Luckily, all of it was followed by a link. Zack clicked on it and gritted his teeth when the page loaded. It was a blog post on Cassie's blog. About him. Zack gritted his teeth and read. The modern stalker. How OptiGlasses make privacy violation easier than ever. I wrote this post a few days ago, but decided against posting it because I wasn't sure that my suspicions were founded. It turns out this incident was part of something much bigger and more alarming. I'm posting now so you all know what to watch for. Even if you aren't using any smart technology, people can still access your information and use it to violate your privacy. This latest incident— Zack stopped reading and scrolled down to the comments. Maybe nobody read Cassie's blog. Maybe she already had 35 comments, most of them also decrying the evils of OptiGlasses and those who used them. Even as he watched, he noticed another share of her blog and another comment. Damn Luddites. Zack's car arrived. He got into it as Phil called. Zack stared at the incoming call, gathering his nerve. Then he answered and spoke quickly before Phil could launch into his lecture. I'm not stalking her, okay? Whatever she said, it's not true. I tried to win her over. I really did.
You mean you didn't have your medical charity spend millions of dollars to support hospitals as a conspiracy to get a coffee date with a stranger?
Phil was laughing. He could even hear the man slapping his knee over the call.
You think this is funny? I lost major reputation points in DaEvo over this.
Phil laughed harder, and Zack hung up. His OptiGlasses flashed a notification from his condo.
Reminder, your cleaning service is scheduled to resume today. Your maid is on schedule and will arrive in 30 minutes.
The cleaning service. Zack sighed in relief. Cleaning the apartment would give him more points and hopefully repair some of the damage Cassie had caused to his stats. He pulled up the quest information quickly and nodded. Just cleaning his clothing would improve his reputation points. Probably by removing the negative debuff for looking like a hobo. Shouldn't it already have disappeared? Or was that just bad code, forgetting to remove what it had deducted when he got his new style points? If it was, Zack wasn't going to tell DaEvo. Best part of the cleaning services was that it would take no effort at all on his part. The car arrived at his building, and Zack ran out and rushed up the stairs. He wanted to oversee this appointment to make sure the housekeeper did everything DaEvo would give points for.
Workout detected. Keep it up to earn physique points.
Zack swiped away the notification. Even after that disaster, he wasn't desperate enough to accept another physique quest. Chapter 21. Housekeeping. The voice was muffled through the door, but definitely a woman's. Zack grinned. He could get points for cleaning and points for conversation all at once. Score. Wait, he didn't need more game time. Not really. He had unlimited gaming time with Ashley now, though he wondered if the gaming time was banked or used concurrently. It was probably concurrent. No reason why DaEvo wouldn't screw him. He pulled open the door. A gray-haired woman in a staff uniform smiled at him. She looked more like a grandmother than a potential date, but DaEvo popped the conversation clock into the corner anyway, ready to start as soon as she spoke. Zack shrugged. For all the app knew, he was into older women. Maybe he could use that to his advantage somehow. Would volunteering at a nursing home and talking to residents improve his reputation? He pushed away the idea. He had unlimited game time from his date with Ashley. No need to go overboard.
Rosa Perez, social level 52, physique 54, style 39, reputation 76, occupation 37.
Zack glared at the stats. How the hell did a cleaning woman have better stats than him? Stupid bugs, he muttered.
Your alpha test bug report has been logged. Thank you for your help in making DaEvo a success.
You have bugs in there? Rose asked, wrinkling her nose. Her eyes widened as she leaned around Zack and got her first look at the apartment. Zack followed her gaze. Yes, it was a bit of a mess, but that was why she was there, wasn't it? To clean the mess? What? No, there are no bugs, Zack said. Because I only clean. I don't do vermin. There aren't any bugs, lady. It looks like there could be bugs. She crossed her arms and scowled at him.
Zack sighed. I promise there aren't any bugs, just some dirty laundry. And the piles of boxes from his online shopping spree, and an assortment of pizza boxes, takeout containers, and bottles sprinkled over the floor. Zack stepped aside and held out his arm to welcome her into the apartment. You can start right away.
Ha! Bonus objective completed. You made her laugh. Good going. Laughter is highly regarded as a method of achieving a strong relationship.
That wasn't a laugh. Even Zack knew that. But obviously, DaEvo didn't. Well, it wasn't as if Zack hadn't been exploiting bugs already. He just shouldn't mention them to Rosa. She might leave. This is why you shouldn't cancel cleaning services, Rosa said, gesturing to a particularly tall pile of dirty clothes. It isn't that bad, Zack said defensively. I've been busy. Too busy to blink and schedule an appointment? She nodded toward his optiglasses. Zack scowled. Optiglasses don't operate by blinks. It's a highly precise sequence of, I'll have to charge extra for this. We charge extra for extra messy apartments. Since when? DaEvo chimed to let Zack know he had been speaking to Rosa for 2 minutes. It felt a lot longer. Since now. Oh, was that a mouse? Rosa shrieked and jumped back. Zack squinted at the corner of the room she was pointing at. Something small and furry darted out from behind the gaming chair and burrowed into a pile of laundry. No, it's a hamster. There are even droppings. She looked at the floor with disgust, toed a candy wrapper with one foot, then shook her head and backed into the hallway. Bugs and mice. This place is disgusting. Get the exterminator in here first, then we'll clean. I'll bring a team next time. What? Where are you going? You can't leave. I certainly can, young man. My contract exempts me from working in unsanitary conditions. Unsanitary? It's not that bad. This apartment is the very definition of unsanitary. Call us after you've had the exterminator in. She grabbed her cleaning supplies and hurried down the hallway. Zack watched her go and swore under his breath. DaEvo chimed, giving him gaming time, which he didn't need. What he needed was more levels. Zack groaned and shut the door and let his head bang on it. Gently. He wasn't going to damage his best piece of equipment. Pushing against the door, Zack turned around, reminded once more that the apartment did not smell good. 𝙬𝙧 the hamster darted across the room, stuffed his mouth full of seeds on the kitchen floor, and disappeared underneath the couch once more. Zack stared at the mess. No points for cleaning. DaEvo chimed. Reputation, minus 11.4. Zack flinched and pulled up the associated link. It looked like Cassie's blog post really had gone viral. Worse, while Cassie hadn't named him directly, others had put together the videos of them, and his name was being bandied around. Love meter, Ashley Barnes, minus 0.1%. Current level, 40%. Zack's jaw dropped. How had it dropped so fast? He'd been ignoring the twinkling lights on the love meter for the most part since he didn't have time to go poking at it, but now that he had the entire thing pulled up, he noticed another notification appear. Love meter, Ashley Barnes, minus 0.1%. Current level, 39.9%. Notice, due to lost love meter relationship points with Ashley Barnes, your unlimited internet privileges have been revoked once again. Increase your love meter levels to improve your relationship with Ashley Barnes. What the hell? Zack pulled up the full log for the love meter and saw how it had dropped again and again during his ride back, during the conversation with the cleaning lady, and had sped up the moment his reputation points dropped his social level even further. The pink hearts twinkled at him, taunting him with just how close he was to freedom. You've got to be kidding me. You said I had unlimited game time. Quest, your elevated heart rate suggests you're exercising. Keep going to level up your physique stats. Zack huffed. His elevated heart rate had nothing to do with exercise. How do I refill the love meter? To fill your love meter, please complete your relationship milestones. In addition, there are repeatable relationship actions that will increase your love meter level. These actions include: communicate with your relationship target regularly,
Get her to laugh. Give her gifts. Increase the intimacy index, calculated via touch, eye contact, smiles, and positive expressions of interest. Express thanks for her time or what she has done for you. Practice active listening. Use terms of endearment. Your current relationship milestones include first significant physical contact, in-depth exchange of history, your first kiss, schedule a second date, take her out to an exciting and memorable event, your first, Dev note, are we even allowed to suggest this? Ask legal. Become select variable, relationship type, exclusive, primary, secondary, pair bonded, metamor. Get engaged. Each milestone completed will fill your love meter and increase your progress in the game. Additional completed milestones will also reduce the rate of decrease in the love meter.
Zack sighed. It looked as though he wasn't quite as set as he'd thought he was. Still, it was a simple enough fix. He just needed to talk to Ashley. Maybe go on a date. That'd give his entire thing a bump. After that, maybe he'd focus on raising his overall level so it wouldn't drop so quickly. He dialed Ashley's number and reviewed some of the suggestions for how to keep the love meter full. Some of the suggestions, like eye contact and physical touch, wouldn't work for a phone call, but others would. He could express thanks and listen. Hopefully that would be enough. The call went to voicemail, and Zack found himself stammering a message that he hoped would check all the right boxes.
Hey, Ashley. It's Zack. Just wanted to call and say thanks for the date. Yeah, it was great listening to you. It was great that you listened to me. Thanks. Yeah, thank you. That's what I called to say. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Zack hung up the call before he could embarrass himself further and waited for DaEvo to chime and refill his love meter. But nothing happened. Apparently he had to deliver the message to Ashley directly. He called her again and once again ended up in voicemail. He hung up without leaving a message and prepared to dial her number a third time. DaEvo chimed.
Relationship hint. Frequent contact is good. Desperation is bad. We noticed you've attempted to contact Ashley Barnes repeatedly. While frequent contact can improve your relationship, no love interest wants a desperate individual. Consider holding off and giving your target time to reply.
Forget appearances, he was desperate. Zack called Gord's just in case Ashley was working and not able to answer her personal phone, but the worker who answered said she was finished with her shift. So much for the love meter. He needed a backup plan fast. Preferably one that did not involve talking to anyone new. He wasn't willing to risk it after the disaster with Cassie. Sure, he had some time thanks to Cassie's and Rose's conversations, but that wouldn't be enough. It wouldn't fix his real problems. He didn't want to be cut off in the middle of a mission with the team. Not to mention, he had promised them he had this under control. He was still trying to earn back their trust after the tournament incident, and he definitely did not want to tell them why his stats had suddenly taken a turn for the worse. Foz was already having a field day with chore jokes. If he found out about the stalking and dating incidents, Zack would never hear the end of it. He opened the available quest menu and stared at it. Reputation was a lost cause. So was occupation. Style was pretty close to being maxed out with his clothing, and he'd failed the cleaning option already. If he wanted to get it any higher, he needed to work on physique. The last thing he wanted to do was work on physique. But what other choice did he have? Zack opened the physique quest menu and chose meals. He ordered the highest point value meals and smoothies from the gym's restaurant to be delivered to his apartment. Then he scanned through the other quests. There were all the repeatable quests for working out, but he was definitely not doing those. Zack flipped open the style quests, just in case he had missed something easy. He could order more clothes online, but he had more than enough clothing. He could just swap clothing and get higher style points, though he was already very high unless he wore his Western neon outfit again. No, he wasn't that desperate, and it wasn't a long-term solution. He flipped through the different salons offering at-home appointments for manicures and pedicures. No luck. He gritted his teeth and checked appointments for manscaping. Thankfully, that was booked out as well. Zack pushed away his chagrin at the knowledge that the service was that popular and returned to the problem at hand. He needed to level up, and he needed to do it now. That left cleaning. It would increase his style points, depending on what he threw away or wore, but most importantly, it would increase his reputation score. Maybe he could schedule another cleaning service to come tonight. He opened the app to see what appointments were available.
Error. Your apartment has been flagged for unsanitary conditions due to vermin. Please schedule an exterminator visit first.
Damn it. Rosa must have written him up. Zack flipped through the app menu to schedule an exterminator visit, but the service had nothing available that evening. He was on his own. Greg.
Hey guys, you ready for the raid? 2 hours to go.
Jenny.
Yeah, I've got some new EMP shielding that just made its way onto the market. I'm going to test them out on my drones.
Foz.
Great. I've got a new booster combo I want to try. I think it will be even faster than my last one. Zack, you in? Or do you have to finish your chores first?
Zack swallowed and stared at his apartment, at the piles of laundry and garbage covering the floor, the discarded plates, and, Zack hated to admit, the smell that he kept being reminded about. A thin layer of dust and grime coated everything. The place hadn't been cleaned in months, and it showed. He pulled up the quest information again and noted the improvement in reputation points for cleaning his clothing. In addition, there was the improvement in physique and reputation for cleaning the entire apartment. Damn it. If he wanted game time for the raid, he would have to clean it himself. The raid was important. They needed to test out new tech combinations, needed to work on their tactics. If nothing else, they needed to practice taking out bases because there was certain to be other base attacks in the tournament rounds. He gritted his teeth. If he could no-hit run the entire 𝙬𝙧𝙩 asteroid belt encounter, he could beat DaEvo. Zack.
Yeah, I'm in.
Chapter 22. 2 hours. He had 2 hours to make this happen. The condo app chimed to let him know his food had arrived. Zack spread the assortment of salads and smoothies over his grimy counter. He swept his gaze over the meals and sighed. Zack shoveled salad into his mouth as he scrolled through the available quests and made a plan. Laundry was an easy place to start. He would get points for washing clothes and throwing away worn and torn items. Cleaning would help too. Zack finished a salad and grinned as DaEvo gave him plus 0.1 physique for it. Then he shoved the smallest pile of dirty clothes into the empty FitLife box and dragged it to his laundry room. He dumped the clothes into the washing machine and stared at it. He had never actually run the machine. Where did you start? Probably with soap. There should be some sort of detergent somewhere. Zack rummaged through the cabinets until he found laundry detergent, poured some into the machine, and pressed start. The machine's screen lit up, and it vibrated as it spun the clothes. A timer lit up. It would take an hour to wash the clothes. That was way too long. Zack canceled the cycle and selected the quick wash option. That one would only take 20 minutes. That would give him enough time to wash 6 loads before the raid. Well, he would probably only get through 5. It would take a few minutes to change out the loads. DaEvo chimed cheerfully.
Quest begun. Congratulations, you've started a load of laundry. Cleanliness in your home and hearth is important in forming relationships and creating a healthy mindset. Additional cleaning quests are available and will provide bonuses in attributes, unrestricted internet privileges access, and special accolades. Bonus points if you can improve your olfactory stats. Home cleanliness objectives. Clean your kitchen. Clean out your fridge. Mop floors. Clean the bathroom. Vacuum the carpets. Make your bed. Take out the trash.
Zack scanned through the list. Yes, this could work. He could make this work. This was easy, just like min-maxing a series of quest runs. Figure out which parts could be done concurrently, like stacking a bunch of quests on a single run, and he'd get an accolade, which was perfect. The only issue was that he only had 2 hours. Play high-energy music, Zack said. His smart home responded, pumping music with deep bass beats through his surround sound speakers. The new speakers were perfect, a definite upgrade over the ones he'd replaced only weeks ago. Zack grinned. That was more like it. Zack changed into his fit life clothes so that he'd be at a higher social level. It might not make a difference since he was alone, but he wasn't certain. And with how buggy DaEvo was, you never knew. He grabbed a smoothie off the counter, sipping it as he hurried into his bedroom. His entire bed was highlighted red, where the crumpled sheets and blankets were beckoning his attention. Swearing to himself that Foz would never know about this, Zack made the bed, smoothing out the sheets. He had to do it again, because the damn app kept highlighting a rumpled corner.
Home cleanliness objective. Make your bed. Completed.
Zack waited for a second for more information, but whatever accolade or bonus attributes or time he was getting, it looked like he'd have to finish everything before he got it. Shrugging, he chugged the rest of the smoothie. DaEvo chimed in satisfaction.
Physique quest complete. Plus 0.05 physique.
Sweet. Zack grabbed a grocery store bag from the kitchen and filled it with the trash strewn around his bedroom. DaEvo chimed again, showing him a percentage completion bar. Zack put the bag of garbage by the door and paused to gather his thoughts. DaEvo chimed.
Quest begun. Based on your elevated heart rate, you're exercising. Keep it up to earn fitness points.
Perfect. For once, Zack accepted the fitness quest, which, as far as he could tell, involved keeping his heart rate elevated for 20 minutes. Easy. He could earn points in multiple categories without having to leave the house. Zack stared at the piles of laundry scattered around his living room. Even 6 loads wouldn't be enough to get through all this. And the dryer was empty right now. That seemed like a waste. Zack stuffed another pile of laundry into the FitLife box and dumped it into his bathtub. He stopped up the drain and let the water run while he grabbed the laundry detergent and poured some into the tub. The faucet blasted water out, soaking Zack as he stirred the laundry. He hastily turned down the water flow, ignoring the puddle on the floor, and focused on the murky gray water in the tub. Had his clothes really been that dirty? It was kind of disgusting. DaEvo apparently didn't recognize his genius, because it didn't chime the start of a new laundry quest. If this didn't work, Zack was definitely filing another bug report. Not that those had helped at all so far. He drained the water, wrung the clothes as much as he could, then stuffed them in the dryer and put it on the highest setting. DaEvo chimed recognition of the latest load of laundry, and Zack grinned. He just might be able to pull this off. Next step, remove all the trash. Zack stuffed empty drink bottles, used tissues and candy wrappers into every takeout bag he could find. Bending over to pick everything up off the floor was enough exertion that he began to sweat. DaEvo chimed.
Wow, you're really going for it. Keep this up and you'll be fit in no time. You've completed 15 minutes of elevated exercise.
15 minutes gone already? Zack groaned and doubled his pace. He hauled the bags of trash to the garbage chute in the hallway and stuffed them in. Then he stacked the pizza boxes and carried them out as well. That took 2 trips, and a rogue slice of pizza fell out of a box and stuck to his shirt. Zack pulled it off and rubbed out the grease stain as best he could. A notification warned him about hygiene, but he had more important things to deal with. He'd change later. The washing machine chimed that it was done, and Zack rushed to the laundry room. The dryer was still running, so he stuffed in both loads and restarted the cycle. Then he filled the FitLife box with another pile of dirty clothes and poured them into the washer. DaEvo chimed.
Don't forget, you can level up style points by getting rid of worn and torn clothing.
What counts as worn and torn? Zack muttered. He wasn't expecting a response, but DaEvo chimed. New stats appeared in Zack's opti-glasses. A frowning face emoji hovered over every pile of clothing on the floor. They're not that bad, Zack protested. DaEvo stayed silent. Zack pulled a pair of sweatpants from a pile and studied them. Sure, they had a few holes, but that didn't matter. No one saw him when he wore them. There was no reason to get rid of them. No reason except he needed game time for tonight. Crap. Zack threw the pants into the kitchen trash can, which he had never bothered to put a bag in since he never used it. DaEvo chimed in triumph. Zack blinked at the trash can. It was cleaner than most places in the apartment. He could throw clothes in there, get marked for completion of the quest, then retrieve them later as needed. Zack grabbed a t-shirt off the nearest laundry pile and threw it away. 𝙬𝙧𝙩 the hamster scurried across the room as Zack disturbed his hiding place. DaEvo chimed again. Apparently, the app considered everything Zack owned to be substandard. Well, he could use that to his advantage. Zack tossed clothing into the trash can until it was full, working in time with the music and gaining points for each action. Occasionally, once he finished a pile and the completion rate filled, he'd get a new notification telling him he'd gained points in physique, reputation, and unrestricted electronic time. All he had to do was keep this up, and he'd have enough for the evening and raise his overall level. Just a little more, and he would have game time and a high enough level to slow the love meter's depletion once he refilled it. He scanned through the list of house cleaning quests. He didn't own a mop or vacuum, so those were out. The trash and laundry situations were vastly improving, though, and he could easily clean the fridge. The dryer chimed, and Zack sprinted across the apartment to remove the clothes. He shoved them into his dresser, which he hadn't used since he first emptied his suitcase into it when he moved in. He didn't bother to fold anything, but DaEvo still gave him points when he closed the drawer. The washing machine cycle still had 15 minutes. He had forgotten to select the quick wash for the second load. Too late now, but there was no point leaving the dryer empty. Zack dumped another load of clothes into the bathtub, poured in some detergent, and started the water. His condo app chimed. Noise complaint. Your neighbor has filed a noise complaint. Please turn down your music. Fat chance. Filling the tub would take a while, so he rushed back to the kitchen and quickly removed the half-eaten takeout. He put it into a bag that had been used for a massive order of Thai takeout a few months ago and stuffed it down the garbage chute. DaEvo chimed, but only marked the objective as half completed. Apparently, he and the app had different standards for what counted as cleaning the fridge. Damn it. Zack leaned against the kitchen counter to catch his breath and surveyed the room. He had made progress. There was no doubt about that. Only a few piles of laundry remained, and the trash piles were gone. He had shoved all the unopened boxes of clothes into the various closets around his apartment to make things look tidy and fool DaEvo into thinking he had put them away. Things were still a little dusty, but the cleaning service could take care of that. The washing machine chimed, and Zack hurried to fill the empty dryer. As he stuffed the clothes into the machine, Zack became aware of the sound of running water under the pulsing beat of his music. Damn it all. He rushed to the bathroom, where the bathtub had overflowed and created a small lake on the bathroom floor. A small lake of soapy water thanks to the detergent he had added. Zack slipped and grabbed the sink for balance as he reached to turn off the water. DaEvo chimed and started the objective for mopping the floor. Sweet. He wondered if he grabbed some of his soaked shirts and wiped things down, if he could even finish that objective. Focus. Zack drew a deep breath as he pulled the drain, listening to the gurgle of draining water for a second. He hurried back to add the clothes from the bathtub to the dryer load. Only 45 minutes until he was supposed to be online. This was going to be close. Zack removed the last of the clothes from the living room floor and shoved them into a small pile in the corner of the laundry room. There was no room to walk there now, but he had cleared the floor in the main room, and DaEvo gave him points for it. The apartment seemed a lot bigger now. It actually looked pretty nice without all the trash strewn about. Zack leaned against the wall, taking a moment to catch his breath and feel pride in his accomplishment. He was drenched, soapy, and sweaty, but he had done it. He had brought his apartment up to standard and earned enough time to join tonight's raid on the Armada base. He had also received bonus physique points for eating the health food and keeping an elevated heart rate for almost 2 hours. A glance at the total amount of internet time he had showed Zack had just over 5 hours. More than enough time, even if it was a maze or grind. His condo's app flashed another noise complaint notification, but Zack swiped it away. Whoever was complaining could just deal with it. He had bigger worries right now. DaEvo flashed a reminder suggesting that Zack improve the olfactory stats of his apartment for even greater points. Not a bad idea. Zack rummaged through his supply closet, looking for air freshener. Nothing. He settled for the lemon-scented cleaner he had used before and ran around his apartment, spritzing everything in sight until the bottle was empty. The condo app flashed again, and Zack swiped it away. He didn't want to deal with annoying neighbors in his moment of triumph. The smell of sweat and old food mixed with the scent of lemon as it settled. Zack wrinkled his nose, not sure this was an improvement, but DaEvo chimed and gave him points anyway. Apparently, it was close enough. Thank goodness. He leaned against his counter and checked the clock. 10 minutes to go. He had leveled up and earned game time with 10 minutes to spare. Zack sank into his gaming chair. He was drenched with sweat and soapy water. His heart rate was still elevated, and he was breathing hard. DaEvo chimed.
Your heart rate is settling. If you're done working out, complete a cooldown to earn plus 15 minutes unrestricted internet privileges and plus 0.1 physique.
Zack raised an eyebrow. That was pretty damn good. He opened the quest log. All he had to do was stretch for 5 minutes. DaEvo suggested a list of simple stretches he could complete. Why was it almost as much physique for stretching as all the exercise he'd done before? He shook his head, muttering about bug reports, and got up out of his chair. He even ignored the bug report notification. Zack stood in front of a mirror as DaEvo suggested and bent forward to touch his toes. At least, he tried to touch his toes. His fingertips stopped somewhere around his calves. Still, DaEvo started a timer, and Zack held the stretch until DaEvo chimed and prompted him to try the next exercise. The 5 minutes of stretching felt a lot longer, as sweat poured from his face and his breathing ached. Still, the bonus time was important, and the increase in physique all added up. The condo app chimed again. Zack swiped the notification away and sent his team a message as he sank into his gaming chair. Zack, logging in now. You ready? Foz, great, you got your chores done on time. Zack, ha ha. Greg, seriously, Foz, even I think that's getting old. Foz, whatever, you just don't appreciate good comedy. Jenny,
Glad you're here, Zack. Can you arm your new laser cannon so I can test my EMP inhibitor?
Zack, with pleasure. Let's go blast some Armada scum. The Star Fury theme music blasted through his speakers as he powered on his gaming console and spawned at the nearest station. He set the autopilot on a course for the rendezvous point and started arming all the weapons he wanted to test with Jenny's setup. If she had found a way to make her drones immune to the EMP, maybe Zack could strengthen his and take out enemy drones who were less prepared. His opti-glasses chimed with another notification from his condo app. Zack pulled them off his face and threw them onto his couch. Notifications could wait. Right now, all he cared about was the game. Chapter 23. You guys ready for this? Zack called.
Born ready,
Jenny said. They were in formation and waiting just out of range of the outpost's sensors. Zack had made it to the raid with 2 minutes to spare and was taking advantage of the extra time to brief his team. I've set up 5 different laser cannon configurations to test with Jenny's new EMP dampener. We'll also keep an eye out for the unusual drones or anything else out of the ordinary. Zack had splurged and hired a mechanic drone so that he could pull out and swap out configurations in the middle of the battlefield without flying all the way back to base. It was expensive, but they didn't have time for him to fluff around flying back and forth.
Yeah, if the Armada found an Easter egg, there's no telling what was in there,
Greg said.
Nothing we can't handle,
Jenny said. She closed one of her boosters for a moment, giving the impression that her ship was winking, then circled around to settle into her place behind Greg. Hey, it's time, Foz said. Let's go. They stopped talking as they focused on their roles and flew forward. Other teams of Corsairs and solo players materialized around them, all converging on the starboard outpost, a collection of Armada way stations and hangouts. Zack's screen lit up as explosions and lasers filled the space around the outpost. The whine of engines and deep booms of hits landed blared through his surround sound speakers. A lucky hit by one of the Armada drones slammed into his ship, and Zack's chair shook from the reverberating aftershock.
Pull back,
Zack shouted as the Armada launched a counterattack. Jenny released a wave of drones as the team put some distance between themselves and the base. She dropped mines and distracted Armada ships while Zack blasted them with his laser cannon. 𝙬𝙧 darted in and out, disabling ships for Zack to destroy while neatly avoiding the crossfire. Greg provided cover for everyone, disintegrating any Armada scum that got too close. The other teams had pulled back too, pulling the Armada ships out of formation, while the base raid team waited in the wings for an opening. "Still a little EMP interference," Jenny said. "It's better, but not perfect."
"Let's try a different cannon," Zack said.
He flipped a few switches, diverting power. He had set up for 2 different cannons with different configurations on them, all before he had to head back and reconfigure his ship.
"𝙬𝙧, can you lure a few ships closer so we can test this on them?"
"You betcha." 𝙬𝙧 let out a war cry and plunged his ship into the heart of the battle. He emerged a few seconds later with a crowd of ships on his tail, whooping in triumph.
"He said a few," Greg said, "not the whole fleet."
"Had to account for the mines," 𝙬𝙧 said. Sure enough, Jenny's mines webbed and disabled many of the ships before they were within range, breaking up the formation. Zack put the second laser cannon through its paces while Jenny fiddled with settings. His optiglasses chimed with a message notification. Since he had taken them off, the sound echoed through his surround sound speakers. Zack ignored it. Whoever was trying to contact him could wait.
"Hey, let that ship through," he said. "I think I recognize it."
Jenny pulled her drones aside, making a small opening that would let the ship through but not be obvious about it. Zack grinned.
"Yeah, that's the Armada scum that had the unusual drones in my PvP. Jenny, keep everyone else away. Let's see if he has any other tricks up his sleeves."
Zack suspected that Steve would recognize his ship from their previous round, but he took the time to hail him with an emoji sticking out its tongue just in case the Armada player was too busy in the heat of battle to notice who he was fighting. Steve responded with a skull and crossbones and several rude gestures. Zack grinned. Looked as though he remembered after all. Zack's smile disappeared as something landed a hit on his tail.
"What the hell?" Greg said. "Something just hit me, but nothing showed up on my sensors."
"Same," 𝙬𝙧 said. "Cripes, what's going on here?" Zack upped his shields so the surprise hits would cause less damage and flew toward Steve's ship, engaging him in a close-quarters dogfight that would make it more difficult for the other player to concentrate on manually commanding his drones, or whatever the heck he was doing. It didn't seem to do much good. Zack kept taking damage, even though Steve didn't land any obvious hits. "It's drones," Jenny said, "but they're slippery. I'm sending you some sensor settings to try." The string of numbers from Jenny flashed across his screen. Zack pulled back from the dogfight and typed them into his sensor settings.
"Nothing," he said.
Jenny swore. "Keep him busy, then. I have a few more ideas." Someone knocked on his door. Zack flinched and missed the timing on his evasive maneuvers, allowing the Armada scum to land a hit. His chair shook, and his shields flashed yellow. Who could possibly be knocking at his door? Phil usually called ahead, unless he was planning some kind of sneak attack. Sweat beaded on Zack's brow. He really hoped it wasn't Phil. The knocking continued, growing more and more insistent. Zack wondered if it was possible to soundproof a door so you couldn't hear knocking. That would allow him to ignore it as easily as he ignored digital notifications. Greg's initial pull finally managed to catch up, having dealt with Jenny's mines and the webbing drones, slowing them down. She'd even managed to destroy a few, but now the team had a swarm of Armada ships to deal with. The sharp ping of laser fire intensified, interspersed with the hum of additional missiles. They should have dealt with Steve by now, but those damn stealthed drones were taking out Jenny's drones and forcing them to divert power to shields rather than lasers. Well, crap. "I know you're in there," a female voice yelled from the hallway. "I can hear you. I've been hearing you all night." DaEvo's familiar chime sounded through the speakers. Had it started the conversation timer? Zack tried to squelch his curiosity and focus on the fight, but he couldn't help wondering who was at his door. Was it Dr. Jones? Surely she wouldn't come to his condo in the middle of the night. But maybe she wanted to apologize? That would be great, but it seemed unlikely. Ashley didn't know where he lived and seemed equally unlikely to track him down. Those were basically the only women he knew. Unless it was Zoe Cross. No, that was ridiculous. Why would a supermodel be at his door? The knocking continued and got even louder. The mystery lady seemed to be battering the door with some kind of hard object. Zack missed another input, and Steve landed a hit that sent Zack's shields into the red. Seemed as though Steve had swapped out from lasers to mass drivers, which gave him a higher rate of fire and lower energy draw. Of course, there were issues in terms of range, but Zack was in the middle of a dogfight. Rather than push matters, Zack swore and pulled back to take cover behind Greg. "Fancy meeting you here," Jenny said.
"What is that noise on your end?" Greg said. "I can't focus with that going on."
"You can't focus. How do you think I feel?" Zack said, keeping his voice down so that the woman at the door wouldn't hear him. "Some lady is trying to knock my door down."
"Seriously?"
Greg said.
"Why?"
"I hate to pass up on the comedic gold of this situation," Foz said, "but in case you haven't noticed, we're kind of in the middle of something right now. Either get your head in the game or let Greg cover for you while you answer the door. I'm sure she'll go away eventually." The knocking intensified until it was an insistent pounding. Zack sighed. "Fine, I'll be right back." He pulled away, hitting the boosters and killing his recharge for his lasers. A quick set of commands had him headed to dock and swapping out his weapons. They had enough data for these two, so he might as well make use of the time, and the autopilot could deal with the simple commands. Then Zack stood slowly and limped toward the door. His muscles were still sore, and sitting for so long had made him stiff. He grabbed his opti-glasses off the couch and slid them on. A flood of notifications rushed past. The condo app had sent him a message from the exterminator, confirming his appointment for tomorrow, a notice from the building's management that the cleaning service had registered a hygiene complaint, and 5 noise complaints from another resident. The noise complaints were accompanied by messages from the app's resident messaging system, which Zack had not known existed until that moment. Apparently, you could send messages to the other residents via private chat rooms. Handy if you knew your neighbors, which Zack didn't. But whoever was in room 615 was seriously ticked about his music choices and the reverb his laser cannon produced. Zack pulled open the door and froze. A very angry woman stood in the hallway. Her strawberry blonde hair mussed, and her attractive face settled into a scowl. 𝙬𝙤 Taylor. She held a stiletto heel in each hand and had apparently been beating the door with them. Kayla's face was flushed from the effort of pounding down his door with her footwear. Her blue eyes glistened with a fury that made Zack swallow and wish she had checked the security camera before answering the door. DaEvo flashed Kayla's stats, but Zack didn't need a reminder that she was a swimsuit model. "You," Kayla said. "What the hell is wrong with you?" DaEvo chimed and restarted the conversation timer. "Wait, it really is a girl?" Foz's voice echoed from behind Zack.
"Zack's got a girl trying to break into his apartment?"
Greg whistled. "Focus," Jenny said. Their voices rang through the speaker, definitely loud enough for Kayla to hear. Zack quickly muted the console with a swipe of his eyes and smiled at Kayla, trying to ease the tension. "Sorry about that." "Sorry? I've been sending you messages for the past 3 hours. What is your problem?" Zack swallowed. "Yeah, sorry, didn't see them." "Didn't see them? You honestly expect me to believe that your opti-glasses and smart house system didn't let you know you had messages? I'm trying to film a makeup tutorial for my vlog. You're killing my vibe with your lame music and video game sound effects. This is unacceptable." She pursed her lips again. Zack felt sweat beading on his brow. "Kayla," she raised an eyebrow and glared even harder at him. "Have we met?" Damn, he had done it again. Stupid DaEvo. The last thing he needed was for another woman to accuse him of stalking and further ruin his reputation. "I, recognized you in the gym the other day. Look, I'm sorry." "Quest, your lady is upset. Find out what's bothering her and make her feel better to earn bonus points." His lady? That was a stretch, but maybe he could score some bonus game time here. Zack stared at Kayla. He had leveled up. Maybe she wasn't so far out of his league now. Oh, you're a fan. That's different. But still, you need to keep it down. Some of us have important things to do. Important things to do? She had some nerve. Before Zack could respond, Kayla tossed her strawberry blonde hair over her shoulder. Zack caught a whiff of floral perfume that distracted him from the rant he had been about to start. She smelled a whole lot better than his now overwhelmingly lemon-scented apartment. Success! Based on our scan of her facial expression and voice tone, your lady is feeling better. Now seal the deal and ask her out. Social status bonus, plus 60 minutes of unrestricted electronic time. Ask her out? That was crazy, wasn't it? Then again, maybe not. DaEvo's advice had been mixed so far. Zack decided to chance it.
I really am sorry. Let me make it up to you.
Kayla crossed her arms and he clamped his mouth shut, embarrassed that he had even tried. She looked him up and down, as if she might be quizzed on him later and needed to notice every detail. Her gaze flickered to the inside of his apartment. It looked better since he had cleaned it, but her expression said it was still far from satisfactory.
Let me take you to dinner?
Zack wasn't sure why the words came out as a question. He wasn't sure why he was bothering to speak at all, except that DaEvo was giving him conversation points.
The gym,
Kayla said finally, uncrossing her arms.
You were working with a trainer. I remember now. Yeah? Yeah. I got a little out of shape after my injury, but I'm getting back into it now.
Zack struggled to breathe and prayed Kayla would accept the excuse and not ask what injury. He was still wearing his FitLife clothes and drenched. Granted, he was mostly wet with laundry water, but the effect was largely the same. As far as she knew, he worked out all the time. DaEvo flashed another notification, once again encouraging Zack to ask her out. Why not? He had nothing to lose at this point.
So, you probably work up an appetite burning all those calories, he said. I could treat you to lunch in the gym cafe sometime. You know, to make up for ruining your makeup. Just don't try the smoothies. They're really gross.
Kayla stared at him for a moment. Then she laughed. DaEvo chimed bonus points.
They really are disgusting, aren't they? She said. I did a commercial for those once. Drink them and smile. It was one of the toughest shoots I've ever done.
That sounds awful, Zack said. DaEvo chimed a warning, scolding him for insulting her work.
That sounds cool, he added quickly. That you were in a commercial, that is. Really awesome.
DaEvo chimed points for the compliment. Kayla smiled.
It was all right, I guess. So what do you do? Sit around and play video games all day?
Zack swallowed, the desire to impress her warring with the desire to defend Starfury. He glanced at the conversation timer and bonus points and decided now was not the time to argue about the validity of professional gaming as a career.
Oh, that? It's just something I picked up to pass the time while I recovered from my injury. Usually I'm busy managing my charitable trust.
Seeing she seemed a little interested, Zack added the only pertinent detail he could think of.
In New York. Really? What does your charity do?
It helps hospitals. Zack hoped Kayla wouldn't ask more questions. He really wasn't prepared to answer them. Lucky for him, she was starting to look bored by the conversation. Or not so lucky. He was getting conversation points, but the date would get him some serious game time.
We should do coffee sometime, he said, since we're neighbors, you know? It's crazy how no one knows their neighbors these days.
Kayla looked over Zack consideringly once more. Her eyes strayed into his apartment, then stopped at his opti glasses and clothing. All right.
All right?
Yes, all right. I'm meeting with some friends tonight to discuss a charity event. If you're into that sort of thing, we can go together. It might make you both happy. Both? Zack wondered who the other person was, but discarded the stray thought. Better to focus on the agreement.
Perfect. I'll take all of you. Wherever you want to go. My treat.
Zack's voice was little more than a wheeze. DaEvo chimed something about a date, but he swiped away the notification. Hopefully, DaEvo wouldn't take the points away when it realized this date was more of a group thing. If he could get points for the date tonight, it would go a long way to getting him enough time for the tournament. And if 𝙬𝙤 didn't think it was a date, that was fine, so long as DaEvo did. Though she had started eyeing him again after he offered to pay for everyone. Maybe he had pushed it too far? Foz. Hey, we're dying here. Finish up with your lady and get back here. Zack swiped the notification away and kept his attention on 𝙬𝙤. She smiled at him, looking more like she was posing for a camera than actually experiencing happiness. All right, then. Alfonso's at 10:30. It's black tie. I already have a reservation under my name. Great. Zack hated that his voice cracked a little. Not exactly the impression he wanted to create. But 𝙬𝙤 didn't seem to notice. We'll meet you there. What was your name? Zack. See you later, Zack. She gave him another smile and walked away. Zack stumbled back into his apartment and closed the door. DaEvo chimed. Conversation quest. Ongoing. Succeeded. Rewards. Plus 30 minutes unrestricted internet privileges. Bonus achieved. Cheer her up. Plus 45 minutes. Bonus achieved. Make her laugh. Plus 30 minutes use time. Zack found himself grinning. Her higher level meant that she gave him a ton of points. Main questline progress. Get a date. Against all the odds, you've managed to get another date. Congratulations. Reward. Additional 2.5 hours of unrestricted electronic access. Bonus reward. Date a woman over 50 levels above you. Plus 4 hours. Bonus reward. Increased reputation. Variable. Date reputation status. Successfully completing a date will unlock the following. Spend some one-on-one time with your special lady by asking her out on a date. Completing this quest will unlock relationship milestone bonuses and additional quests. A successful date will unlock the love meter and unlimited access to non-essential internet privileges. Zack's jaw dropped a little at the notifications. First, the additional playtime, and then the fact that he could unlock the love meter with more than one woman. That would come in handy. Ashley still hadn't called him back. Maybe she hadn't enjoyed their date as much as Zack had. Maybe DaEvo was right, and he shouldn't have talked so much about gaming. He opened the phone app to call her, but DaEvo flashed a warning. Relationship hint. Frequent contact is good. Desperation is bad. We noticed you've attempted to contact Ashley Barnes repeatedly. While frequent contact can improve your relationship, no love interest wants a desperate individual. Consider holding off and giving your target time to reply. Penalty. Increased love meter diminishment. Zack sighed. If he couldn't call and Ashley didn't call back, he had no way to refill her love meter. He needed a backup plan. 𝙬𝙤 lived in his building. She was a higher level and easier to reach. Even if he didn't manage to get the love meter going, maybe he could bank enough time via casual conversations to keep training. Zack checked the time. He had a few hours until he was supposed to rendezvous with 𝙬𝙤 and her friends. It sucked that he'd have to cut out of the raid early, but at the least he could finish destroying Steve and test out the lasers and the EMP issues. He would have to explain things to the team, but he was sure he could figure out a good excuse. Worst case, he'd meet up with them tomorrow and run another set of tests. He dove back into his gaming chair and picked up his joystick and shifted the keyboard closer. Some of the other Corsair teams had noticed the large group of Armada gathering around them and had swung by to provide backup. A tap of the button had Zack undocking and boosting back to the main fight. Time to get this over with and test out the weapons. Maybe if they figured out what these new drones were, the team wouldn't be too angry with him when he cut out early. Chapter 24. Nothing to wear. How could he have boxes full of new clothes and still have nothing to wear? As soon as the raid ended, Zack had logged out of Starfury and searched what black tie dress code meant. Apparently, it was more than just the tie. He would be expected to wear a tuxedo jacket, cufflinks, and cummerbund, whatever the hell that was. Maybe he should have ordered that custom tux from the store in the mall after all. What were the odds that he could get all those things in the next 20 minutes? His optiglasses chimed, and Zack answered the call as he rummaged through the online shopping boxes, searching for something that might be appropriate for his dinner date with Kayla. A series of cheers and war cries assaulted his ears. His teammates were in full celebration mode.
Dude, why did you log off? Greg said. There's an insane celebration going on in the Corsair's Cross.
He probably has to wash the dishes, Foz said.
Oh my gosh, please stop making jokes about chores, Jenny said. Are you out of game time, Zack? I thought you'd figured that out.
Zack sighed. Corsair's Cross was a popular digital hangout for Starfury players. The party was going to be great. The chat would be buzzing, and people would be running silly dares and missions with drone and mine layers, setting up impromptu courses all night long.
Sorry, I can't make it tonight. I've got a date, and I need to figure out what to wear. A date? Greg said. With the girl who was breaking down your door?
No, with Zoe Cross, stupid, Foz said. Don't you remember? Zack talks to her all the time. Jenny giggled, and Foz laughed so loudly that he maxed out his microphone, turning the sound into digital distortion. Zack glared at the mountain of clothes around him. He had undone all his cleaning efforts in his search for something appropriate and was still no closer to having black tie apparel. He only had 15 minutes to figure out a solution, and his teammates' laughter was not helping his concentration.
It's not Zoe, but she is a model.
He was trying to shut them up, but Foz and Greg laughed even harder.
Who is it then? Greg said. Anybody we know?
Shut up.
So, what are you wearing?
Jenny asked. Zack hesitated, trying to decide if he was walking into another joke. He glanced at the clock again and swallowed. If he was going to pull this off, he needed help.
Black tie, but I don't have a tux. Any ideas?
You're serious?
Jenny said. Dude, that's taking it too far, Foz said. Just let it go.
You're one to talk about taking it too far, Greg said.
You need more than a tux for black tie, Jenny said. How much time do you have?
10 minutes.
Jenny swore and Zack winced. Apparently, he was in more trouble than he thought.
Seriously, guys, I need ideas.
Wait, do you actually have a date? Foz asked.
If you can't meet the dress code, your best bet is to be edgy, Jenny said. Wear something unusual and call it avant-garde.
Avant what?
Greg said.
You could look at the latest editions of fashion magazines for ideas, Jenny said. Maybe you could pull off hobo chic? It's a little tricky because if you do it wrong, you'll just look homeless, but you probably have everything you need already.
How do you know all this? Greg asked.
What? You think I can't be a gamer and follow fashion at the same time?
Zack ignored their bantering, left the piles of clothes and boxes on his floor, and went to his closet. The Western neon jacket hung there, the fringe rustling as it swayed on the hanger.
So something from a magazine? He said weakly. Something edgy?
Yeah, some places are still pretty strict about black tie, but it's your best bet. Do you have anything like that?
Of course he doesn't, Foz said. This is Zack we're talking about. He doesn't have any avant-garde clothes, and he definitely doesn't have a date with a model tonight. He's just trying to cover for the fact that he's out of game time and has to wash the dishes before he can join the party. Zack stayed silent and stared at the Western neon jacket. The memory of Ashley laughing at him ran through his mind, and he winced.
Is that true, Zack? Jenny said. If you're trying to distract us, you could come up with a better story than that.
I think you mean a worse story, Greg said. That's a great story. A little too great.
At least some good came from it, Foz said. We learned that our Jenny is a fashionista.
Shut up, or I'll have drones follow you all night in Corsair's Cross and steal your drinks.
Don't you dare. You cost me the 100 drinks in a day achievement the last time around. Jenny snorted and Zack's lips twitched. Like most achievements, that one was utterly useless except as a nice little trophy on the wall. It was also incredibly hard to get, since the avatar's coordination got worse each drink. Along with the stumbling came an increased chance of fainting. More than one player had been booted and forced to either choose to re-enter sober, resetting their counter, or stay logged off till the system woke them.
Zack, you still there?
Greg said.
Huh?
Yeah, I've gotta go. Thanks for the help, Jenny. You guys have fun. Zack hung up the call and pulled the Western neon jacket off the hanger. He only had 5 minutes to get ready for the date. He pinged the rideshare app, making sure the car was on time, and gulped. This had better work. Chapter 25. Zack swallowed as his ride pulled up to Alfonso's. The place was ritzy, to say the least. Gold, black marble, and dark brown hardwood accented the outside of the building. The doormen were dressed in expensive tailored uniforms, and the patrons were dressed in black tuxedos or gorgeous evening gowns. Crap. Zack opened DaEvo and looked over his style stats to remind himself that some circles considered the fringed jacket and neon jeans fashionable. Hopefully these people were in those circles. Kayla should be. She was a model. She was so stylish that he was going to earn reputation points just for going out with her. They'd errored out the amount, or maybe it'd depend on how public this was, but DaEvo had definitely mentioned it. As long as DaEvo recognized it as a date, this would start another love meter and give Zack a backup plan for unlimited game time. He might even get more reputation points to cover the damage from Dr. Jones. You getting out, buddy? His driver, a tired-looking Hispanic man, was looking back at him with raised eyebrows. Zack swallowed. Yeah, thanks. He stepped out of the car, repeating to himself all the reasons this was a good idea and ignoring the attention that his neon clothes attracted. He was fashionable, cutting edge. He hoped. Zack walked up the steps to the door and smiled at the hostess. As he treaded the stairs, he couldn't help but notice that there was a light floral scent in the air, something pumped to the exit. It actually smelled nice and made him a little hungry. The hostess was clad in a formal black and white uniform that DaEvo gave high points for style. She gave him a haughty stare and wrinkled her nose when he made his way to her. Apparently, she didn't subscribe to Fashion Magazine. "Can I help you?" She sounded as if she would rather throw him down the stairs than let him into her restaurant. "Yeah, I have a reservation. I'm with Kayla Taylor's party." "You know Kayla Taylor? The model?" She raised an eyebrow, her voice filled with skepticism. She looked him up and down rather obviously. "I'm sorry, sir, but we have a very strict dress code. I can't let you in dressed like that." "But this is—" Someone gasped behind Zack, and he turned to see a short, slight man wearing large tortoiseshell optiglasses and the same fringed jacket as Zack. Actually, they were wearing the exact same outfit, down to the neon yellow cowboy hat. "Western neon," the man said. "You're wearing my work." Yes, Zack said, "and it looks fabulous on you." He walked around Zack, studying him with a critical eye. Zack studied him as well. The man had curly dark hair covered by an enormous cowboy hat. Zack hoped his own hat didn't look that ridiculous. The whole outfit seemed extremely out of place in such a swanky setting. The man was either unaware of the scene he was causing, or completely aware and enjoying it immensely. He gave Zack a final sweeping look and beamed in approval. "Yes, this was my vision. Fashionable apparel for the modern cowman. It suits you perfectly." Before David could respond, the man turned to the hostess and tipped his hat. "David Davidson at your service, ma'am. I'm in Kayla Taylor's party." The hostess's eyes widened. "Oh, of course, Mr. Davidson. Welcome to Alfonso's." "I'm with Kayla, too," Zack said quickly. If the hostess was going to let David in wearing the fringed jacket, she had to let him in, too. At least, Zack hoped that was the case. The designer tipped his hat again, this time in Zack's direction. "I should have guessed. Kayla always finds the most fashionable people wherever she goes. Shall we?" He offered his arm. Not quite sure what else to do, Zack took it. They walked past the stunned hostess and into the restaurant. Alfonso's was decorated with minimalist luxury, white walls and dark wood floors with a few gold accents and leafy green plants. Other than Zack and David, everyone in the restaurant looked equally elegant in their dark suits and jewel-toned gowns. The diners spoke in soft voices, punctuated by the occasional clinks of forks and wine glasses. It reminded Zack of the board member dinners Phil had forced him to attend. That had stopped after Zack had spilled red wine on a particularly dull board member. It had been an accident, sort of. Zack had been glad to get out of the dinners at the time, but now he wished he had paid more attention to them, or taken that deportment class DaEvo had suggested. How was he supposed to impress Kayla when he didn't know which fork to use? "Kayla, where are you?" David Davidson called. "Reputation, minus 0.1. David's voice pierced the restaurant, as out of place as his neon jacket and hat. The room went silent as everyone stared at them, and Zack wondered if he should have stayed home and partied at Corsair's Cross after all. This evening was not off to a good start. "Dave! David, over here!" Kayla's voice rang from a corner of the room, and the designer pulled Zack along with him. Kayla laughed as she kissed David on both cheeks. "Causing a scene again?" "I can't help it if I'm the only thing worth looking at in this place," David said. "And look who I ran into at the door. Your very stylish, fashion-forward friend." "You came," Kayla said, studying Zack with a critical eye before nodding in approval. He let out the breath he had been holding. She wasn't laughing in his face. Thank goodness. "And wearing Western neon. That's bold. Is Dave paying you to promote his line?" DaEvo alerted him that he was on a date, and Zack breathed a little easier. It seemed that DaEvo was going to count this as a date. After dismissing the notifications, Zack realized Kayla was still waiting for an answer, so he mutely shook his head. Kayla's blue eyes gleamed as she copied her greeting to Dave and kissed both Zack's cheeks. He flushed, and DaEvo chimed to inform him the date was going well. "I would never bribe someone to wear my work," Dave protested. "Your friend simply has excellent taste. In clothes, but not in music. Zack's treating us to dinner to apologize for making too much noise and ruining my makeup tutorial filming," Kayla said, pursing her lips in a fake pout. "Fabulous," David said. "Where is everyone?" "Running late, as usual," Kayla said. "Smile. This will be great exposure for your collection, Dave." She wrapped her arms around the two men and smiled at a woman holding a camera. Zack was too distracted by Kayla's arm around his shoulder to process what was happening. Then the camera flashed and Kayla pulled away. "Sorry we're late." A small crowd of people swept toward them, and Zack found himself surrounded by a well-dressed, elegant group of strangers. Kayla grabbed his arm and dragged him to a chair next to hers at a round table. Waiters poured wine, and Zack surveyed the table. There were at least 15 people there. DaEvo chimed and put hearts with stats over the women's heads. Zack glanced through the provided information. Most were also models or fashion industry experts, although one worked as a dermatologist and one was a psychologist. "Who's your friend, Kayla?" a woman asked. "Did you rope him into helping with the gala as well?" She was seated to Zack's left and blocked from his view by David Davidson's enormous cowboy hat. When Zack selected the pink heart above her head, DaEvo chimed. "Social status information currently unavailable. Please acquire a full view of subject's face and/or request access to individual social profile for further information. Dev note. Due to concerns about DaEvo's data collection methods raised by a number of alpha users, we have adjusted data collection methods to only publicly facing data collection methods." "The gala?" Zack asked, leaning forward and trying to see her face. She sounded familiar, but he couldn't quite place her voice. "The benefit gala," Kayla said. "That's what we're here to plan. You should come. Everyone who's anyone will be there." "Yeah? Yeah, sure. Sounds great," Zack muttered. It sounded like a date, so DaEvo would give him points for going. Right? He tried to find some enthusiasm in his soul for it, but really, hobnobbing wasn't his thing. He'd done a few galas as a teen when Phil had forced him to go, and Zack had to admit he'd thought it might have been a good chance to meet women. In the end, he'd just felt stifled and bored. Kayla grinned at him and turned her attention to someone across the table, talking about which filter to use on the photos taken at the gala and what the official hashtag should be. Zack, forgotten, sipped on the wine the waiter had poured him. Apparently, someone had ordered for the table at some point, because the waiters brought out appetizers and bread without any sign of a menu. Zack chewed on a piece of calamari and leaned back in his chair. He had to admit, the food was good. Better than his usual diet of pizza and Chinese takeout. It was good enough, in fact, that DaEvo was highlighting aspects of the dishes as a healthy meal. Not the calamari, of course. Deep fried was bad. The woman hidden behind David Davidson's hat seemed to be in charge. She checked in with each person at the table, asking about details for the gala or their latest fashion projects. Boring. This was just a board meeting with a different kind of board. Zack flipped open his messaging app. Doing that discreetly with his opti-glasses was easy enough. His teammates had sent him screenshots of the digital after-party at Corsair's Cross. It looked epic. Someone had set up an obstacle course, and everyone was racing around the outpost. They were all using disposable pods, so when they crashed into the mines, the explosions were extra spectacular. Maybe he should ditch this dinner. Yes, Kayla was hot, but he'd rather be celebrating the successful raid and seeing what his fellow Corsairs knew about the mysterious new drones. DaEvo chimed and Zack opened the app. A quest in progress notice showed that in spite of the strange circumstances, the app was still counting this as a date. It was even giving bonus points because Kayla was doing most of the talking rather than him. For once, okay, more than once, the buggy app was working for him. Reputation, plus 1.3. What? How had his reputation improved so much? He was just sitting here. Beside him, Kayla giggled. I told you this would be good exposure for your collection, Dave. Check it out. She held a tablet toward the designer, and Zack gaped at it. Kayla, or more likely the assistant who had taken the picture, had uploaded the picture of them to Kayla's social media profiles. Kayla looked stunning. David Davidson looked eccentric. Zack looked, well, he looked like himself in a neon-fringed cowboy jacket, surprised to have his picture taken. But over 2,000 people had already liked the picture. DaEvo chimed. Social media can be a great way to improve your reputation and show people who you really are. Nice job, influencer. Holy crap. He had improved his reputation score without any effort on his part. Apparently, Kayla was reputation gold. Did you mention the gala in the post? The woman behind David's hat asked. Oops, slipped my mind, Kayla said, shrugging. I'll catch it next time and put a link to buy tickets. This is about more than selling tickets to a party and boosting brands, Kayla, the woman said. If we truly want to help our cause and improve access to technological education in underprivileged communities, we need grassroots support. Real change happens when communities get involved, not just celebrities. She leaned forward, and Zack dropped his fork in surprise. It clattered to the floor, and a waiter scurried to pick it up and give him a new one. Not that Zack really noticed. He was too busy staring at the woman. Zoe Cross. He was sitting 3 feet away from Zoe Cross. Zoe looked amused by his staring and turned her attention to the person next to her, asking for details about press coverage or something. People are asking about you in the comments, Kayla said, nudging him. They're wondering if we're an item. Huh? Zack dragged his gaze away from Zoe and turned back to Kayla. Her blue eyes had turned steely, and DaEvo chimed. Your lady is upset because you're not being attentive. Make her feel better by paying her a compliment. Tip: you probably shouldn't ogle other women while on a date. Dev note: is this tip really necessary? Surely nobody would be that stupid. Ogle? He hadn't been ogling Zoe exactly, just staring in surprise. Surely Kayla wasn't upset about that. Zack studied her face. She was smiling brightly, quite brightly, with big teeth. He probably should answer her question, but now he'd forgotten it. I haven't responded to the comments yet. I thought it might be fun to keep them guessing. Kayla leaned forward slowly to put her wine glass back on the table, giving Zack a prolonged look down her low-cut dress.
Oh yeah, sure. Guessing. Good.
He could feel his face getting red, but Kayla didn't seem to notice, or at least she didn't seem to care. You know, I don't have a date to the gala yet. We could go together.
Yeah?
Zack's voice had gone a little scratchy, but at least it wasn't squeaking. Yeah, what do you think? Zack nodded, and Kayla turned to the woman who had taken their picture. Karen, my friend Zack wants to buy 2 gala tickets. Send him an invoice? Karen tapped on her tablet, and a purchase request popped onto Zack's opti-glasses. He swiped the confirmation and took a drink of water, trying to ease the dryness in his throat. It didn't help. Kayla seemed to be expecting him to say something, so Zack cleared his throat and did his best to speak. His voice came out in a rasp.
Gala. Cool.
Bonus achievement. Use a sexy growl.
Sweet. This evening was going even better than planned. Zoe leaned around David's hat and smiled at Zack. Thanks for that. It's generous of you to support the cause.
Yeah. The cause.
Zack stared at Zoe, still feeling dazzled. There seemed to be a little twinkle in Zoe's eyes when she looked at him. Then she darted her gaze over to Kayla beside him. Before he could think of something else to say, an enormous yellow cowboy hat obstructed her from view. You'll wear Western neon, of course, David Davidson said.
Sure.
He'll do no such thing, Kayla said. You don't have a Western neon line for women yet, and we need to coordinate. He's wearing a tux. I'll make him a tie, then. Only if you make matching shoes for me. Deal.
Kayla grinned, and that seemed to settle the matter. She leaned back in her chair, and conversation once again turned to planning the details of the gala. Kayla turned her attention to her phone, tapping furiously. Zack blinked, wondering what had just happened. He'd talked to Zoe Cross and gotten a second date from Kayla. DaEvo had even given him bonus points for setting up a second date before his first one. However, there wasn't any indication that he'd unlocked the love meter yet, which was odd. Was it because the first date wasn't over?
Silence can be good, but not if your date is no longer interested. You've spent 83% of the current date not speaking to one another. Keep the conversation going.
Zack leaned closer to Kayla so the rest of the table wouldn't hear and whispered the first thing that came to mind.
I don't have a tux.
She blinked at him in surprise, then shrugged and set her phone on the table.
So we'll go shopping tomorrow. The moving company lost half my clothes when I came here, so I don't have anything to wear either.
Her breath was warm against his skin, and Zack's heart rate increased as she leaned in closer and put a hand on his shoulder.
Workout detected. Your increased heart rate indicates that you're working out. Accept an official quest to level up your physique. Quest in progress. First date. Good job. We've detected a significant and frequent amount of physical contact between you and your date. This is a common indicator of interest.
For once, Zack didn't need DaEvo to tell him that she was flirting. At least, he was pretty sure that was what was happening. His mind raced. Shopping. What would shopping with a supermodel look like? Would they stick to dresses, or... Zack stopped himself from following that particular train of thought. He couldn't afford to get distracted right now. Not if he wanted to satisfy DaEvo and gain unlimited game time.
Really? That's a pity. We'll have to fix that.
So, shopping tomorrow?
Yeah, sounds good.
DaEvo chimed, giving him further accolades for scheduling a third date. It flickered for a second before changing to second, probably updating as it registered timing. Either way, this looked amazing. So long as he didn't mess up, he was guaranteed to get the love meter unlocked. Kayla winked at him and turned to answer a question Zoe had asked about the gala. Zack leaned back in his chair and smiled. This had gone way better than expected. Apparently, he had just needed to level up a little to find the right woman. Much as he hated to admit it, maybe Phil had been right. DaEvo was just what he needed. Chapter 26. Zack woke with a massive headache and his opti-glasses chiming a message notification. He slipped them on, grimacing at his sore muscles and grateful that he could control everything with his eyes. Ashley. Hey, so sorry I missed your call. Amber's back in the hospital and I forgot my charger. Anyway, I had a great time. Thanks again for lunch and the fan. Zack grinned as DaEvo congratulated him on the message and added a full heart to Ashley's love meter. A 10% increase for a single message. He needed one more to earn unlimited game time, though, as it had kept falling all through the night. He blinked as he noticed that the damn app had updated itself. Again. He read the message again and swiped his eyes to reply. He didn't need DaEvo to tell him that Ashley was probably upset to have her sister back in the hospital, but he wasn't quite sure what to say to make it better. The familiar feelings of dread and helplessness hovered at the edge of his mind, and he kept the text short so he could finish and put them away. Zack, you're welcome. Hey, is Amber okay? He left the messaging app open in case she answered right away. When she didn't, Zack settled back in his pillow and closed his eyes to block out the morning light. He opened them again as memories slowly surfaced. Dinner with Kayla. Meeting Zoe. Had all that really happened? He opened DaEvo and checked his stats to make sure the evening hadn't been a dream. Sure enough, he now had 2 love meters up and running. He still wasn't sure if that was supposed to happen, but if this was a dating game, then maybe? He knew dating more than one person was common, because really it was the modern world. Multi-dating was a thing, right? Looking more closely at the love meter, Zack winced. Ashley's was flashing red, warning him that he had lost unlimited game time until he refilled it. DaEvo must have considered the expensive dinner worth more points than the picnic lunch, because the pink hearts in Kayla's thermometer were 3/4 of the way to the top. If spending money was the key to keeping the love meter full, he had no problem making the sacrifice. Zack grinned as he replayed the evening's events. Zoe had been all business, but Kayla had been into him. Apparently, DaEvo was actually right about some things. His style upgrade had paid off, and he had a second date with a model. Multiple dates if you counted the upcoming gala. That should be plenty to keep the love meter full and give him unlimited game time. Plus, he was earning reputation points and… His opti-glasses chimed, interrupting Zack's scheming. Potentially fraudulent activity detected. Did you make this purchase? Alfonso's restaurant. $3,932.12. Good grief, that dinner had not come cheap. Zack scrolled through the itemized list, then gave up and swiped away the receipt. He had scored a date with a swimsuit model and a ton of points. Worth it. He sat up and stretched his arms over his head. They were still sore from cleaning his apartment the day before, and now he'd made a mess of it again. His opti-glasses chimed again. Potentially fraudulent activity detected. Did you make this purchase? Zoe Cross Charity Gala. $40,000. Zack collapsed back onto his pillow. 40 grand? Maybe he should have asked a few more questions before agreeing to buy those tickets. Then again, his foundation gave way more than that to hospitals on a regular basis. Those ticket purchases were supporting 2 good causes, a charity and his love life. 3 good causes if you counted the reputation points he would earn from attending such a high-profile event with Kayla on his arm. Zack scrolled through his appointment calendar. What time had he agreed to meet Kayla for shopping? Not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That left plenty of time to eat and train first. Jenny had collected some interesting data on the new Armada drones during the raid and sent the team some settings to try that might make it easier to detect them. Zack pulled himself out of bed. DaEvo chimed.
Health quest failed. You did not get enough sleep last night. Adequate rest improves one's health and appearance. Effect: minus -0.1 physique. Recommended quests: facial, application of makeup, nap time.
The suggestions were new. Must be part of the update. Zack rolled his eyes and stumbled toward the bathroom. His opti-glasses chimed just as he finished brushing his teeth. Phil. Zack sighed and accepted the call. The trustee's eyes were bugging out of his head even before he started speaking.
What the hell? $40,000 for gala tickets? $4,000 for dinner? I'm enacting the budget clause. The trust will cover your bills, but I'm freezing the rest of your accounts. What? No, you can't. I have a shopping date today. Your dates have very expensive taste. You know a real relationship isn't based on spending money, right? She's a model, and that justifies spending thousands of dollars in a week? I thought we were over this phase.
Zack said, It's not like I spent it on anything else. The app is working. This is what you wanted.
This is most certainly not what I wanted. You're rich, but even you have limits.
A few nice dinners aren't going to bankrupt me.
They will if you make them a habit, and I won't sit here and watch you buy your way into a relationship. This isn't healthy behavior. You were warned. As of today, you've been cut off.
That's not fair, Zack whined. I've done so many stupid things for this app, and you're going to cut me off for spending money? I even cleaned the apartment.
You mean you hired someone to clean the apartment? You bought that just like you're going to buy everything else.
No, I literally cleaned the apartment myself. Phil was quiet at that. He seemed too surprised to speak. Zack saw an opening and took it. I threw out all the garbage, put away my clothes, even did my own laundry. Come on, don't cut me off. I'll do anything.
Anything?
Well, not anything, I mean. Phil's eyes narrowed, and Zack quickly backstepped. Fine, anything. Look, she's into me, and I got carried away trying to impress her. I should have paid attention to the ticket prices. I'll watch my spending from now on, but I can't date without any money. Do you want me to beat this game or not? Phil seemed to be considering that, and Zack forced himself to stay quiet and wait for the trustee's verdict. If Phil cut him off, he wouldn't be able to get a suit for the gala or buy Kayla new clothes, or—
Fine, Phil said. I'll give you back access to your accounts on one condition.
Zack swallowed. The trustee was giving him what he wanted, but the glee in Phil's voice suggested that Zack wouldn't like the condition. What's the catch?
You will complete every physique quest DaEvo suggests. That means you eat what it tells you to eat and complete the workouts it suggests. You get enough sleep.
What?
The doctors at the hospital were concerned about your health, and I have to agree with them. You're overweight and showing early signs of some chronic conditions. You need to turn this around.
I'm fine. I feel fine.
That's my deal. Take it or leave it.
Zack leaned against his sink, staring in the mirror as he tried to process the implications of Phil's offer. Sure, he had gained a little weight since college, but didn't everybody do that? It was perfectly natural. You're killing me, Phil.
More like saving you. So what will it be? Your pizza or your bank account?
Zack gritted his teeth and gripped the edge of the counter. Fine. You win. He spat the words with as much venom as he could muster. Phil's grin widened.
Great. I'll be in close contact with the developers to make sure you don't step out of line. Have fun on your date.
Phil ended the call, and Zack collapsed against the counter. Every physique quest. He would be dead by the end of the week. This couldn't be happening. It had to be a bad dream. Physique quest. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Eat a healthy breakfast to level up your physique. Reward, plus 0.1 physique.
Crap.
Chapter 27. Zack shoveled the omelet into his mouth as fast as he could and downed the green juice. DaEvo chimed. Quest complete. Eat a healthy meal. Physique, plus 0.1.
There. He had satisfied Phil's requirements and eaten a healthy breakfast. Now he needed to log into Starfury and train before anything else interrupted him. He had unlimited game time thanks to Kayla's love meter, and he didn't want to waste it. Someone knocked on the door, and Zack swore under his breath. What now? He pulled open the door without checking the security camera. Whatever this was, he wanted to deal with it as quickly as possible and get back to training. A man in brown coveralls and a baseball cap stood in the doorway. His hat had a dead roach embroidered on it, and he held a basket filled with an assortment of bottles with brightly colored labels. "Hi, I'm Rob. I'm here to spray for bugs." "Your alpha test bug report has been logged. Thank you for your help in making DaEvo a success." Crap. Yeah, come in. Rob entered the apartment and surveyed it with a critical eye. Thanks to Zack's frantic search for black tie apparel, the apartment was once again covered with scattered clothing and boxes. "Yeah, I can see why you'd have a problem. You'll need to throw away any food and wash all your dishes after I'm done." "Sure, not a problem." Considering that Zack was out of food and didn't own any dishes, that wouldn't be a problem at all. "You have a pet?" Rob said, gesturing to the hamster cage on the counter. "Yeah, he's roaming free at the moment." "You let a rodent run free around your apartment?" "Not on purpose. He kind of escaped." "You'll have to catch him before I spray. There's a pet sitting service on the first floor where you can leave him until the fumes die down." Zack glanced at the clock. Just past 10. Still plenty of time before his date with Kayla, but this exterminator was seriously eating into his game time. "Right, I guess we'd better find him then." But Rob didn't seem inclined to help search for the hamster. He unpacked his basket, then turned his attention to his phone. Zack rolled his eyes and surveyed the room. 𝙬𝙧 didn't have quite as many hiding places since Zack had done the laundry and cleaned. Where was the hamster most likely to have gone? Zack knelt on the floor and peeked under the couch. Beady black eyes stared back at him. Success. He reached under the couch, but the hamster darted out of his reach and all the way across the room. By the time Zack pulled his arm out from under the couch, 𝙬𝙧 had found some pizza crumbs on the floor and was chewing contentedly. The missing fitness band sat a few inches away from Zack's knees under the couch. "Physique alert! It's easier to track your results with accurate data. Put on your fitness band to provide more accurate physique quests." Crap. Zack ignored the band and crept toward the hamster. 𝙬𝙧 kept chewing on the pizza. When Zack got close enough, he bent over to scoop up the creature. The hamster easily darted away. Zack sighed, picked up the fitness band instead, and put it on his wrist. DaEvo chimed. "Physique quest has begun. Your elevated heart rate suggests you're exercising. Keep your heart rate elevated for 30 minutes to level up your physique stats." Damn it. Now he had to complete the physique quest or Phil would cut him off. He needed to be more careful about triggering those things. Zack wiped away the beads of sweat gathering on his forehead and continued to stalk the tiny rodent. This should be easy. A retrieval quest, like in Starfury. He just needed to surprise it. Zack lunged toward the hamster. It scampered off and looked back when it was a safe distance away. He would swear that thing was laughing at him, as was Rob the exterminator, although he quickly looked at his phone when Zack glared at him. Okay, time to regroup. He wasn't faster than the hamster, but he was smarter. It obviously liked pizza. Zack retrieved a half-eaten slice from the floor, set a FitLife shipping box sideways, and placed the pizza inside. After that, he cleared the floor of any other crumbs or pizza slices, dumping them into a garbage bag. Best not to mix things up too much. Once he was done, Zack stood behind the box as quietly as he could and waited. Slowly, 𝙬𝙧 crawled over to the box. With bulging eyes, the hamster studied the pizza, then darted into the box. Zack bent over and scooped up the box. Ha! His opti-glasses chimed a notification through the condo's app. You have been flagged multiple times for noise complaints this week. Please refrain from jumping and shouting. Yeah.
Zack swiped away the message. The noise complaints had led to his date with 𝙤𝙤, so everything had worked out all right. 𝙤𝙧𝙡 scurried around the box, not pleased to be trapped. Zack opened the door of the hamster enclosure and shook the FitLife box until the hamster tumbled into the sawdust at the bottom of the cage. 𝙤𝙧𝙡 glared at him, then scampered over to his wheel and ran. "You'll need to stay out of your apartment for a few hours," Rob said. "But I need a shower. Use the one at the gym. I'm already behind schedule thanks to that thing." Zack glared at 𝙤𝙧𝙡. If he went to the gym, DaEvo was sure to suggest further physique quests. Plus, the trainer he'd hired was probably on the lookout for him since he had skipped out in his weightlifting routine. "Or I can come back later," Rob said. "I've got another opening next week." Zack gritted his teeth. If he wanted to raise his level and slow down the love meter's emptying, he needed that cleaning service to resume. He couldn't afford to delay this. "No, I want you to do it today. Give me a minute to get some clothes." Zack reserved a room at 𝙤𝙧𝙡 for the afternoon and evening just to be safe. Then he threw his gym clothes and one of his higher-level casual outfits into a backpack left over from his college days, grabbed the hamster enclosure, and stalked out of the condo. Chapter 28.
Quest alert! Your heart rate has slowed. Finish your workout to level up your physique.
Zack swiped the notification away so he could pay for the pet sitting service, then sighed as he took the elevator back up to the gym. He jogged in place to raise his heart rate back to a level that DaEvo considered acceptable. He couldn't risk angering Phil by failing a physique quest one day after he had agreed to complete all of them. As soon as Zack entered the gym, the condo app chimed. "Welcome back. Your personal trainer has programmed a workout for you. Would you like to begin it?" Zack stared at the notification. It had come from the gym, not DaEvo. That meant he didn't have to accept it, right? He swiped no and flinched, waiting for DaEvo to tell him he had failed a quest, but nothing happened. Zack sighed in relief and opened his Quests in Progress menu. He just needed to keep his heart rate elevated for 3 more minutes. He could do that. Zack shoved his backpack of clothes into the nearest locker and started walking around the track. DaEvo chimed and congratulated him on his elevated heart rate. Zack watched the countdown timer as he moved, determined not to walk a step further than necessary.
Quest complete. Keep your heart rate elevated for 30 minutes. Physique, plus 0.1.
Thank goodness that was over. Zack had timed his walk so it ended in front of the locker room and he didn't waste any time. Now he just needed to take a shower, get dressed, and get to 𝙤𝙧𝙡. DaEvo chimed.
Quest. New workout detected. Weightlifting routine. Working with a personal trainer is a great way to maximize your workouts. Complete the workout assigned by your personal trainer to level up your physique.
No! Zack only realized he had screamed the word when everyone in the gym turned to stare at him. He mumbled an apology while he stared at the quest notification and tried to think of a clever way around it. When nothing came to mind, he hurried to the weight machines in the farthest corner of the room. If he had to do this, there was no point delaying the torture. The condo app chimed, directing him to his first machine, changing the settings for him automatically, and showing him a brief animation reminding him how to use it. Zack groaned as he settled in and moved the weighted bar up and down. This was the worst. The literal worst. It was almost lunchtime by the time he had finished the workout, showered, and changed. Throughout the morning, he'd noted the constant decrease in 𝙤𝙤's love meter. Her higher social status was really harming their love life, with it dropping at a rate nearly triple Ashley's. He really needed to close the distance between the two of them. His clothes were wrinkled from being stuffed in the backpack. Not that Zack would normally have noticed, but DaEvo chimed a warning and deducted style points, so it was hard to miss. Whatever. He had 2 hours until he was supposed to meet 𝙤𝙤, and he still hadn't completed any training for Star Fury. He didn't have time to waste ironing his clothes. Also, he didn't own an iron. Zack entered Gord's and grinned when he saw Ashley at the counter. She smiled and waved between serving customers. DaEvo chimed.
Relationship quest. You had a successful first date, but follow-up is key. Consider pursuing one of the following relationship milestones to fill your love meter and level up. First significant physical contact. In-depth exchange of history. Your first kiss. Schedule a second date. Take her out to an exciting and memorable event. Your first dev note. Are we even allowed to suggest this? Ask legal. Become select variable. Relationship type. Exclusive, primary, secondary, pair bonded, metamor. Get engaged.
Zack scanned through the list. Most of those would be difficult to accomplish during a casual interaction at Ashley's place of work. They could exchange their history, although he wasn't exactly eager to give anyone an in-depth look at his past. That left scheduling a second date as an option. Worth a try. Hey, Ashley said. How's it going? DaEvo chimed, and Zack noticed a new thermometer floating in the corner of his vision. He groaned, wondering if it was something new. A quick glance showed that it was new, and a way to tell how well a date was going. Well, it could be worse. Zack's smile widened as he focused on Ashley. Not bad. You? Busy. I thought things might slow down around here after the first tournament round, but we're busier than ever. Yeah, everybody who qualified will be practicing harder than ever before. Even the scum. Ashley cast a significant glance at the corner of the room, where Steve and some other Armada players were practicing, and she made the Corsair sign, crossing her fingers and putting them over her heart. Zack laughed and made the sign back to her. I'd be careful about flashing that around here. You'll tick off the Armada. Oh, I already have. But I'm a Viridian, remember? They don't dare cross me anymore. She laughed, and DaEvo's thermometer shifted up. Zack grinned. I'm glad that worked. Like a charm. I only told one guy, but I guess word got around. You want your usual for lunch? She tapped in her computer, and Gord's flashed an order on his opti-glasses for pizza and coffee. Before Zack could answer, DaEvo chimed.
Quest. If you eat better, you'll feel better. Consider one of the following healthier lunch options available at Gord's to level up your physique. Caesar salad with light dressing. Rotisserie chicken wrap.
Crap. Zack stared at the options for so long that DaEvo flashed a warning on the thermometer, making it drop. You okay? Ashley asked. Huh? Yeah, fine. I'm actually going to take the chicken wrap today. Okay, cool. You still want coffee? We just got a fresh batch of Raptor cow milk in. Zack inhaled slowly, waiting for DaEvo to tell him he couldn't have the coffee, but the app remained silent. He smiled with relief. Yeah, that sounds great. Ashley turned her attention to making the latte and wrap. DaEvo flashed a conversation hint and suggested he ask about her interests. Zack opened his mouth to ask about her studies, then closed it again as he remembered the text she had sent that morning. Hey, how's Amber doing? Zack said. You said she was back in the hospital, right? Is she okay? Ashley's expression tightened a bit, and Zack wondered if he had misstepped. Maybe that hadn't been the right thing to say, or maybe things hadn't gone well. What if Amber had suffered serious complications, or… She's fine, Ashley said, and Zack's racing mind breathed a sigh of relief. It's just going to take a while for things to get back to normal. It's hard, you know? Yeah, Zack said softly. The truth was, he had no idea. His parents had been killed instantly, so he had been spared long waits in hospital rooms and the slow recovery process. It was a mercy that they'd gone quickly and hadn't suffered. At least, that was what he told himself whenever he thought about it. Almost without realizing what he was doing, Zack took Ashley's hand. He barely noticed DaEvo's thermometer going up as she met his gaze. Her eyes were brimming with tears that she refused to cry, although a few spilled over when Zack squeezed her hand. It will be all right. He had no way of knowing if that was true. Hell, he didn't even know what Amber was being treated for, or how serious it was. But right now, he really wanted it to be true. He really wanted everything to be okay. Thanks. Someone across the room shouted, interrupting the moment. "Hey, I ordered a pizza 20 minutes ago. You going to bring it over, or are you too busy talking to your boyfriend?" Ashley quickly let go of Zack's hand and wiped her tears. She glared at the gamer and flashed him the Corsair sign. "Cool your engine, Steve. You'll get your pizza." She winked at Zack as she handed him the coffee and wrap. "Armada scum." Zack laughed.
Reminder, relationship milestones unfulfilled. To increase your love meter ratings, you should complete additional relationship milestones. While frequent contact is important in establishing a relationship, you should be looking to progress the relationship. Push ahead with the relationship before things get too comfortable.
Zack spoke in a rush before Ashley walked away, or he could second-guess himself. "Hey, do you want to go out again sometime? I could bring you lunch again or something." "Yeah, I'd like that." "Really?" "Yeah, but right now I'd better get back to work. That guy is a jerk, but I really can't afford for him to lodge a complaint with the manager." "Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll see you later then." Zack hurried away before he could say something stupid and ruin the moment. He was only vaguely aware of DaEvo playing cheesy music and filling Ashley's love meter with pink hearts thanks to the conversation and second date.
Notice, due to lost love meter relationship points with 𝙬𝙬𝙧𝙀, your unlimited internet privileges have been revoked once again. Increase your love meter levels to improve your relationship with 𝙬𝙬𝙧𝙀. Relationship milestone achieved. Schedule a second date. You have scheduled a date with Ashley Barnes. You have gained plus 20% to your love meter with Ashley Barnes. You now have sufficient love meter levels with Ashley Barnes to access unlimited internet privileges.
Zack dismissed the notifications. Thank goodness Ashley had been at work so he could ask her out. His date with Kayla that afternoon should fill her love meter back up, and so long as he kept in contact with her, he should be able to keep it high enough. He logged into Star Fury and set a course for the nearest battle royale to train. Chapter 29. It seemed as if only a few minutes had passed before a notification sounded on Zack's opti-glasses. He took a deep breath and checked it, a little paranoid that DaEvo had come up with another physique quest for him. But it was just his calendar app reminding him that he was supposed to meet Kayla in an hour. That was followed by a reminder that his style stats could be improved, and probably should be if he wanted to make a good impression. Zack glanced at his shirt. It wasn't that wrinkled, and he couldn't go back to his apartment now because of the fumes from the bug spraying, so there was nothing he could do about it. Besides, he was in the middle of a dogfight with 2 other ships. They had been exchanging fire for a while, none of them able to gain an advantage. If Zack timed this right, maybe he could finish the battle before he needed to leave for the date. He lost himself in a blur of laser fire. His opponents were also Corsairs, and they had a few tricks up their sleeves. Tricks he needed to fight through so he would be prepared for the next tournament round. His calendar app sent another reminder, and Zack swiped it away. He had plenty of time, and he wouldn't get the kill rewards if he left the fight now. One of his opponents released a wave of drones, and Zack swore softly. What was it with drones these days? He needed to find a way to deal with them. Zack grinned when he realized he already had. Since Jenny had managed to identify the EMP frequencies that disabled her drones, Zack had been able to amplify them. Maybe that would work to disable this guy. He swooped into the cloud of drones and blasted one with his newly modified laser cannon. The resulting explosion caused 5% damage to his shields and fried the drone's navigation systems. Zack grinned with satisfaction as the drones drifted aimlessly through space. Now he could move in for the kill, and his opti-glasses chimed with a message. Kayla, see you soon, winky face. The message was accompanied by the address of a formal wear store in the Gaillardia Mall. Zack looked at the clock on his opti-glasses frame and swore. Where had the time gone? He was going to be late. Zack fired a few blasts from his laser cannon as a farewell, then he withdrew from the fight. The other ship sent a few missiles after him, then turned back to fighting each other. He sent a quick GG to the other Corsairs, grateful they hadn't chased him. With a flick of his fingers, Zack set his ship on a course for the landing dock and logged out. Ashley was busy with a line of customers at her counter, but she waved as Zack sprinted through the lobby, calling a car. Once the car came and he got inside, he sent the address to the driver and settled back to catch his breath. A message chimed on his opti-glasses. Kayla, where are you? Zack glanced at the estimated arrival time in the ride app and groaned. It was time for the date, and he was still 20 minutes away. Zack, sorry, I got caught up in some work things. See you soon. Kayla, fine, but I'm starting without you. What do you think of this one? That was followed by a picture of Kayla in a form-fitting black dress with a slit up to her thigh. Zack swallowed. He wasn't sure his initial response was appropriate to send, so he settled for, Zack, you look amazing. Kayla, just amazing? I'd better try a few more then. Winky face. Zack tapped his foot impatiently as the car drove through the city. Hopefully, DaEvo wouldn't take away points for his being so late. He needed to fill Kayla's love meter, so he had a backup for unlimited game time. He would complete relationship milestones with her, and that should give him a second life. Hopefully, being seen with her would boost his reputation as well. That would mean slower love meter depletion and more time for gaming. He had the plan, he just needed to execute it. To distract himself during the drive, Zack pulled up an analysis from a trusted blogger about the latest Star Fury weaponry release. The next thing he knew, the driver was clearing his throat to let him know that they had arrived. Zack paid and hurried into the sleek shopping center. The mall's app guided him to the formal wear store, putting glowing purple arrows on the walkway in his vision, while DaEvo kept filling in social stat information for every eligible woman he passed. Once he arrived, Zack hurried inside, slightly out of breath and shaking from the strain on his already taxed muscles. Luxurious gowns on sleek mannequins filled the space. Softly pulsing music matched Zack's heartbeat as he surveyed the room looking for Kayla. Can I help you find something? A silver-haired woman in black trousers and a crisp white shirt approached Zack. She looked immaculate, and her nose wrinkled slightly, as if she would rather help him find the door than something to purchase. Zack caught a glimpse of himself in a mirror and sighed as DaEvo deducted style points. The hour of gaming had not done his already wrinkled clothes any favors, and he had spilled coffee on his shirt at some point without realizing it. Yeah, I'm looking for Kayla Taylor. It seemed like the kind of place where they would know a model by name, but the woman shook her head. I'm afraid I don't know who you're talking about. But she said she was here. All of our client records are confidential, young man. Whatever you saw while stalking her on social media, it doesn't mean you can come barging in here demanding to see someone. Reputation, minus 0.1. Why does everyone think I'm a stalker? Maybe because you look like one right now, Kayla said. What are you wearing? Zack turned around to reply, but found himself speechless. Kayla was wearing a sparkly red gown with a plunging neckline. She struck a casual pose that accentuated the curve of her hips. You like it? You know him? The store clerk said. There was no need for her to sound so surprised. Kayla grinned and kissed Zack on both cheeks in a greeting. DaEvo chimed, and his date thermometer that had started out cold increased. Of course, this is my date for Zoe's gala. He's going to help me pick out a dress. Zack gave the clerk a smug look. She studied him for a moment, then forced a smile and nodded. Of course. So sorry for the misunderstanding, sir. Kayla insists on checking in and posting her location every time she shops here. We appreciate the publicity, of course, but it sometimes draws out the rabble trying to get close to her. Zack chose to ignore the pointed way the clerk stared at him as she said, rabble. Instead, he focused on Kayla. Is that the dress you're getting? You like it? She turned and walked the store aisle as if it were a runway. Zack grinned. Yeah, he liked it a lot. Kayla smiled back at him, taking his admiring gaze as an answer to her question. I like it too, but I'm afraid it's a little too flashy for the gala. Zoe prefers for her events to be a bit more conservative. Oh,
That's too bad.
Kayla laughed at the disappointment in Zack's voice and considered her reflection in a nearby mirror. Maybe I should still get it. There will be other events.
I'll buy it for you,
Zack said quickly before he could lose his nerve. Kayla raised an eyebrow, and he felt his face going as red as the dress.
You said they lost your luggage, right? Consider it a housewarming gift.
That sounded lame even as he said it, but Kayla grinned. All right, if you insist. Thanks, neighbor. She turned to the store clerk. I'll take this one and the black one I had set aside. Can you deliver them for me? Of course. Kayla turned back to Zack and smiled at him, placing a hand on his arm for a second. The clerk looked at Zack, who just nodded absently. Just give me a minute to change. Then we'll do something about your wardrobe. She disappeared into a fitting room, and Zack sank onto a nearby chair.
Wow, this was going really well.
Like, unbelievably well. Maybe DaEvo wasn't so worthless after all. The store's app sent him a bill, and he blinked in surprise that 2 dresses could cost that much. Was that snooty clerk trying to overcharge him? A quick perusal of the store's online store and other similar sites told Zack that the prices were considered normal for women's gowns. Why anyone would pay thousands of dollars for a single dress was beyond him, but apparently it was a thing. DaEvo had better give him extra points for this. He approved the payment, then distracted himself by reading the Star Fury analysis until Kayla rejoined him. Zack grinned. She was wearing skinny jeans and a form-fitting tank top that was almost as revealing as the red dress. Kayla pulled him to his feet and rested her hand on his arm, guiding him out of the store and through the mall. DaEvo chimed, doubtless to offer updates on the physical contact, but Zack swept away the notifications. He would sort through those later. I'll need accessories and a backup pair of shoes if David doesn't come through, Kayla said. But first, we need to get you a tux. She swept Zack into the custom tuxedo store he had noticed when he came to the mall to buy his Western neon outfit.
Miss Taylor, welcome. You've decided to take up my suggestion to wear menswear to your next event. You'll make quite a splash.
Kayla laughed.
Not this time, Giacomo, but my date has nothing to wear to Zoe's gala. Can you fix that?
Giacomo studied Zack from head to toe, as if scanning him for custom battle armor. Not sure what else to do, Zack returned the stare. The tailor had salt and pepper hair, and moved with a sort of studied casualness, as if he knew the world would wait for him to get to where he was going, and be glad when he did. If he hadn't been wearing purple crocodile skin shoes and a measuring tape wrapped around his neck, Zack might have mistaken him for a banker or high-level CEO. Or maybe a model. Giacomo's appearance was polished, and his suit was immaculate, some sort of soft, gray material without a wrinkle in sight. He was perfectly groomed, too, which reminded Zack he'd not shaved in a day. Or 2. Giacomo finished examining Zack and sniffed.
This will take some time, Miss Taylor. Perhaps you have some other errands you could run while I work.
Kayla considered this, then turned to Zack.
I do need to pick up my shoes and accessories. I could do that now, unless you want to come. I can text you pictures of everything I find to make sure it will coordinate with your outfit, and we can go to dinner afterward.
She cocked her head, letting her red gold hair fall down across her bare shoulder as she waited for his answer. For a moment, Zack found himself staring into her blue eyes, caught up in how pretty she was, even without filters. And then DaEvo chimed, letting him know that it wasn't polite to ogle his date for so long. Apparently, DaEvo just wasn't a fan of ogling in general.
Yeah, okay. And anything you buy is my treat, okay? I'm not sure dinner was enough to make up for ruining your tutorial.
Zack idly noted that Giacomo was smirking subtly as he watched the pair of them. Zack winced a little, trying to make himself look a little less awestruck. He was such a noob.
Marvelous. Make him look fabulous, Giacomo.
She kissed the tailor's cheeks and hurried out of the shop. As soon as the door closed, Giacomo turned to Zack.
You can't go to dinner with Miss Taylor looking like that. I have a few ready-made things I can adjust for you. I just need a tux. My boy, you need much more than that.
The tailor rang a small bell sitting beside his cash register. 3 young men rushed out from behind a curtain. They were dressed as impeccably as 𝙤𝙤𝙀, in different styles of suits made in different fabrics. Zack found himself surrounded by a blur of well-mannered activity as they took his measurements and held up different fabrics to see how they suited his complexion.
Nothing that wrinkles, 𝙤𝙤𝙀 said. He slouches. How do you know I slouch?
𝙤𝙤𝙀 simply sniffed and cast a pointed glance at Zack's wrinkled clothes.
Try this on.
He held out a pair of gray slacks. Zack took them and waited for the tailor and his assistants to leave. They seemed to be waiting for him to strip.
Where's the dressing room? If you expect us to tailor things to your body, we need to see how they fit.
Zack considered protesting, then sighed as he removed his wrinkled pants and replaced them with the gray slacks.
Wow, these look good.
𝙤𝙤𝙀 smirked, looking like the cat that had gotten all the cream, which Zack assumed was Zack's wallet. He made a mental note to himself to explain it as clothing for new trust meetings to fill. Surely he wouldn't complain if Zack promised to come to a few.
They look even better once we tailor them. Now stand still.
Zack obeyed, and once again opened up the article about new Star Fury releases. If he was going to be flying into clouds of drones on a regular basis, a shield upgrade might be a good idea. Problem was, upgraded shields would cause a greater draw on his reactor, meaning his recharge times on his lasers would reduce. Maybe if he shifted to autocannons for his secondaries. Zack bit his tongue and did the calculations on his opti-glasses, pulling out the spreadsheet that contained his ship's data and inputting several shield options to see which one would work best. His opti-glasses chimed. Kayla had texted a picture of her foot in a sexy red stiletto heel. Moments later, a store called Shoe Central sent Zack an invoice. He paid it without looking at the amount and debated what he should text Kayla. Before he could decide on a response, 𝙤𝙤𝙀's assistant brought in a light blue button-up shirt. Zack sighed as he took off his own wrinkled polo and replaced it. At least the fabric was soft and comfortable. He had always found that sort of shirt to be stiff and itchy. 𝙤𝙤𝙀 nodded, as if he could read Zack's thoughts.
Quality makes a difference, and we always use quality. Yeah, sure.
Even if the clothes were impressive, that was as much praise as they were going to get out of him. Zack resigned himself to being pinned and prodded as the tailor and his team worked. Kayla sent more pictures, followed by more invoices. Zack gave up working on his ship because of the frequent interruptions, instead just pinning ideas for new builds as he skipped between articles on the latest weapon and ship updates. Finally, 𝙤𝙤𝙀 stepped away and nodded in approval.
Now you are ready for dinner, and your tuxedo will be ready in time for Miss Cross's gala. We will make sure of that. Would you like us to deliver your purchases to your home?
Zack absently nodded, knowing his opti-glasses would provide the courier the address and a one-time access code for delivery if he wasn't home. In the meantime, Zack looked at himself in the mirror and did a double-take. He looked nothing like himself. The gray slacks and blue shirt fit better than any other clothing he had ever owned. They made him look slimmer and more sophisticated. The team had also added some sort of product to his hair so it sat flat instead of sticking up. He was even wearing a tie. DaEvo chimed. Rather than look at the single stat, Zack decided to pull it all up. Physique, 35.65. Style, 72.4. Reputation, -33.74. Occupation, 0. Social level, 18.58.
Maybe I should try some different shoes, Zack said.
Even his upgraded, limited edition sneakers looked out of place with this classy ensemble. 𝙤𝙤𝙀 nodded solemnly.
But of course.
He offered some shiny black dress shoes, which Zack quickly put on. They weren't as comfortable as his sneakers, but they weren't horrible. Style, 77.5.
Oh, 𝙤𝙤𝙀, you've outdone yourself.
Kayla swept into the store, and Zack forgot all about his new look. She had changed as well, and was wearing a short blue dress that coordinated with his new shirt. Had she been texting Giacomo as well, or was the color coordination a coincidence? She kissed the tailor's cheeks, then turned to study Zack. "I'll have the rest of his clothes delivered to his apartment," Giacomo said. "Marvelous. You're the best." "The rest of my clothes?" Zack said, feeling a little behind. "You mean the tux?" "And a few other surprises," Kayla said with a grin. "Come on, we don't want to be late for our reservation." She took Zack's arm and pulled him out of the store. He followed her, paying the charges Giacomo sent to his opti-glasses with only a small wince. Zack would have to put a cap on clothing purchases at some point, if for no other reason than to conserve space in his apartment. Kayla led Zack into a waiting limo and poured him a glass of champagne. He took it, feeling as though he had skipped a few tutorial levels and found himself on a quest he didn't quite understand. "Cheers," Kayla said, clinking her glass with his. "I'm having a really great time." "Yeah, me too." The lie slipped out easily. Shopping wasn't exactly Zack's idea of a good time, but that was universal, wasn't it? Girlfriends went shopping and boyfriends humored them. Everything was a little expensive, hers more than his by far, but his hasty research seemed to indicate that this was normal. Women were just more expensive than men. He remembered hearing his college girlfriends complain about how expensive hair appointments and manicures were. And if he had to spend an afternoon shopping, at least it was with someone hot. "Smile!" Kayla held out her phone and leaned toward Zack to take a selfie. He leaned in, smiling at the camera this time. Kayla tapped at her phone, then turned back to drinking her champagne. A few moments later, DaEvo chimed. "Reputation, plus 0.3. That was followed by the picture Kayla had posted to her social media accounts. A flood of likes and comments was already pouring in. Sweet. Zack pushed aside his worries and settled into the limo seat. He realized he was slouching and sat up straight just to spite Giacomo. Slouching indeed. The limo stopped outside a swanky-looking restaurant surrounded by a vineyard. Elegant couples checked in with the hostess and sat on a patio lit by lanterns hanging in the trees. The hostess greeted Kayla by name without bothering to check her reservation book, and they followed the waiter to their table. Kayla stood beside the table, staring at Zack as if she expected him to do something. DaEvo chimed. "Treat your date like a lady to win her over. Try the following. Open doors for her. Pull out her chair." Zack stared at the notification. That was a bit much, wasn't it? This was just dinner. Then again, DaEvo had gotten him this far. Zack walked around the table and pulled out Kayla's chair. She rewarded him with a bright smile as she sat. DaEvo chimed to let him know he had succeeded and added a burst of color to the date thermometer, and Zack grinned. So far, so good. As soon as Zack opened the menu, DaEvo chimed. "Physique quest alert. If you eat better, you'll feel better. Consider one of the following healthy options to level up your physique. Summer kale salad, house salad, red snapper slivers, Asian pear, akinori, kimchi emulsion, pan-roasted monkfish, wild mushroom stuffed cabbage, bacon jus, hangi potato with hen yolk and Kaluga caviar. More." "Damn it. Why is it all seafood?" Zack muttered. He realized he had accidentally spoken out loud and looked up to see if Kayla had noticed his outburst, but she was busy taking selfies from as many angles as possible. Zack sighed and turned back to the menu. He wasn't a fan of fish, and caviar tasted like slimy fish eggs. This restaurant had some great options, but unfortunately, DaEvo wouldn't let him have them. And he definitely needed to toe the line with the physique quests after all the shopping. Zack sighed. At least it wasn't a smoothie. Chapter 30. Zack grunted as he pulled the bar toward his chest. The condo's fitness app added another rep to his count. 10 more to go for this set, then he would be done for the day. DaEvo flashed a thumbs up as encouragement. Stupid fitness quests. Zack had been working out for the past 3 days and was still struggling. Wasn't this supposed to get easier? The worst part was how much he ached every day. He'd taken to taking warm and cold showers at the prompting of DaEvo and his body to help with the constant muscle aches. "Hey, stranger." Kayla grinned and took the machine next to his. Zack grinned back and released the bar, grateful for a distraction. He had been texting with Kayla since their date and sent her flowers at DaEvo's prompting, but between physique quests, training for the upcoming PvP round of the tournament, strategizing with his team, spying on Armada scum at Gord's, and chatting with Ashley, he hadn't found the right moment to ask Kayla on another date yet. This could be his chance. "Hey." Not exactly a brilliant response, but Zack found himself a little tongue-tied. He had forgotten how gorgeous Kayla was. Her workout clothes were skin-tight and had strategic cutouts that let glimpses of her skin peek through. "Don't let me stop you," Kayla said. She tucked her legs into her own machine and did extensions. Zack sighed as he grabbed the bar again and resumed his workout. He tried to make it look easy so he could show off for Kayla, but sweat beaded on his forehead as he struggled to pull the bar down again. His opti-glasses chimed with an incoming message. "Foz. Hey, we're all logged in and ready to rendezvous for training. You coming?" Zack. "Yeah, just finishing something." He checked the rep counter. 5 more to go, then he was free. Zack gathered the last of his energy and powered through. The gym's app chimed to congratulate him on finishing his prescribed fitness routine, and DaEvo offered points for completing the physique quest. Zack toweled off his machine, then his face. Thank goodness that was over. "You're leaving already?" Kayla pulled her legs out of the machine and lounged against it, looking like an advertisement for fitness equipment or fitness apparel. Possibly both. Zack caught himself staring and swallowed. Yeah, I finished my routine for the day." "That's a shame. I was thinking we could jog around the rooftop track together."
"The what?"
Kayla laughed. "You need to get out more. Come on, I'll show you." She placed her hand on his arm, not seeming to care that it was drenched with sweat, and pulled him toward a set of stairs at the far end of the room. DaEvo chimed. "Relationship milestone. Your lady has invited you on a date. Looks like you made a good impression. Don't worry. There's nothing wrong with women being the one to make the first move. It's a modern society. Reward for completion. It's a 3rd date. You can't have a relationship without a date. Plus 0.5 Kayla Taylor love meter."
"Is something wrong?"
Kayla released Zack's arm and pursed her lips in a pout. He shook his head.
"No, nothing's wrong. Let's go."
Kayla took his hand and dragged him up the stairs. Zack texted Foz as he climbed. "Zack,
"Sorry, something came up. Be there as soon as I can."
Then he turned his attention to breathing, which was becoming more and more difficult. Kayla didn't seem to notice his struggle. She kept jogging up the stairs until she reached the top and pushed open the door. Zack found himself on a rooftop lounge. The center was dotted with putting greens, hot tubs, and counters serving drinks and food. Zack moved toward the nearest chair. This was a great idea for a date. They could sit back and enjoy the view and a few drinks. Hopefully there was something on the menu that DaEvo would consider healthy enough for him. Kayla took Zack's hand and pulled him in the opposite direction of the counters. "This way, silly." Zack realized, with growing horror, that she was leading him toward a track that looped around the edge of the building. Right. Hadn't she said something about jogging? Several people in workout clothes were already moving around the track at a quick pace. The city stretched out beneath them. Zack's head swam at the height, although a glass barrier stretched around the exterior to keep people from falling. It also seemed to block the wind. The rooftop terrace didn't have the usual Oklahoma gusts whipping past, although the morning sun still felt oppressive without any shade. Zack grimaced as he stepped onto the track. This would be fine. They could walk a few laps together and... Kayla jogged. Zack swore under his breath and forced his legs to move in rhythm with hers. "We'll do a nice warm-up first," Kayla said easily.
"Sure."
At least that was what Zack tried to say. It came out as more of a wheeze. Warm up indeed. DaEvo flashed a warning.
Highly elevated heart rate detected. Your heart rate is beating at 143 BPM. This is approaching dangerous levels. Consider lowering the intensity of your current workout.
That was followed by another notification.
Relationship quest update. Consider pursuing one of the following relationship milestones to level up your relationship. First significant physical contact. In-depth exchange of history. Your first kiss. Schedule another date. Take her out to an exciting and memorable event. Your first dev note. Are we even allowed to suggest this? Ask legal. Become select variable. Relationship type. Exclusive, primary, secondary, pair bonded, metamor. Get engaged.
Zack scanned the list, desperate for anything to take his mind off the burning in his legs. He wondered what exactly DaEvo would count as significant physical contact. Fainting into Kayla's arms might do it, and he was closer to doing that than he wanted to admit. Would that also count as an exciting and memorable event?
"Isn't this fun?" Kayla said. "I love it up here."
She seemed to be enjoying herself. Her hair streamed behind her, and she glowed with a light sheen of perspiration. Her eyes sparkled in the sunlight. She seemed like a different person from the studied socialite at dinner or the glamorous fashionista in the shopping mall. It looked as if she was enjoying the torture that was about to kill him. Zack wheezed as much of a response as he could manage and steeled his resolve to keep moving. So Kayla was some kind of superhuman fitness freak. So what? He had a date with her and an opportunity to fill her love meter. 3 days of non-contact, even with the second date bonus he'd received, had depleted her love meter significantly. He needed to fill it. He wouldn't let something as trivial as breathing stand in his way. Foz.
"What do you mean, sorry? Where the hell are you?"
Zack flicked his eyes to respond and nearly fell. Kayla slowed to check on him, and he did his best to smile and gave her a thumbs up. Apparently, he couldn't manage texting and jogging. Greg.
"Where are you?"
Jenny.
Zack, are you okay?
Was he okay? No, not really. Zack grimaced as more messages came pouring in. He could leave now, but that would mean leaving the date with Kayla unfinished. As much as he hated to miss training, he could catch up later. If he didn't keep his love meters up, he wouldn't be getting any training at all. And he might not get a second chance with Kayla. Zack, going to be late. Sorry. Then he muted notifications and sprinted to catch up with Kayla, who had gained a lead while he stopped to answer the text and didn't seem to notice that she was leaving him behind. His lungs burned, and his legs shook by the time they finished the first lap. Kayla wasn't even breathing hard.
"I can't believe you abandoned us again," Greg said. "I said I'm sorry."
That was met by silence, and Zack sighed. The jogging date with Kayla had ended with protein smoothies on the rooftop lounge. Rather than taking a half hour or something reasonable, the date had stretched out. The whole ordeal had left Zack sore, sick, and sunburned, and with a 3/4 full love meter, but he questioned if it had been worth the cost. He was currently lying flat on his couch, using his opti-glasses to control Star Fury because he couldn't move his arms. Jenny and Foz had already logged out by the time he got back to his apartment, but Greg was still online. "How can I make it up to you guys?" Zack said. He was already buying them all the new gear on their team wish list. He'd had to transfer a ton of credits from his Smurf account, but it was worth it. He almost considered buying more credits from a farmer, but decided he'd gone far enough to the dark side with the smoothies. Hopefully, the gifts would be enough to smooth things over.
"You could stop disappearing and actually show up for training," Greg said.
"I told you, Phil pulled a fast one, and
you told us you had it figured out, and we believed you."
Zack sighed. "I may not have it quite as figured out as I thought I did."
"No kidding. So what was it this time?"
Greg didn't launch into a list of jokes about chores. Zack appreciated that. Foz would have been teasing him mercilessly by now. I unlocked unlimited game time, but I have to fulfill certain criteria to keep it. I was getting ready to log in when something popped up.
We can't help you if you refuse to share details, Greg said. Why are you being so vague about everything?
Maybe because I don't want you mocking my every move?
That's more a Foz thing. Look, man, this tournament is my chance to go pro and have a career. I don't want to be bagging groceries for the rest of my life. But if we want to make it, we all have to show up and work.
I am working, Zack protested. Honestly, I'm working harder than I ever have. The fact that he was on the couch and unable to move proved that. Of course, Greg couldn't see the miserable, sunburned blob of pain Zack had become. I have something for you, Zack said, bundling all the gear he had purchased into a shipping container. He didn't have enough space to transport it otherwise. Hang tight. I'll be right there. While DaEvo wasn't offering bonus points to cheer up Greg, Zack was hoping the same principles for making someone feel better applied to friendships. Ashley had liked the food and the fan. Kayla had liked the clothes and flowers. Greg would like the new gear. Zack turned on autopilot and set a course to rendezvous with Greg. His ship pulled away from the outpost, and Zack settled back against the couch and closed his eyes. Greg lived in Iowa, just a few quadrants over from Zack's area. The space between them was too populated to hyperjump, so the journey would take a few minutes. The sound of an explosion rocked the apartment, and Zack's eyes shot open. On instinct, Zack had the ship pull up and to the right, aiming to dodge the follow-up shots. Unfortunately, he was dragging the cargo container, which left him a lot slower than normal. His shields kept flickering as he diverted energy from his lasers to both his engines and shields. All the while, he scanned his sensors, searching for the problem. Nothing. A flick of his eyes had the sci-fi equivalent of chaff deploy. Not a moment too soon as he banked again, and the back of his craft lit up as unseen missiles exploded. Working on intuition, Zack pulled open the local solar system chat. Noob, walking right into an ambush. You're dead now. That was followed by the Armada flag and a stuck-out tongue emoji. Steve, Zack whispered. Idiot didn't even know how to do a proper ambush. Now that Zack knew who he was fighting, he flicked over to the right settings for his sensors. The drones Steve had been using showed up as ghosts that flashed in and out, but it was enough for Zack to fire. Another round of explosions rocked Zack's ship, and he snarled. Even taking out the drones wasn't enough to get him ahead. He could run, he should run, but he wouldn't make it with the cargo container. In fact, towing it was costing him speed. He bit his lip, trying to work out the best way to win. Another drone blew up as Zack targeted it with his lasers, and the EMP blast knocked out another pair that was hiding farther back. A flicker in the corner of his sensors, and Zack winced. It wasn't just Steve. He'd brought friends with him, and they were moving to cover all Zack's options for running away. Real brave, bringing your friends to the fight. All's fair in love and war. Isn't that the Corsair motto? Just like Armada scum to be hypocrites. Artillery shells rocked Zack's ship, the explosions forcing him to spin around. He lost hold of the container, and as he tried to swing around, he ran right into the railgun pellets. Shields died, and damage notifications flared all across the ship. Not having a choice, Zack pulled away, hitting his afterburners to dodge the next series of attacks, all of which pushed him away from the cargo container. A series of taunting memes showed up in the chat, baiting him to come back. Zack snarled, fingers twitching by his sides as he twisted around and fired at more of the stealthed drones. If he had his joystick, if he wasn't ambushed, if he didn't leave now, he would lose his ship and the cargo container both. Where are you? Greg sent. Getting ambushed, Zack snarled. I've got 3 Armada scum on me, and I lost the cargo container with the weapons and shields I bought. What? I know. Now let me get out of here. Zack muted the chat. Slamming his fists into the couch, Zack burned fuel and darted straight for one of the surrounding Armada scum. He might not be able to save the container, but he might be able to do some damage as he ran. And he'd have his revenge on Steve. Later. This has been Leveled Up Love, a gamelit romantic comedy. Written by Tao Wong and A.G. Marshall. Narrated by Natalie Naudus. Copyright 2020 by Tao Wong and A.G. Marshall. Production copyright by Tao Wong and A.G. Marshall.